Alfredo and Bonnano. Preface. Over the last 14 years, political refugees have developed counter-information work on the reality of class confrontation in Italy and about specific publishing attempts. All of this documentation, which is necessarily insufficient, only offered us a partial expression of the revolutionary movement, and only of certain aspects of the armed experience in that country. The text that we are publishing here, which was published in issue number 42 of the Italian anarchist review Anarchismo, can fit into this documentation. Its critique of certain models and methods developed by armed organizations is not an overall rejection of the armed struggle of recent years. It tries to present the positive aspect of this struggle, which disappeared in the political solution that a part of the movement is currently trying to carry out. From the theses of generalization of working class violence of the 1970s to the military execution of R.L. Hunt, who was killed last February in Rome by the Red Brigades, their remoteness from the mass objectives they work toward is becoming increasingly obvious. The armed parties' military objectives are the only way the problem of class war has been posed. The pretended absence of a more thorough dialectic between the organization and the masses could not have facilitated the proletariat's abandonment of a project that of its own dictatorship which does not interest it. At present, facing the problem with greater dignity than the pentiti or the dissociati, taking into consideration the tragic situation of thousands of imprisoned companions, a project of struggle for an amnesty has been proposed. Rather than continuing a painful fight or turning state's evidence, some want to secure a collective amnesty from the state, and start new cycles of revolutionary struggle afterward. Within the French libertarian movement we have talked about this project by linking it, more or less, to specific struggles against prisons and repression in Italy. We would have welcomed this project's condemnation of the methods of the armed formations, but we must think more objectively, faced with the obvious ambiguity in the commitment to this struggle. The choice of the present text contributes to this thought. For our part, we note that when it is limited to pure and simple surrender, a critique of the impracticality of the armed model of these failing organizations could negatively influence a later development of libertarian and insurrectional armed struggle. The Companions of Publications Revolt et Liberté. Introduction by Pierleone Porcu. Before it occurred to the revolutionaries, the state took care well in advance to manage the vacuum left by the fragmented movement by putting the project of dissociation into operation. Whoever calls in a loud voice for the restitution of the comrades by any means should not complain afterward of finding himself side by side with docile creatures, instruments in the hands of power. Never before have truth and lies been superimposed on the Italian political scene as they are today, to the point of becoming a spectacle of positions democratically produced by the government and the institutional opposition with the aim of capturing the attention of uninformed revolutionaries. I am referring, for example, to the Naria case, which is henceforth an affair of state, a symbol of the period that followed the state of emergency, and which is based on a recuperation and general rediscovery of human values. The current problems of prison and of the process of dissociation that is now in progress all seem to converge on this painful human event, which clearly typifies the obvious barbarism of judicial management and administration, mechanisms that, by preventing the liberation of a man who is slowly dying, clearly show the homicidal intent of those who manipulate them. Thus, the minister Martinazzoli, Dr. Amato, head of the prison system, and naturally, the good Pertini announced they were openly opposed to the negative opinion handed down by the judges to the request for liberation made by Naria's lawyers. Beyond the human significance of this, we should ask ourselves what is hiding behind these fake appeals and the debates that are being provoked and organized on all sides. We all know that the state, by approving the new law on preventive detention, which reduced its lengths, and by gradually lifting the restrictive norms of the sadly famous Article 90, is preparing to give a different order to internal control of the prisons, a more rational order than the one that was imposed on the special prisons and the death wings. Thus, barbarism can travel better on the rails of a differentiated internal sociality. The use of the judicial apparatus for exclusively political ends appears through the assistance given to anyone who dissociates himself from terrorism, including reductions of his sentence and possible openings. The state is progressively leaving the tunnel of the state of emergency and regularizing its new position of domination in all sectors of society. The period of conquest of the social sectors that were torn away from it by the struggle and that made themselves independent of its interference is over. It is presently preparing a precise control. The characteristics of this control will no longer be based on a militaristic strategy, but will basically revolve around the ideologization of consensus, in such a way as to normalize deviant social behavior. Now the state wants to promote and activate things from behind the new figures of social operators and controllers, who have been inserted into the country's microstructures. Among these sad figures, apart from the psychologists and sociologists, the dissociologist of antagonism is conspicuous. Hence the current spectacle of political positions that revolve around the phenomenon of dissociation. The homogeneous sphere of influence is spreading everywhere, and is backed all the way up to Amato. It is no longer a matter of small groups, but of a compact mass inside the prisons that is taking the road of dissociation, finding advocates outside the prisons as well and breathing life into a labyrinth of positions, where it is difficult to sort things out by oneself. Everyone is waiting for further information from the state concerning the role it intends to entrust to these revised and corrected subjects, and this argument is the subject of a political battle in Parliament. If the majority of political prisoners in the prisons found themselves drawn into the project of dissociation that the state wants to realize, on the outside things are the same. A large part of the revolutionary milieu insists on echoing the initiatives of dissociation that are coming from the prisons. Even a few libertarian milieus that appear to misunderstand and claim too thoughtlessly to support such a project by showing solidarity with the dissociationist positions adopted by a few prisoners who puffed themselves up with the term anarchist, thus enjoying citizenship in our movement, which is more and more saturated with an approving conformity disseminated out of tolerance. The matter is seriously considered and analyzed, especially for the negative consequences that affect our subversive activity. Adopting positions like this would lead the anarchist movement onto the terrain of political opportunism and compromises with power, a terrain dear to authoritarian elements who use it to justify their own existence and retention of their positions. Until now, a part of the anarchist movement has had nothing to do with the matter of repression and social control. The interest it is showing now is connected in particular to new positions adopted by certain libertarian prisoners who are dissociating themselves from the practices and motives that in the past made them opponents of capital and the state. Such a sudden convergence of interests between these prisoners and this part of the anarchist movement results from a parallelism of views concerning the value that both of them attribute to liberalism, socialism, and democracy. To be aware of this, it is enough to read various articles published in several anarchist magazines, which clearly give the impression of having chosen to move only in a milieu of study and cultural intervention. Starting from a self-criticism of their own experience of struggle, the dissociated have reached the point of reducing any conflictive relationship with the institutions to nothing. They therefore put themselves directly in a discussion and parliamentary mediation that are attempting to recuperate all social conflict. And because this self-criticism tries, in its subjectivity, to reassert the value of the individual space that was so neglected before, it follows that it ends up adopting the utopia of modern liberalism, which would like to humanize and socialize state structures by containing them in a sphere of action that is far more restricted than the current sphere. These prisoners are converging by another road with the part of the movement that hopes to empty the state of its functions peacefully and in a utopian way, acting progressively from within by means of a use of mass libertarian culture, capable of proposing autonomous counter-structures of society. It is a project that would like to realize the liberal maxim of minimal intervention of the state in society. The seed beneath the snow that Kropotkin spoke of. Another part of the anarchist movement, though in a different and much more restrained way, keeps a wait-and-see attitude of availability concerning dissociation, which is the result of a lack of analysis and an inability to make autonomous proposals. Thus continual postponement of a discussion of the content just poses the problem again unchanged, confirming dissociationist positions without saying so clearly. This is the case with proposals that seem a little better than so many others and which drive comrades who, by the way, are generous to support them, like for example the amnesty proposal launched by advocates of Skal Zone's positions and taken up by anarchists in the pages of the movement's papers. These people toy with political solutions, but with a minimum of dignity and hostility toward the state. In short, they would like to remain antagonistic but at the same time negotiate the comrades' liberation at times and in modes dictated by them, although they do not possess the necessary revolutionary force to impose them. What can one say about such a position? They would like to make an omelette without breaking eggs. It should be understood that all the proposals, from those most disposed toward a dialogue with the state to the worthiest ones, actually differentiate themselves only by varied degrees and a greater or lesser moral reticence, with all of them obliged, however, to measure themselves in a domain inside the institutions and to sort out the same problems. The former even appeared to possess more political realism, greater practical sense and a more offhand cynicism in the unreserved barter of what they possessed, conscious of the price set by the state for obtaining any benefit whatever. The pamphlet we are publishing fit into the heart of the events that have been reported up to now, becoming material for a debate inside and outside the anarchist movement and possibly extended to include the part of the revolutionary movement that is wandering in a desperate search for a different road than the one marked out by power. Its undoubted topicality, although it has already been published in March of this year in the review Anarchismo, can be seen in the judgments and elements of analysis that it presents, which are now no longer fortunate intuitions of something that was emerging at the time in the debate over the problem of prison, but a palpable reality made up of events and decisions that are assailing us from close up. The comrade who wrote this pamphlet is especially preoccupied with retraveling, outside ideological sanctuaries and commonplaces, all stages of the roots that brought about the forms of association expressed by the revolutionary movement in recent years, the theoretical debate that refers to it, the instruments that were used and the actions that were carried out. He grasps their merits and their failings, their limits and contradictions, trying at the same time to renew a logical thread capable of getting out of the laissez-faire attitude that leaves the door open to repressive actions and state control. Defining problems precisely is very important today, especially in order not to fall into short-term perspectives and compromises that would inevitably lead us into the labyrinth of dissociation, denying us any possibility of direct action to transform reality. Many companions will find arguments and concepts that they are fairly familiar with. And others as well, new ones that are expressed in a language that speaks in images and recalls times of exhilarating hopes and times of difficulty and uneasiness. It is an invitation to reconsider all our past experience in a critical manner with the aim of grasping the meanings and the positive or negative things in our experience of struggles that are recent and yet so far away. And doing so not to explain the past, but to provide instruments for future action by going beyond the causes and effects of the mistakes that were made, with the aim of being able to start again on a concrete basis, one that is more in keeping with the reality we are living in. Faced with the urgency of the problems that await us and the duties we would like to attribute to ourselves as anarchists and revolutionaries, we must overstep the limits of commonplaces and givens, doing so in such a way that association would no longer be a formal adherence to libertarian ideas, but a personal search for a coherent practice of self-fulfillment here and now through social action. Introductory note by Paulo Roberto. I think it would be interesting to give a summary account of the rise and development of positions of withdrawal, which range from the penitents to those who have dissociated themselves, bearing in mind that a detailed account is practically impossible as there are many variants and modifications even within the same position. Following the appearance of greater and lesser penitents who based their desertion of the struggle on an exclusively military and political basis, going over to the state with arms and baggage, taking on themselves the duty of breaking all forms of resistance, the champions of political desertion began to appear in the first months of 1980. In May of that year a collective political document drawn up by the partisans of desertion, almost all of whom came from the ranks of Primolinia, among them Donat Catton and Guy, was published in Lotta Continua. In it the need for self-criticism was mentioned, and the fact that people had to reconsider their historical past, it was pointed out that the informers were sons of the movement. The milieu of desertion and abandonment of armed action arose in this way, back to the hilt by Lotta Continua and the usual grave diggers of the movement, of the Boto and Pinoto variety, flanked by those who are known as Democrats, of the Nepi Madana and Mario Sialaha variety. This first group of deserters was short-lived, because with many of them one never managed to clearly distinguish them from the penitents, and also because almost all of them ended up collaborating with the magistracy and the police. On September 30, 1982 there appeared the document known as that of the 51, which signaled the start of a veritable race to carry out self-distancings, self-dissociations, pacification proposals, amnesty proposals, etc. In the aforementioned document the signatories, coming principally from the autonomy milieu, maintained that it was necessary to refuse and condemn positions and activity that were combative and in favor of terrorism in order to reopen a dialectic of controversy and arrive at negotiations with the state. In practice Negri, Ferrari, Bravo, Vess, and the others are saying that we must advance along the road of past radical antagonism in order to put ourselves in a dialectical relationship, one that is active and a bearer of proposals together with so-called healthy social and political forces, who will make their desire to go beyond the contingency of the emergency laws understood. These people maintain that as a result the state will also be forced to make its self-criticism regarding the creation of special legislation and the spirit of vengeance, as a result of which we would see a reciprocal reconciliation of the one with the other and a new way to set the rules of the game, according to new conditions of political struggle based on dissent that is no longer radical and one of total opposition but a dialectical one based on dialogue, with the aim of encouraging the state to give itself ever greater characteristics of democracy and liberty. This is how there arose and developed a dissociation milieu which would unite, as it went along, a considerable number of differing positions. Then there were those who refused to let themselves be grouped with those who dissociated themselves and tried to sugar the pill by asserting that without renouncing anything it was nevertheless necessary to admit that armed struggle was now outmoded, as it had been incapable of carrying out its project of social transformation. It was necessary to get started on other projects, intended to build a new critical consciousness that would lead to a transcendence of a generation's past experience and a surpassing of armed struggle by opening onto a cultural revolution. Another line of people who had dissociated themselves, which appeared later, took Scalzone and other political refugees in France as its point of departure. These people maintained that it was necessary to mobilize in order to organize a great battle for an amnesty for all political prisoners. Given that the armed project had been defeated and that restarting the conflict was no longer possible, it was necessary to give life to a prospect of negotiations and define an armistice with the state. The movement had to guarantee a ceasefire, that is, a period of social peace. The state had to guarantee an amnesty to properly ratify the end of hostilities. The two parties would negotiate the price of the movement's defeat by estimating the price to be paid at 5 years' imprisonment for everyone. Another large milieu that arose inside the prisons was the one known as the disincarceration milieu. Its advocates, while still admitting the need for a criticism of the past and while still recognizing that the conditions that led to a development of armed struggle in Italy in the 70s were no longer present, refused however to subscribe to any dissociation whatever, but admitted the need to find other roads to social transformation, roads that advanced through pacifist and ecological struggles and ones for a better quality of life. In their objective condition as prisoners, they intended to mobilize in order to begin a politico-cultural struggle meant to reduce the negative effects of segregation and to allow a normal development of life. It was this milieu that maintained it was necessary to organize meetings, demonstrations, concerts, exhibitions, and manufacturing cooperatives as well as cultural ones with the aim of establishing social relations and structures that were alternatives to prison, and all this as part of a perspective that would allow a transition from the dreamed-of political revolution to a possible social transformation. This prisoners' milieu, which ended up with Morixi, Monfordin, Strano, Ferranda, Fiora Piri, Primoli, etc., drew ever closer to the milieu of the self-dissociated proper, which together with them formed what was known as the homogeneous movement, and which organized the famous Congress Alternative Measures to Detention and the Role of the External Community, which took place in late May in Ribibia prison with the participation of 30 prisoners. For their part, many ex-militants of Primolinia began a journey that brought them steadily closer to the positions of the self-dissociated. Initially they developed a self-criticism in relation to the distance between armed struggle and the proletariat's traditional struggles. They then came to the conclusion that Italian conditions today no longer allow the use of armed struggle, concluding that only the presuppositions for a battle meant to get out of the emergency situation existed. So they spoke of reconciliation, and also explained its supposed differences from pacification. Apart from the positions outlined so far, there are a whole series of facets, all of which lead to an idea of the end of a historical period of total antagonism, of total and permanent conflict, as well as the judgment that revolutionary violence was an erroneous instrument and that it has therefore been surpassed by history because it failed to stand the test of action. Today, in a complex society, in a phase of the crisis and breaking up of large groups and an emergence of the individual, the local, the multiple, which are implacably opposed to unity and the whole, and to differences, the sole model of social transformation seems to be a direct change to a process of extinction of the state, writes Scalzone, maintaining that in modern capitalist societies a radical change through revolution is no longer necessary because society itself already happens to be in a post-revolutionary condition. Negri and other ex-autonomists are of the same opinion as Scalzone in principle, but with different motives. They also deny the very utility of the concept of a revolutionary break and are advancing the hypothesis of a formation of communist communities living in symbiosis with the capitalist one and capable of growing to the point of englobing it. Thus we reach the point of tears shed over the innocent victims of those somber years, over the unfortunate people carried away by an ideology of violence that considered itself necessary and even liberatory. This is what Morixi, Faranda, Guerra, Meno, and others are doing. These people feel a heartbreaking consciousness of the pain and the victims that an entire movement left behind it. To begin living again, they now feel the need to forgive and cease to hate those who, in those years, chose the path of collaboration. Let us put aside the continuist core of the Red Brigades which, as has been clarified in this pamphlet we are publishing, is locking itself into an inflexibility that is cut off from reality, and which speaks insistently of the need for the formation of a fighting communist party. Various prisoners from Pomai, with Curcio among them, appeared in a domain of self-criticism, highlighting the limitations and failings of armed struggle and the organizations that practiced it. Although it succeeded in showing that it is possible to make use of revolutionary violence, armed struggle, they maintain, has not succeeded in developing a concrete project that managed to put all the transgressive languages expressed by the proletariat in the last few years in touch with each other. They also developed a critique of the struggles of those who lived and are still living the myth of the Red Brigades as a monolithic and compact armed vanguard, and who represented and continue to represent the element that is most insensitive to the qualitative renewal imposed by the change in the conditions of the struggle. In this analysis, the concepts of the party's insubstitutable nature, in the Comintern sense, and the form of the fighting communist party disappeared, suggesting the possibility of a guerrilla struggle that would attack within proletarian contradictions and demands. Close to these positions, which were developed in Pomai, one finds Franceschini, Onabine, and others who drew up a document in Nuoro prison in December '83, on the occasion of their hunger strike against inhuman prison conditions. However, during and after the hunger strike these prisoners instituted a special relationship with the Catholic Church, recognizing its role in the defense of the prisoners' living conditions. This was not an accidental choice, but one in keeping with their political assessment, which rejects any concept of collective struggle and withdraws into a do-it-yourself line according to short-term needs. It is no accident that some of them have defined themselves precisely as ex-communists. Another group of prisoners, the one that organized and participated in the hunger strike in March of this year against the death wings, gave rise to a collective struggle against one of the most repressive forms of imprisonment, although, as some of them admitted themselves, it is a form of struggle that can be easily instrumentalized by power, but which was the only one they could use at the time. This does not mean, as they continue to explain, that they have become pacifists, and they are careful to point out that they have nothing to do with the homogeneous area, advocates of political solutions, or those who talk about a refounding of the state. Finally, there are more than a few companions who criticize political solutions, maintaining the need for a renewal of the movement's initiatives of struggle inside and outside the prisons by posing the problem of liberation from the prisons inside that of liberation from the capitalist system. Many companions have chosen to remain silent so as not to add to the river of words that is pouring over this subject, but we know that although they are keeping quiet, they are opposed in principle to the feasible political solutions. As for the imprisoned anarchist companions, few have adopted a clear and correct position in a revolutionary sense. Most of them have chosen to remain silent, and from this silence one should infer, until the opposite is proved, a continuation of their initial position of antagonism against any form of pact or political solution. We obviously consider separately the few anarchist companions who subscribe to the documents of the current of dissociation, and who have therefore officially adopted a position that does not seem capable of being shared from a revolutionary point of view. And we will still be ready to storm the heavens another time, against amnesty. It is no longer possible to keep hiding our heads in the sand regarding the prison problem and the what is to be done, in relation to it. Initiatives of support and counter-information are all very worthwhile, especially ones that intend to involve the various elements of the anarchist movement, but they cannot deny that they only address the beginning of the problem. Having come to this point, it seems to me that some remarks are imperative. I hope that these ones will interest anarchist companions and those who are close to the libertarian movement, and perhaps companions who are farther away from it as well, but are well aware of the contradictions and ambiguities that are continually circulating. I repeat, this essay validates the action of counter-information concerning repression and sides with the goals and methods of realization involved, but wonders about what still remains for us to do. Our companions are in prison, and the prison movement is divided into politicals and non-politicals. Among those known as politicals, there are traditional divisions which threaten to become not different routes of consciousness but bloody paths of suspicion. On the outside, a few companions rejected a kind of moral blackmail that came from the prisons, and as a result threw out both the baby and the bathwater. In discussions they confirm the all-inclusiveness of their intervention. In actual fact, they are carrying out a process of separating it into specialties, which is increasingly evident and also easier to do. On the other hand, other companions who also gather size from prison echo the prisoners' moods, presenting them as political analyses. As a result, they just add to the confusion and incomprehension. We must say without mincing words what can be done, what has become useless to dream of doing from now on, and what we do not want to do because it is reputed to have an adverse effect. It seems to me that the time has come for a few people to lift this rock, under which dangerous vermin may already have formed. Why we are against a struggle for amnesty. There are many ways to get out of prison. And many other ways to get in there. Prison is an essential component in the revolutionary struggle. It cannot be considered an external variable. When it inserts itself into the struggle, forcing thousands of companions into loneliness and silence, the circle can be completed or be broken. We must not delude ourselves that the people who keep the keys on power's behalf will toss them into the ditch after having opened the doors. Not one of them is inclined to do that for nothing. They will not give us an amnesty. We will have to pay for it. Their masters are asking too high a price. At the moment we constitute a burden, we are not yet a threat. We are incapable of negotiating from a position of strength. We can only appeal to their pity and sense of democratic order, which are offended by such a large number of political prisoners, to the fact that, first and foremost, they themselves need to assert that the war is over, to exorcise the mark of the monster who wanted to be different, who dreamed of the world totally here and now. Today they want us on our knees. After the days of Canossa, in the cold and the mud, they want to have the pleasure of giving us freedom. Their laws only suppress life sentences in order to liberate infamous and suspicious people in the service of betrayal. These same laws will supposedly ratify an amnesty. Everybody out. The game is over. Continue the struggle with other means. The ones that you have used up to now are too boisterous. Please be quiet. Put aside the class struggle. Forget the revolution. But what war is over? For someone who imagined a war of fronts, an engagement of many armies and microscopic autumn and spring campaigns, the war is over. But representation in the little theater of politics does not resemble reality at all. The great blood sacrifice required of the proletarian class continues uninterrupted. The official massacrers kill systematically. Their executioners shoot in the street. When they don the robe, they add thousands of centuries onto the frail shoulders of proletarians responsible for having interfered with sacred property rights. The conformist Neo-Gibelin smiles skeptically at these considerations and invites us to consider the new prince's kindness, his expansion of well-being and the end of the reality of poverty. But the social war continues. Beyond the ideological intrigues of this new race of recuperators, it will still be possible tomorrow to storm the heavens another time. What defeat are they talking about? Of their way of imagining the struggle. Obtuse and repetitive, mechanical, determinist, and incapable of a critical perspective. Their way of imagining was not a dream but a calculation instead. The bookkeeping went wrong. History never repeats itself in the same way. The models of the past, distant or recent, cannot be superimposed at one's pleasure. But the absence of imagination needs models, it swears by them and lives only through them. The frontal engagement was defeated. The engagement that intended to match the strength of two armies at war. But their war was not the social war. Two rackets that shoot at each other are not necessarily a representative slice of the whole society, they gather only a part of it, often the most marginal and aggravated part. With many of them, it was good faith, and this was why we expected the miracle of the rosary. In the end, the blind hen also ends up pecking her little seed. But the blindness was too widespread. Ideological sluggishness covered everything with a thick fog. Insolence and mental pettiness went hand in hand with the ridiculous pretense of representing the totality. What victory were they heading toward? Toward the conquest of power. The dictatorship of the proletariat. The constitution of the proletarian state. And others. Other no less dangerous phantasmagoria were found in their game bag. We gave them room and critical credibility, because we were always sure of the possibility of an accidental meeting of the ways. Even companions who have started with a perspective that far removed from our own should be supported when they attack. We certainly cannot support them now that they are preparing to betray. A correct evaluation of what they call a failure should include a critique of the positions they held at the point of departure, of what they believed the class war to be, of how they used the instrument of armed struggle, and of the way they conceived their relationship to the reality whose transformation they sought. Instead of all this, they prefer to simply admit that they have been defeated, that things were correctly prepared but that fortune was not on the right side, that it preferred to kiss power on the brow. And when a voice is raised to begin a critical discourse, they sound the alarm of exceptional present circumstances. 4,000 companions are political prisoners, and, all of a sudden, this fact becomes the primary one. In fact, an admission of defeat is the first thing that someone who wants to negotiate a surrender must do. We have always said that even in the case of victory the war would continue for us. This is why we are no longer interested in their defeat, which is on display everywhere. It is the bookkeeping of power. Let us remember that when Togliatti declared an amnesty to get the fascists out of prison, our companions began to enter them immediately afterwards. Power always comes to an agreement with the counterpower that has failed to bring off a process of power sharing by alternation, but it can never set up a dialogue with revolutionaries. There is no way for them to agree. They refer to the critique that they were never able to use. The same proud and haughty analysts of the proletariat's historical destiny are now witnessing the breakdown of their critique. Those who chose the critique of arms with such assurance, and who did not allow people to discuss the correct strategic use of an instrument which was and remains worthwhile. These people now seem to have been tormented with crying fits. In their passion to destroy what they had built, though without wanting to, and in their haste to appear different from what they basically were, they are rejecting everything, the positive and the negative things. We sense that they are embarrassed by their critical clothing. Their way of relying on what the recent and less recent past has produced makes no sense, and shows the real inconsistency of their theoretical preoccupations. Clever in the elaboration of words, they might be able to fool a few of the more witless companions, but I do not believe they will manage to convince the ones who realize what a clownish about-face is about to materialize. Supple in the elaboration of words, they are now even humble and circumspect in their proposals of hypotheses. They are the same ones who, not long ago, fired point blank at anyone who risked putting forward a different hypothesis than theirs, condemning it as a provocation. The central system of this so-called critique is intended to demonstrate that, after all, their activity never existed, and that if it did exist, it was limited to very little, and that this little part was an excess owing to bad education, a collective craving for violence and illusions stemming from the old days of '68, etc. There is an element of truth in all this, but as usual it tends to reject the positive things as well as the negative aspect. An all-inclusive rejection of this kind is not a critique, it is a defense lawyer's plea, the long rigmarole of someone in a difficult situation who wants to get out of it at any price. It is good that all this be said clearly, and people shouldn't try to hide their desistance behind a complicated critical analysis. If certain aspects of the critique, like that of the one-dimensional sluggishness of the armed model, for example, were borrowed from our positions, other aspects are nothing but the tragic reversal of someone who has just finished saying the opposite of what he said before, and without justifying the reasons for it in a critical way. When these people accuse themselves of having simplified social complexity too much, they say nothing in practice, they disavow, and that is all. They do not explain, and they cannot explain what unsimplified project they are now proposing for future action. When they speak of a crisis in the Marxist and Third Internationalist Vulgate, they do not say what theoretical arsenal they will refer to tomorrow when this digression, the years of lead, has drawn to a close and they obtain everything in the house one way or another. Perhaps the ideology of Popper and Feyerabend? Perhaps Husserl's critique of existence. They were unable to form a critique right from the start, and are only in a position to yell for the necessity of a critique today, in urgent circumstances and under the pressure of the opposing party, but what will appear is nothing but a complete rejection, irrational and cheapened, a manner of vomiting on themselves that is quite ominous. The intermediate struggle of revolutionaries. In our denial of the practicability of an amnesty, we are not asserting a vague maximalism cut off from reality, but are, on the contrary, trying to redirect the present struggle in proportion to its real possibilities. It has been asserted that each moment spent in prison is a moment lost from one's life. And this is true, as is known, unfortunately, by someone who has been sentenced to life imprisonment. But it must also be said that we cannot avoid imposing the supersession of this first level of considerations on ourselves. Otherwise, could we understand what we expected from the state, when, altogether, we yelled what it was in its face? Maybe a place in the municipal register? Yet in the face of the more than easily foreseeable repression, each of us reckoned well. We were never like those adventurers of the pistol who were fascinated by violence for its own sake, drawn into a process that saw strength in numbers and in strength the inevitability of victory. There was always a foundation of revolutionary maturity in our revolt. And this was true for each one of us. This does not lead us to forget that we must find the means to reduce the imprisoned companions' sentences. We have to reach an agreement about which roads are feasible and which ones are not, because they demand too high a price, a far higher one than prison itself. All genuine revolutionaries have never opposed intermediate struggles on principle. They know that these struggles are indispensable in order to gradually bring the project closer to social conditions that will cause it to bear fruit. It is impossible to propose a directly revolutionary development in a situation of social conflict that only allows us a glimpse of certain aspects of the contradictions that characterize it, while other aspects, perhaps the most important ones, remain hidden. This is why we participate in street-level struggles, in counter-information, in factory struggles, and ones in the schools and neighborhoods. We are trying to gradually induce them to move toward objectives that are much broader than simple demands, information, or dissent. For us, intermediate struggles are not a goal but a means that we use to achieve a different goal, that of urging people to revolt. In spite of all this, we will not tolerate people coming to terms with power, drawing up an agreement and selling the imprisoned companions freedom outright. We disagree, because a negotiation like this would not be an intermediate struggle but the beginning of the end. It would be a goal in its own right, the companions' freedom paid for with other companions' freedom. Everybody out of prison, but stripped of everything, their revolutionary spirit first of all, their dignity and their human worth. It is not true, as some have already said, that today's agreement would be the prelude to a continuation of tomorrow's struggles. By accepting the agreement today, tomorrow at best we might perhaps struggle inside the ghetto where power will have parked us. The ghetto of people who have suffered failure, defeat, and surrender. It is not true, as some have already said, that if we do not bargain this surrender right away, tomorrow's struggles will be condemned to a maniacal repetition of the model of armed struggle that we have already seen. Who could have such a bloody stupid thing in mind? Future struggles will be quite different if we keep in mind the mistakes we have made and the positive things about them. In the event that we are forced to gamble everything on an unconditional surrender, our past would no longer exist except in oleographic reproductions for use and consumption by the bourgeoisie of the end of the next century, a cheap thrill in their parlors. The wretched prospect of collaboration. They are appealing to us to reason and reflect. They are inviting us to not be the naughty boys we have always been and to understand the situation. They are inviting us to collaborate. On one side, they are waiting with open arms, even if the initial price of negotiation is still exorbitant. On the other, the arms are no less open, and they are not even trying to get a discount. Biological urgency is turned into a fact with a high priority. The 4,000 comrades' physical and mental solitude is a mountain on our chests, but we cannot shift it by 1 millimeter. We are not unyielding in error, we are unyielding in our critical appraisal. We do not want to collaborate because we believe in our ideas and in our capacity to transform reality. It is not because we believe in what we have been that we do not think a modification is possible. We are not idiotic worshippers of a model considered to be the truth. Even less are we collaborationists, who base their convictions on a critique drawn up in the offices of the Minister of the Interior. Collaborating means surrendering to the enemy outright. They are not proposing an alternative in order to displace the struggle elsewhere. There will never be an elsewhere for the collaborators. They will always carry their own past with them, wrapped up in the shit of their present. Their reasoning has gone into crisis. Fierce rationalists, they have now gone into crisis. The list the Stalinist Lukács produced to make his peace with philosophy was not enough for them. Now they have returned to Spinoza's arms, and even lower, to Husserl's. They were priests practically from the beginning. Now they are displaying the radical and possibilist behavior of someone who has discovered crisis as the other side of consciousness. They are throwing themselves headlong into perplexity like they once threw themselves headlong into certainty. Now they want to use politics. Previously they let themselves be used by it. For them the crisis came after a military defeat. Like a good accountant who can no longer balance the books because someone has subtracted them by force. Thus, the crisis becomes an alibi rather than an opportunity. A camouflage for the tumors of its own idiocy, not an opening onto the diverse and the creative. Thus, they thrash about like cats chasing their own tails, around the problem of the cause of the crisis and the one of how to get out of it. They do not realize that they never went into crisis, they just saw themselves, according to the circumstances, in different distorting mirrors. Yesterday they thought they were beautiful and strong, now they think they are stupid and weak, sniveling and beaten. What they were and what they really are, they find very difficult to understand. What they never understood. They never had any imagination. The framework of their existence was cramped and limited. Memory repeated to infinity. Commonplaces of the pulsations of victory and defeat. Really existing socialism as communism and freedom. The inner destiny of disgrace transformed into a radiant sign of glory. Not confusion, but sadness, and the police state. They did not understand everything that could be liberating in an attack and repeated it as though it was a classical piece, under the gaze of directors who were strict and respectful of formality. Subversion appears to use the same roads, sometimes it chooses the same objectives, but expands and opens onto different horizons. It does not seek to grow through the magic of the organs of information, it is growth itself. It grows with the growth of the subversive phenomenon. If the opposite happens, it reduces itself, withdraws into itself and anticipates other interventions. It doesn't cry out at the scandal of history, doesn't fall down submissive at the oppressor's feet, doesn't talk about crisis and doesn't wink at collaboration. They didn't understand that a critique develops when people advance, in times of growth and development. If in this phase you only harbor illusions, then in the following phase, when you pay for the mistakes that have been made, you are no longer in a position to make a critique. At best, you can recite a mea culpa. The real movement is not in the prisons. They always made the mistake of looking for the privileged interlocutor in this or that part of reality. Today the lumpen proletariat, yesterday the factory worker, between today and yesterday the working masses, and tomorrow the political prisoner. Once again, their myopia puts them out of the game. It cuts them off from reality. So it is not worth the trouble to be crueler, more unyielding, and more a butcher of corpses and proclamations than others were in history. The endless night is full of these things. The imprisoned comrades cannot constitute a privileged reference point. They cannot provide the most advanced indication of the struggle. They are in a sacrificial space, in a state of continuous physical and psychological torture. They are a symbol of the class confrontation. They are not the class confrontation itself. We are not Christians. The testimony of some of us, even of the companions who are dead, does not lead us to thoughts that are different from symbolic ones. In spite of this, we are afflicted neither with an insensitivity to these companions, nor mental breakdowns of fondness for a symbol. These are all false problems. We have our banner, but we do not take an oath on it. We have our dreams, our hopes, our desires, and our loves, but we do not package all of them into a unilateral vision of life. Having said all this, we are not eclectics or possibilists for all that. Our harshness comes from reason and from the heart. Sometimes, the reasons of the heart prevail for us, and at other times those of reason, but this is no cause for us to feel guilty or believe that we have betrayed ourselves and our principles. Our feelings for our imprisoned companions cannot make us close our eyes to the reality that they are indeed companions in prison, companions living in conditions of privation and isolation. If we want to liberate them, we must start from something different, from the real movement. If we start from them and their specificity, we will be going about nailing them one way or another to their prison situation, however just the success of our initiative would be. It will be the real movement, which is outside, that will produce their liberation, the effort of struggle that we, as a specific movement, will be able to develop by connecting the thousands of threads that tie the specific movement and the real movement together. Otherwise, there will be 1,000 years of loneliness for everyone. There cannot be any crisis of imagination for someone who never had an imagination. Only now has a horrible suspicion come to them, that the culture whose bearers they were and the practice they had begun to realize were incompatible. On one hand the dream of something, and on the other, something without the dream. The leap should have been made with the imagination, the leap toward the heaven of the impossible, of the extraordinarily other, something that was always closed to them anyway. Nevertheless they now see that, on the contrary, the compatibility actually existed and that it was simply heinous. Everyone chooses his means, and these fit them like a glove. They belong to their inventive ability for finding comfortable arrangements and directions, prospects, and orientations toward ever-changing ends. The stifling of one's means is one of the most horrible ways to die. For the traveling salesman of death, only end-of-the-year vacations are allowed. As a general rule, he has to operate the guillotine. The noise of the falling blade ends up marking the moments of his day. After a while, one can do no less. The project is completed. The beginning meets the end. A new beginning and a new end appear, always identical and repetitive. The culture that it promoted is in turn promoted to the level of a promotional act. Where can we find the corpse of the imagination? Not even the dream of something imaginative existed here. The stereotype of the armed party. The party acts as a conveyor belt leading from the organized minority toward the disorganized proletariat. In the scatological view of events, the small destructive acts of today mimic the apocalypse. The party anticipates, classifies, executes, transforms, and repeats. The last phase of this repetition always occurs in the same way. The party is the most organic one-dimensional project one can find. Nothing escapes its organizational chart, anything can be included, depending on the circumstances. This extreme proficiency makes it appear as a mini-state in formation, a current tumor of the great and widespread disease that is state politics. Class war and Leninist centralism. The orientation given to class disturbances imposes the appearance of a military war on the struggle. As a result, the infinitely complex events of the social struggle are reduced and simplified and find themselves completely hidden by feats of arms. Peripheral spontaneity, necessary at the outset in an army that is recruited haphazardly and does not receive material regularly from any source of supply at all, and the very fact of having to make arrangements to procure arms, becomes a negative limit that must be overcome as soon as possible. The progression is necessarily rapid. Whoever stops is lost. The enemy equips for counter-guerrilla operations. The guerrilla must equip himself, turning himself into a soldier. The orientation of interventions, political decisions, intermittent campaigns, objectives, possible consequences, and so many other things are filtered and provided to various levels by the centralized structure. Preliminary discussions, debates, proposals and analyses are selected to reach the summit in a simplified form, ready to be turned into a new proposal for action, whose development always starts from the center. After all, it is a democratic army. The reduction of class war to a mere military confrontation carries within it the logical conclusion that, if we undergo a military defeat on this terrain, the class war ceases to exist as such. From this we come to the not just theoretical but practical absurdity that in Italy today, after the defeat of the combatant organizations, there is no longer an actual class war, and that it is in everyone's interest, to negotiate a surrender in order to avoid the development, or the continued development, of a process of struggle that is absolutely non-existent and completely useless as well as dangerous for all of us. The marginality of the armed parties relative to the class war. It is easy to see that armed structures, especially those that take the form of a party, are always marginal relative to the class war. Not that they are foreign to it, they are simply marginal. The course of the class struggle has its effects on them, it pushes them to withdraw into themselves or open themselves, according to situations of greater or lesser social tension. But this all has very narrow limits. A representative relationship is never established, with the exception of very small marginal minorities or groups with a very high degree of political sensitivity. It is clear that these phenomena are very important, and it is also clear that the state does everything it can to recuperate them into a terrorist logic that will present them as exceptional phenomena and their actions as carried out by madmen, deranged criminals, or secret service agents. In this case, the road to take is the one that extends downward toward the people's consciousness, by producing actions and clarifications that affect and include people without immobilizing them in a spectacular fixity. Well, by nature, the party occurs in the form of a filter which repels people by isolating them in a rigid and amorphous social status, worker, housewife, employee, middle management executive, student, etc. It is like a sieve, which absorbs some of these people, but only after an initiatory acceptance of an ideological type. Politics is an instrument of selection. Thus, the road to quantitative growth is only feasible via the party's organizational chart. Action and clarification are handed over to pedagogical mechanisms that are mistakenly thought to be automatic. Afterward, the state carefully destroys even the little reflexes of machinery like this. What they can reject is people's conditioned reflexes. Induced sympathy. Everything that is let through by the tight net of state censorship. The support people give to someone who fought the good fight, even if it was fought with methods that not everyone agrees with. Not much, in order to have an influence in and on the revolutionary process as it progresses. The real movement which never loses anything might assert itself there, but this very little must be contributed, inserted in a critical way and consolidated behind the immense black curtain that power was able to put in front of people's critical vision. Starting with the word terrorism. What is happening, on the other hand, they think they are at the center of an experience that is very different from anything that was written in the newspapers or declared in the courthouses. They are repeating the official truth as though it is a given. They are declaring that the war is over. Thus, even the last remaining bit of something positive and revolutionary is eradicated. What they can look forward to in the future? Absolutely nothing. The irreversible process of the real movement will firmly expel them as collaborationists. No dialectical invention can give credibility to the decision they made today or to their neo-contractualism, which appears in 1,000 ways behind the complicated analyses of these wordsmiths. They can return to their used outline. In times we hope will be better, they will still be able to act out the old and meager mistake of the temple guardians, the calculators of proletarian remembrance. It was done in the past, surely it will be done in the future. There are always so many worthy citizens who want nothing more than to believe in something. But all of this has very little to do with the revolution. An instrument in the hands of the real movement. Basically, we all act and live on the basis of convictions, true or mistaken ones, but most of the time, we are not in a position to anticipate the real consequences of our actions and our lives. In this sense, even the preachers of partyist psalms came in for their share. A baggage of experience and struggle accumulated, available to be used or spread. There is no way to guard it in the vaults of history. We must take it now, quickly, to its farthest consequences. Otherwise, even conscious instruments of the revolution will end up rusting. Incidentally, this proves the uselessness of decisions like the ones that have been made so confidently today. Collaboration is always the act of a part, or rather, of the party. The reality of struggles does not collaborate. It can use men and methods as its instruments, yet reject them and set them apart afterwards in places of solitude and ruthless thinking. But all this will not deflect the course of the social struggle by 1 millimeter. Other things set the outcome in action, other levels of consciousness, other participations, and other objective modifications. And in the verification of these other things, even the first of them, the insignificance of already rusted instruments will cease, despite themselves. Very few companions. Only a few will be present at the crossroads of decision-making. Not due to their refusal to collaborate, but due to their critique of the mistakes and limitations of past actions. Construction is a relational act, it does not tolerate addition and subtraction. Balance sheets are for accountants. Someone who deluded himself about the possibility of suppressing capitalist exploitation on the spot through a military decision must now yield to the fact that a mythology of this kind can only come true if it takes shape in a genuine and suitable spreading of the struggle. The prairie burns completely if the wind is blowing from the right direction, and the wind is not always at our command. Now, someone who does not understand this might very well refuse to collaborate, but he will remain cut off from tomorrow's struggles, a caryatid held in place, a self-praise of immutability both in good and in evil. Beyond the party. Beyond the party there is the libertarian armed struggle, anarchic, popular, and insurrectional. In the time of retreat, when they are already preparing to hand over arms and baggage to those they recognize as the victors, they resolutely assert the impossibility of this kind of struggle. It is true that those who lived through the experience of the armed struggle from inside an armed party are not aware of this possibility. But it is also true that the initial reasons that blocked a timely operational research in this direction were of an ideological nature, and not undoubtedly strategic or tactical ones. It was the spirit of old-fashioned Bolshevism that imposed the plan of Iskra and the Winter Palace. Not the proven certainty of the impossibility of a different method of libertarian guerrilla struggle. Now, at the moment of collaboration and the plate of lentils, it is senseless to expect critical second thoughts. With them, it may even be a question of a remnant of goodwill to want to portray the solution of defeat as the only possibility. How do we start again? On what basis? That of an unknown program and method? More often loathed or ridiculed. Heading to meet what perspectives? With what credibility? Admitting the defeat, not of a military project, but of a political project? It would be better to bring oneself to collaborate in order to save what can be saved and start again from the beginning tomorrow, perhaps even repeating the same course of action. The anarchist project. We have spoken many times of the way anarchists consider armed struggle. We did this in unsuspicious times, when everyone marched ahead into the messy space of big spectacular actions that were systematically ground up by the news media for consumption by the populace. A rejection of vertical structures, unstructured cooperation between fields of activity, control within the limits of security, the self-sufficiency of groups, the choice of minimum objectives, the accessible meaning of these objectives, continuity of intervention, progressive radicalization in social fields, self-information, propaganda activity, critical clarification, the circulation of ideas within the movement, the preparation of propaganda situations, intermediate struggles, the connection between this phase and the following insurrectional phase, the attempts and results of individual actions tied together by a logical thread devoid of incomprehensible leaps, the equality of all levels of struggle, the many-sidedness of the strictly military dimension, the bipolar aspects of organized structures, the ability to destructure easily at any time, the critique of professionalism, the critique of superficiality, the critique of efficiency for its own sake, the critique of technological economism and the critique of arms. The insurrectional opening. Participating together with people, with the exploited in general, in intermediate struggles, for housing, against war, against the missiles, against nuclear power stations, for jobs, for the defense of wages, for the right to health, against repression, against prison, etc. And then using our organizational strength to gradually urge these struggles still further ahead, toward a possible insurrectional opening. In practice, the development of the real movement is a process of violent transformation of class struggle. It is not certain that the real movement can grow indefinitely through intermediate struggles. If the contrary were true, would mean that anarcho-syndicalism would be the best solution, given that it provides for both a transposition of the structures of struggle into tomorrow's society, and its own transformation into a constituent structure of the new social order. The important thing is that intermediate struggles must reach a violent outcome, a breaking point, an essential line beyond which recuperation would no longer be possible, except in minimal and therefore insignificant proportions. But to achieve this result, the process of violent transformation must be as widespread as possible. Not in the sense that it must inevitably start from a broad mass movement, one that is violent and denies immediate and tangible results, but in the sense that it must contain, even when it has a minimal size at the beginning, the idea and intention of developing as mass violence. Otherwise, the role of the specific movement becomes purely symbolic, withdrawn into itself, only capable of satisfying the components of the minority. The ethical value of violence. Discourses on violence are only meaningful from this point of view. Certainly not from that of someone who talks about the value of life as an absolute. As far as I am concerned, the lives of the exploiters and their servants are not worth a cent. And making distinctions as some have already done between the death of a Moro and that of a Romelli seems, in my view, to be the specious prelude to an anemic discussion. It is never possible to balance liberatory violence with the conditions of struggle. The process of liberation is excessive by nature, in the direction of overabundance or in that of deficiency. Where have we ever seen a popular insurrection hit the bullseye, clearly distinguishing the enemies to kill? It is a blow of the tiger's claws that rips and does not distinguish. Of course, an organized minority is not the insurgent people. So it distinguishes. It has to distinguish. But even in the necessary prudence that it imposes on itself, it finds both its own limits and the direction of a possible opening. In this sense it is revolutionary, it is an experience in vitro, and can therefore turn itself into a laughable tempest in a teacup. We should not make a distinction according to the action's decipherability, but according to its reproducibility. The two things, if you like, are not separate, but they are different. The action's decipherability is different from what the minority can accomplish by itself, since it remains tied to the big news media, and therefore to the distortions of power. Reproducibility is something intrinsic to the action itself. To distort it, power must hush it up, because even in the most risky commentaries the action itself naked and raw cannot be questioned. This difficult problem can be solved as follows. An attack against the class enemy is always justified. The life of someone who oppresses others and prevents them from living is not worth a cent. This attack can be carried out in a generalized manner, then, with a massive intervention from people, so it cannot be measured in relation to the struggle's real conditions. The result is always disharmonious, excessive, or reductive. This is the maximal dimension of revolutionary violence, which is simultaneously creative and destructive. On the other hand, in a minoritarian dimension, we always try to measure the blow and adapt it to the real limitations of the struggle. We all think we have a precise idea of the level of class conflict, and therefore we suggest solutions and set limits. But in practice, it is decipherability that guides us. We are pedagogues in search of disciples. It is precisely reproducibility that should be the criterion for measuring minority violence, so that it develops from a minoritarian phenomenon into the generalized one it should be. The rest is just priestly chatter. The simplifying project of the party. Among other things, there is an illusion that the party can simplify the model used to construct action. Decipherability is therefore entrusted to the propaganda organs, which secrete horrible junk known as proclamations, programs, or communiques. Language can be standardized like actions. Everything is repeated. Everything becomes familiar to everyone. The broad mass of people acquire this familiarity through power's interpretations. The result is prefabricated models of action. The others help and are satisfied with the thrills of risk on credit. The model becomes a success, like a thriller or a horror film. But it doesn't occur to anyone to cut a man to pieces in his own bathtub to see how it is done. People prefer to see it done at the movies. It is not a question of a fear of involvement. Many people take far greater risks with a car or a syringe in their hand. It is a question of distance. Of a romantic deformation of reality. Of well-constructed glorification surrounding liberatory practices that have nothing exceptional about them. Preclusions, often originating in religion, that people may never completely overcome. The party claims to clarify all of this from the outside, to construct a pre-packaged model of reproducibility. It does not realize that in doing this it does the same work as the state. Offering false desires. The two poles meet via their distance from the real scope of liberatory violence. Power and the counter-power march parallel to each other and reinforce each other. What communication are they talking about? The inflammatory effect of the example should have spread by a marvel of distribution. But the action remained indecipherable. There wasn't much initiative in this direction. The rest had to be done by the big news media. But what can they really communicate, these transmitters of the developing power's ideology? Exactly what power wants them to. But isn't the party a mini-power in the making itself? And this reasoning actually worked, at least at the start. Power itself gave an exaggerated image of the real attack on the enemy. But that was in keeping with its goal of digging an ever deeper ditch, of transforming the minute reality that was developing then into a general and illusory theater of death, with its spectators in their paid-for places and the convenient atmosphere of silence and insecurity, in short, all the elements of bourgeois drama. When from that point forward the distance became huge, the closing became total, then came the interruption. In unbridled fantasy, the mysterious action continued inordinately. A cross between the Bonnat gang and Jack the Ripper. And the timid attempts at generalization? The mass illegality that stammered here and there? The small applications of sabotage? The thousand fires, the hundreds of anonymous kneecappers, the broken windows, the really proletarian lootings? All of that swept aside. Trifles for ladies from the charities. Toys for deviant children. Little, peripheral scenes. At the center the great climactic scene was repeated, with the state and counter-state co-producing. Notwithstanding, despite all of its limitations, the seeds of both the most absurd degeneration and the seeds of dissemination throughout the country were present in this great production. It would have been necessary to shut up the ever more burdensome militarism, the terrifying discourse from before, and the no less terrifying illusions of dazzling actions. But to do that, a real critique would have been necessary, not just a critique in words alone. A test in the field, not on the tables of the anatomical institutes. A death is a death, no matter how you look at it. One must get there first, build along parallel lines, show people, not restrict oneself to pointing out cracks and fissures that no one wants to accept in practice. The anarchist relationship between the active minority and the real movement. Neither a point of reference nor a safe to hold a memory that the movement manages to do very well itself. Neither planners of strategies and methods nor a recycling station. Nonetheless, an indispensable precondition of the revolutionary project. In the magical intervention of 1,000 conditions, waiting becomes unbearable and often useless. We must push and create the minimal conditions, so the event can be confirmed, so the magic of an action can become general and spread like a wave in water. But with our minds and eyes well open. With the project. With the indispensable means. But the project and the means must also not become the most important thing, the only thing that we are struggling for. Its essentialness can never turn into exclusive rights. We must even know how to let everything fail. Not at first, while we are waiting for the event to be confirmed, but afterwards, if the indispensable, necessary conditions do not appear. Not to self-reproduce because we have to continue living. We are different from all that. We are going much farther, that is why we can always start over again. They are exclusively this. A theorem that grows on itself. A monstrous and complicated imbroglio of tautologies. The ideology of the separate surrender. And the others. From the closest to the farthest. From the subproletariat that inspired so much shrillness, close, in the same cage, but 1,000 miles away because of its own real motives for contestation. To the proletariat in general, the mythical one, but also the real one, the one that wakes up early in the morning, that produces, the one that is massacred with the regularity of a chronometer, the one that received fewer serenades but so many more theories, which were equally useless in any case. There is nothing we can do about it. The surrender is separate. It doesn't make much difference that we are all supposed to carry the struggle forward together. Now that the vanguards have been captured by the enemy. At least we can say that most of the proletarian army spared itself a similar fate. It shuts its mouth and continues to let itself be exploited. Well, to the devil with it. And along with it send the others who claim to be building their racket, those who say they are ready for political discussion but prove inconsistent later, and who do not take orders or digest theory. Short-term alliances, but not really worth much. And now, let's go it alone, let's come to terms with the state and leave the others in prison if that's what they want. 1,000 years of solitude, but only for them. After all, they are ingrates. Hell is paved with this kind of reasoning. They're all ready and willing to sacrifice themselves, but they all expect to be paid. From St. Paul on, the precondition is clearly stated: wages and slavery. Hidden in this so-called reasoning is the secret idea that the proletariat should serve as a maneuverable mass, an assault force led and enlightened by the combatant party in arms. You could die laughing. However, when they experienced this in the past, it was as something serious instead, something sadly disarming. For them, the level of confrontation is determined by the amount of firepower they have succeeded in mobilizing. They do not understand that though the proletariat left them alone when they attacked Moro and his escort, they were the ones who left the proletariat alone in its thousand small everyday actions. In its constant struggle. In its suffering. In the collapse of its dreams and hopes. In the tragicomedy that it is forced to watch tirelessly repeated by various trade unionists, party functionaries, bosses and bosses' servants, etc. If we come to the conclusion that the difficulty of joining the proletariat in this infinite series of armed confrontations, we are forced to conclude that the armed party must necessarily have been alone in its attacks on 1 or 100 exploiters. Not only in the physical sense, because that is of secondary importance, but in the political sense, in the revolutionary sense, in the sense of a project of changing the world. Putting aside as betrayal. Let's stop for a moment and think. Each of us with yesterday's ideas, but in today's conditions. To solve the problem, we must put class struggle aside and put forward the hypothesis that a moment of idyllic suspension is possible. Ourselves inside, the others somewhere else in a place that is no place at all. New words for behavior as old as the world: betrayal. Someone is not a traitor because he wants critical thinking, an examination of mistakes and a correct repositioning of future actions. He is a traitor when he withdraws into a prison much colder and more terrifying than the worst Benthamite prisons. He is a traitor when he puts barriers between us and someone who lived through the same experiences as us, who ate the same bread and made the same mistakes. When he withdraws from the objective that he set for himself, leaving it fixed and unchanging, and looks for a basin to wash his hands in. One night the traitor gave a kiss on the cheek. Today's traitor has read Lakatos and plays on the ambiguity of words for his remission. He knows that Husserl spoke of a suspension of judgment as a methodological step toward a knowledge of reality. But this cold realism is not even that of the East, which had a peasant and rustic heaviness, but that of the West, which is refined, having gone through Louvat. Come off it, in treason, the German professor and the Russian peasant resemble each other a great deal, when both of them have careers in the party. Each one uses the means that suit him best, the result is the same. There are those who cross over, they talk quickly and negotiate directly at the source. There are others who are slower and take longer, involving all kinds of complicated concepts before finally reaching an agreement through intermediaries. It is the same filth. All the rats return to the political boat sooner or later. A step backward is always a political pact. A step forward may even be mistaken, but it opens onto the social. At times marginally or even on a smaller scale, but what matters is the orientation, the direction of the journey. The rats can throw themselves into the sea to drown, but with a little luck, they find the ship's gangplank. Their instinct saves them. Negotiation is a political moment, it is a war in a glass of water. Like a ceasefire. Like a frontal attack and a weakening of class struggle. That too is politics. The art of making arrangements while others do something that we should have done ourselves. This is why rats are not moles. Reducing the demand to its realistic minimum, they present themselves as the bearers of an alternative, getting 4,000 companions out of prison. The importance of the result strains to conceal the underhandedness of the procedure. The struggle can only be political. A platform of demands, nothing unacceptable, a limited process of liberation which they present as the only possible solution to the most complex problem of the liberatory process. Basically, this is the usual game of hyper-realist politicians. Reforms can be achieved immediately, the revolution cannot be. Utopia disturbs the master's dreams and the reformist dialogue of conciliation. Their current anguish consists of the existence of 4,000 political prisoners in Italy, who are more or less in contact with a mass of 35,000 so-called common law prisoners. Maybe if the former were put outside, satisfactory schools for social re-education could be organized, a kind of part-time post-prison environment. Utopia for utopia, one good thing deserves another. There are no limits to the fantasy of little by little. Back when these rats screamed like eagles, talk like this would have been settled with guns. But those were different times. Now that the candle has burned out, the candelabra has also been lost. The uncritical abandonment of militarism. Not even a signal. Ceasefire and that's all. We have to go home, because the war is over. But who and what was defeated? Certainly not the real movement, which continues its underground progress. Certainly not a method that can suffer neither defeat nor victory. A state of mind, yes, that was defeated. And not just on the terrain of armed struggle. But critiques of this mentality are superficial and isolated. Against a monolithic militarism, they have very little to say. The old caryatids and the old arguments. Here is why there is always a risk that the old arguments will reappear. Preferably with new clothes. Today we see several travesties of the old reformist behavior, a kind of appeal to all those who want to give the movement a new chance to breathe. Tomorrow we will see a reappearance of the old Leninist centralism. There are no limits to indiscretion. The theory of escape and the theory of resistance. In regard to revolutionary critique, surrender and ultra-implacability are the same thing. This statement should not come as a surprise. We are here to examine painful problems, not gloss over areas of agreement. What we need is not a romanticism of form or fidelity to our strategic choices. We need to move forward. That is why we don't want to run. Not because we think that everything has been done as it should have been, and that everything is fine in this best of all possible worlds. Running means hiding in the territory of the rearguard, where the revolution is not just denied in words but fought in real terms. The alternative to civil disobedience, reformism, pacifism, and demonstrations that are an end in themselves is nothing but surrender, dissociation, alienation and a refusal to continue the struggle. Appealing to the laws, to Parliament, and the intermediaries of political traffic, whose meaning has been understood long since, means turning one's coat, betrayal. But stopping at the old choices, reaffirming the indisputable validity of the method of the armed party and the ongoing belief in minoritarian militarism is also a kind of running away. It is precisely a running away from one's critical responsibilities. Perhaps this way is more inviting, it makes for less mouthing off and invites sincere expressions of solidarity, but one doesn't construct revolutionary conditions with moods changing in order to advance. Therefore we need a critique. What we need are methods of involvement where we can use our experience of past struggles to good advantage. In this way, it is possible to understand the armed struggle of the future. As a project in itself, arising from a specific organization, armed struggle doesn't even retain the minimal driving possibility that the experience of its beginnings in the conditions of advanced capitalism might lead us to expect. We must go forward. The specific organization is good. It is not an instrument that can be replaced, because it is the direct expression of the specific movement. It is what an objectivization of revolutionary consciousness succeeds in giving that can be immediately put to use. But it must be directed exclusively toward involvement. Always exactly one step ahead relative to the masses' degree of combativeness, on specific terrain where this fighting spirit appears, even in the slightest degree, and by limiting our activity to this capacity of the masses. Not advancing in all directions and thereby assuming a significance and roles that are not relevant to the specific organization. In this sense there is still much to be done. In fact, we must struggle on two fronts. On one hand, against the militaristic mentality that cannot imagine a specific organization that well defined and limited. On the other, against a reformist mentality that mistrusts even this small step forward, which the specific organization must accomplish, interpreting it in terms of dishonesty and vanguardism. In an attempt to clarify these problems, we have spoken of insurrection. In the amnesty proposal, there is a refusal to advance. There can be no solution to the problem within the capitalist structure. Prisons must disappear in a total and decisive way. We cannot discuss partial liberation. Indeed, we can impose intolerable conditions on the state, in such a way that it produces by itself a partial solution to the problem. This is not a result of a post-revolutionary negotiation, but of a moment of conflict. Surrender must come from the state. We don't delude ourselves about the possibility of a total surrender. At most, it is or will be a way of concluding a pact. Yes. That is possible. And imposing this pact must be an act of the real movement. Class struggle is not decided by the minority who attach themselves to the reformist fringe, always ready to exploit every available opportunity to continue their conquest of power. We have no obligation to, nor should we, demand an amnesty for the 4,000 political prisoners. We must demand the abolition of prison for all, a definitive end to the concept of prisoner. It is in the process of a struggle to impose this method of everything right now that the state may decide to make a pact and conclude some legal antique that could be called an amnesty, social work, or anything else. It will be up to us on the basis of an evaluation of the struggle's conditions to accept it or not. This is why the pure and simple proposal of an amnesty hides a desire not to advance. The enormous moral pressure of the 4,000 bodies, who are practically dying in solitude, cannot make us close our eyes to the obvious. By choosing to make a pact and negotiate with the state, we will never succeed in really getting them out of there. We would release 4,000 simulacra of women and men, who would fall into a dimension in which they would just find the bars of another prison, the prison of their uselessness, their discouragement, their feeling of being constantly somewhere else, in the space where they left their identity as revolutionaries. The disgusting thesis that was proposed, that of negotiating the liberation of our companions before continuing the struggle, must be reversed by the much more logical and meaningful affirmation of starting the struggle again in order to be able to force the liberation of the companions. This resumption must not be an unhealthy repetition of monolithic models of the armed party, but a critical development in another direction. The illusion of reducing the state to its minimal repressive coefficient. Backing up in order to jump better is an old French proverb that is not adaptable to class struggle. Whoever withdraws is finished. The state doesn't permit stumbling. Repression does not diminish when revolutionary action slows, it simply transforms itself. It becomes more considerate and penetrating. It insinuates itself in the social democratic manner and forces a search for consensus with the cops club. It re-establishes the formalities of the legal state. After all, those who make the laws always manipulate them according their own wishes. By hesitating over the proper course to take, we make things easy for the repression. We concede an unhoped-for breathing space to it. No oppressive method can last for a long time. No special law can be institutionalized indefinitely. Sooner or later, the consensus makes itself felt. Then they must return to normality. The state is aware of this necessity in advance. And it speaks to the most reasonable among us. It tries to persuade. It promises nothing, but it does not dissuade either. It gives us glimpses. Meanwhile it changes the direction of the repression. It insinuates itself with helpfulness at the welfare office, with promises of work and reformist projects. It is impossible to reduce the state to its minimal repressive coefficient. We can dismantle the attack and thus allow the repressive organism to give itself a social democratic facade. We can take as many steps backward as power gives itself brush strokes to whitewash and re-establish its credibility. They want to obtain a sphere of action within the state, to create a larger ghetto within it to compensate for the small ghetto they have now. In this sense, they claim to represent not so much a project which would be quite incredible, given their irrelevance in the overall scheme of things, as an illusion, a mirage that has nothing to do with the situation of the real movement. Of course, the claim is carefully presented, but it also hides the pretense of being a step forward, although it puts on the appearance of a working hypothesis. The substance does not change, a heritage is being auctioned off. We intend to keep preventing this clearance sale. Not because we think that this heritage is absolutely indispensable for the development of the real movement, but because in the first place, its sale will not produce any liberation, and then because we must examine this heritage itself in a critical light. By selling it wholesale, all future critiques would make no sense and just be a resume of a will, of a ridiculous fetish. Communities of the future will be communities of struggle, so they cannot result from political negotiations. Someone who never left his political shell now claims to be starting on a long voyage. He is abandoning an old mentality and acquiring a new one. They want to change everything because everything has remained the same as before. If war was the continuation of politics by other means, now politics must be the continuation of war by other means. How many people fell into this imbroglio? Really, there is no end to human naivete. Everyone thinks he is shrewder than the others, and this is why we systematically run off in all directions. They were always political men. They declared that they wanted to take the war to the heart of the state, now they want to negotiate peace and surrender. All this could hardly be more normal. But the thousands of companions who took part in the struggle, those thousands through whom the struggle existed with all its mistakes and limitations, that enormous pulse of hope, dreams, joy, unsatisfied desires, the monster with 1,000 heads and arms that could really shake the obscene universe of the bosses, all that was encapsulated in a project, with several variants however, but a unique and tragically mistaken project. Now a large part of that marvelous pulse is in chains. If we want to build the project of tomorrow together, we must create the possibility of a specific movement that is capable of encountering the real movement in places and moods in which the latter's pulse becomes perceptible to the former. In your opinion, could something like this ever result from a negotiation with the state? A new guarantee as an imbroglio. They are asking the state for a space where they can deploy what they have left. The repressive and reproductive mechanism must concede a pause that is equal and inverse to that of someone who by a generous concession finds himself knocked on his ass, and is inclined to grant it to the state. The specific movement must be reborn in this space, with the essential contribution of the companions who have been newly released from jail. The state, then, must develop a new kind of assistance, supplying a new kind of hallucination to the movement that has been released from the prisons, the possibility of building an imaginary movement. Someone who grew used to the most incredible mystifications of the armed party, of the soon-to-be dictatorship of the proletariat, of the memory that must be ensured, etc. might consider this latest fairy tale from Wonderland acceptable. We hope that Alice has become clear-sighted. Let's try to follow a plausible line of reasoning. The state is a regulator of contradictions. It resolves the fundamental aspect of capital, competition, but doesn't resolve it completely. It resolves a whole other series of contradictions, cultural, physical, logical, and mystical ones, but does not suppress them. Now it must also resolve the existing contradiction between the specific movement of prisoners and the minds of the latter, who are trying rightly to escape between the trenches and the barbed wire. But the social state demands its price from capital and the individuals who are dragged into illusory solutions. The same thing is supposed to happen to the specific movement. Do you remember the old and miserable project of little self-managed activities of the handicraft type, jewelry, leather, oriental decorations, and trashy mysticism? Well, something like that. Why couldn't the state, which finds and extracts a useful product from the specific movement's decisive surrender, take responsibility for financing initiatives of this type? After all, why not give a good lifestyle to a penitent, remake his face and give him a new identity, give him a pension? It costs billions. Why couldn't we find an MP who is inclined to table a bill along these lines? It could be said that deep in the minds of many super heavies hides the sad, calculating sensibility of a grocer. The state is not being asked for money, but a guarantee. To set the boundaries of a space in which they can breathe new life into the movement, one based on another project. Doesn't this space, on closer inspection, resemble a prison in all important aspects? Wouldn't there only be ghosts there, without a name or identity, ghosts who would move in the confusion, trying to survive in the universe of jewelry, leather bags, and samovars made in Gallerate? Decidedly not. They have a much more expansive idea of this ghetto. It is not a question of a new kind of commercial mentality, but of a political self-management of spaces where power permits the quantitative growth of the specific movement or a liaison with the real movement. A subtle and ingenious structural ramification, which resembles a well-tied pork roast. Of course, all of this would revive party morale. Nothing dangerous, naturally, otherwise the backer would lose its temper. A little game, simple and loyal, a new type of oxymoron, in other words, a verticalization of the horizontal. But by negotiating and obtaining this space of poverty and survival, what would happen to the others? To those who don't agree? And to others who are even further away, but still in the same boat with the proles. And also to the regular prisoners. The class collaborationist soul of ultra-revolutionism. For them the centrality of something is indispensable. Yesterday the working class. Today themselves. Not as a class, obviously, but as privileged go-betweens for the state, to silence everything that might remain of the revolutionary contradiction through an external agreement, suspended in the void of class collaboration. In reality, even when they were ultra-militants they had a class collaborationist perspective. The center was the guide, the element of coagulation. We could go on infinitely with hypotheses describing the progressive transition to the all-inclusiveness of the class, describing unlimited quantitative growth. To the point where it would encounter a small nucleus of antisocial rebels defined a priori as counter-revolutionaries. Sure, violence was a discriminatory element, but accidental, a pedagogical instrument, a means of communication. Understood in this way, things could reach their logical outcome all by themselves. A touch of the brush and it's all done. The blow to the heart of the state. They always saw class struggle as a half-completed project, something to resolve between the autumn and spring campaigns. In that lay their class collaborationism. In an inability to understand the innumerable and subtle contradictions of the real class perspective, of the social war. The thousand little streams that make up the class front. The impossibility of separating the good ones from the bad ones. It was the inheritance of the Third International, of the impulse toward simplification. The same process has now returned to keep the faith in this political method intact. The nuances are only picked up in the abstract, in the world of negotiation with power and the reformism of the self-managed community, not derived from the struggle but from compromise. In this sense, they are all extremely penetrative, discovering links and recommending relationships that no one else could discover. In the true sense of revolutionary theory, they are crude and superficial. They always repeat the same thing, defeat and capitulation, running away and the inevitability of having to declare ourselves defeated. They are Fabians of the old school, yet modern in their language. Neo-socialists of the social contract, they don't even have the appearance of angels that have fallen from heaven. They never made an attempt in that direction. Their flight was always inept and without a horizon. A true skipping after lost opportunities. The unfeasible path of innocence. At least we agree on one point, it is impossible for us to declare our innocence. It is impossible technically speaking, and also from a revolutionary perspective. If we exclude the limited cases where a precise act is disputed because it is possible to demonstrate its falseness beyond all doubt, in most cases, declaring one's innocence leads to a separation from the other companions and the poverty of declaring oneself to be elsewhere. And it means joining the shabbiness that anyone who has used this attempt at reification has fallen into, not so much a refusal of his responsibility, but rather a refusal of his revolutionary development and his own ideas. Arms lifted to the sky as a sign of emancipatory joy, or instead as a sign of unconditional surrender. Sadness accumulates in the face of this poverty, when we see the fastidiousness with which someone who made total innocence a passport to leave the walls of the prison lowers himself to prove the unprovable. What wordy and self-justifying maneuverings he clings to. And even then, at the very bottom of such a position's poverty, we cannot say that the result is guaranteed. The course of an individual denial of whatever significance would not convince even the most superficial of inquisitors. And then we are all responsible for our dream of storming the heavens. We cannot turn ourselves into dwarves now, after having dreamed, elbow to elbow, each feeling the other's heartbeats, of attacking and overthrowing the gods. This is the dream that makes power afraid. To deny it means to deny the community of gentle feelings that bound us together when we decided to begin the ascent, even if we were so far apart, even if we were so ignorant of ourselves, even if ultimately we did so with strong critical biases. To deny it is quite simply despicable. On the other hand, to take advantage of innocence is a recognition of the state, negotiation, just like someone who is seeking an amnesty for political prisoners. The innocent self makes the other one feel guilty, the idea that we were different once, and not that this or that act did not happen the way we intended, but as an oddity and a renunciation. No one can be neutral. We are guilty of the planning and preparation of that climate which filled us with enthusiasm and led us along. Even the most critical of us could not claim perfect innocence. In the eyes of the state, it is precisely this climate that is guilty. We must assume responsibility for this. Our struggles against repression, prison, and exploitation were not just dreams. Power knows this. Its servants are perfectly acquainted with us. This is the great denunciation that brings us all together. In addition, this means a recognition of the mechanism of repression, the court first of all. It is true that the old process of making demands has been put aside and, incidentally, that it belonged to the militaristic conception of armed struggle. But from there to admitting the legitimacy of the justice that administers the courts is a big step. The legal struggle. The state has never had legal credibility. The norms of its legitimacy are seized by force. In this sense, the reality of the courts is a ridiculous farce which should not interest us. The balance of power, if we are able, can be reconstituted elsewhere. In the real movement. Otherwise, any trial is a losing one from start to finish. There are obviously special legal cases whose falseness can be proven in a precise way. These should be exploited to the full, forcing power to respect its own rules by denouncing the irregular procedures in them. Often this tactic works, at other times it doesn't work. In any case, it is worth a try. Afterwards, it is for propaganda in general to directly demonstrate the incredible contradiction that is visible between what is dictated by law and its inquisitorial and repressive application. Also, it is beneficial. The progressive bourgeois feels his rage rise whenever he sees things like this. Noise and agitation in matters like this never do any harm. But we must not delude ourselves. We are perfectly aware that the rule of law and the anger of radical do-gooders are equally relative. Justice is always run by the strongest. The so-called penitents. The state has made a deal with a handful of poor clowns with submachine guns who, by accident, found themselves in a fire team. Troubles caused by indiscriminate recruitment? The fault of the quantitative myth? A distortion of their military logic? What does it matter whether we are specific or not? At the right time we will settle accounts with these people. For the moment we must understand that while making its agreement with the penitents, the state used every available legal principle to negotiate life imprisonment for our companions. This is something completely normal. For anyone who was unaware of it, all states have a special organization made up of spies, and at times every good cop is a good spy. The fact that the number of these fine people has increased recently comes as no surprise. The surprise is that of people who delude themselves about the existence of a legal state, the ideal counterpart to the merchandise they want to sell. This is exactly the case with those who gab the most against the state's actions in releasing penitents from prison who have admitted to dozens of homicides, yet keep companions in prison who have not confessed to anything. But why are they surprised? Because of the simple fact that it is less embarrassing than to consider making an agreement with people who don't even respect their own rules. What would happen if, after the neo-contractualist attempts and the more or less legalized promises, the pacts were not respected? The funniest thing about any contract is its bilateral aspect. There must be two parties before we can speak of a contractual agreement. But also, neither of them must be a professional cheat. They will retort that nevertheless, the state has respected its deal with the penitents. Yes, but it has not respected its own laws, according to which a cat is a cat and can never become a rabbit. But laws change by themselves. So do contracts. The state will respect its agreements with the new entrepreneurs of social self-ghettoization, but only if these agreements correspond to an effective lowering of the level of struggle. The new infrastructure that is appearing must produce social peace. Think about the way people take up a project like this, people who used to march in the front rank of demonstrations, and who formerly linked together the most advanced actions. Think about what certain personalities are saying and doing today, who formerly theorized the liberatory violence of the proletariat. They are seated on the most obscene of all stages, mummies beside other mummies, talking over their shoulders about peace the way others talk about war. They are useful to the state. But are they to the revolution? Certainly not. Attention, comrades. Repentance can take several forms. Some are noticeably repulsive, others are somewhat more tolerable. They are served with a sauce of helpful reformism, full of words stripped of meaning, and can only wear a fig leaf to cover their shame. At least the real penitents, those who sold dozens of companions wholesale, know what awaits them: today a false freedom, a passport just as false and a false identity, tomorrow a bullet in the head. The neo-contractualists don't know what awaits them, either from their relations with the state or from their relations with their companions. Dissociating from whom and from what? It makes sense to give up when a project is in the process of being accomplished. We can be more or less in agreement with the project. We could see something different in the changing situation or a change in the initial situation that drove us to take action. And in this context we pause and prepare our critique. We investigate the reasons for our disagreement. We measure it with our companions in the reality of revolutionary perspectives and we make choices. But when it is the state that invites us to retreat and offers us a good price for our surrender, then it is a different matter. We are not being asked for a critique, we are being asked for a renunciation. There is nothing here to back away from, also because at the operational level, there are no consequences for the project of the armed party. There could be future developments in a different direction, leading to the construction of a libertarian model of armed confrontation. And it is because of this possibility that they are inviting us to desist. Here is the dangerousness and the gravity of the request. Many companions think that an uncritical defense of a model of intransigence, based on positions that reality has shown to be anachronistic, is foolishness. And their thinking is correct and reasonable. But it does not reflect the fact that surrender is being asked for relative to possible future opportunities, not to the extent that a way of theorizing class struggle is currently blocked. We cannot demand an autonomous behavior in surrender. The only possibility is criticism. It doesn't matter whether it receives adulation or indifference from the state organs, and it also doesn't matter whether it is linked to an intransigence which, although it no longer has a revolutionary basis, at least contained a moral clarity. A non-existent project doesn't allow dissociation or surrender. We must develop another project, one that is critical of the first and is a proposal in its own right. But this development cannot start with a reification, with the state as its guest. It must start from an analysis of the current level of class struggle. Revolutionary solidarity is no more than the result of a great moral initiative, but it cannot constitute a qualitative basis for the future development of the specific movement. Even less so for dissociation. It is not a question of distance. It is a question of the road. We are heading toward class struggle. In the other direction, there are people who are withdrawing from it. whoever wants to continue the struggle must grow. And above all, critically. He must, then, identify inflexibility as a perverse mechanism for reproducing something non-existent. He must also identify neocontractualism as an equally perverse mechanism of stagnation and resignation. These two roads do not lead to liberation. They lead only to Rome. Claiming our struggles as anarchists. In these times of liquidation and stagnation, we reaffirm that our struggle is a struggle for total liberation, now and right now. This why we supported even this overstated project, which declared, a priori, that it did not see liberation the same way we did. Because a wrong turn was possible, a change with a negative sense for them and a positive one for us. The change did not happen, but we were not the birds of ill omen. It was others who cast the facile a priori anathemas, facile critiques in front of brass guns. We did not make a mistake. The mistake did not lie in inadequate means but in the impossibility of the method. And we carried the critique inside the organizational project. We did not stop at words, like the amateur scribblers who knocked out analyses like Fiat knocks out cars. From inside, other people's mistakes even shone a pitiless light on our own, and we too had our stagnant moments, vanity, flag-waving, and defense of principles. But they weren't much, compared with the intrusive stubbornness on one hand, and on the other the pathetic acquiescence that turned into simple and superficial critiques. Now it is time to take another road. Someone who asked for a pause for himself, without also having the courage to voice it as an attitude to be shared with others, well, he should stay where he is, in his slippers and warming himself by the fire. We insist on the necessity of going outside, in the fog and the cold. Outside, where it is no longer possible to be certain about what should be done and what direction we should take. The use of organized violence against exploiters of all kinds. In times like these when birds fly close to the ground, there are only a few who still consider revolution a possibility. It is always easy to find some enlightened soul who talks about revolution, yet there are few who try to achieve something concrete in the right way. As long as we do nothing but talk, we can all be more or less in agreement. But later, when it is time to go into action, even in a minimal, peripheral, microscopic way, then the disagreements start. We always have to wait for something else to happen. For a signal to come from somewhere, announcing that the time is right. And we anxiously open the bellies of birds, but their entrails never tell us anything. We insistently reaffirm that the use of organized violence against exploiters, even if it takes the form of minoritarian and limited action, is an indispensable instrument in the anarchist struggle against exploitation. Our idea of proletarian justice. In this sense, even where a critical or skeptical attitude prevails, and after the bitter realization that there is no justice in the clutches of the state, and where people think about this, they come to the conclusion that there is no proletarian justice, nor should there be. Here too, we disagree. We think it is right to remember exploiters and their servants. To remember this when the time comes, when it will be possible to discuss the destruction of bourgeois justice and the construction of proletarian justice. Not in order to recreate the courtrooms in a different form, installing new judges, new prisons, and new ministers with portfolio, but simply to settle accounts with those responsible. And by settling accounts we mean simply putting a bullet between their eyes. If some innocent soul finds this program excessive, he should try to remove his feet from the water now and then he might catch a chill. We say these things today, in times that are relatively relaxed, not in order to appear on the list of extremists who dare to say the most advanced thing, but because we remain firmly convinced of the need for a procedure of this kind. When the revolution awakened in Russia in 1917, anarchists organized the systematic execution of all the station masters on the St. Petersburg-Moscow line, since they were responsible for the denunciations of 1905 which sent thousands of anarchist railway workers to prison. These companions were not trying to apply any pedagogical theory, nor were they trying to teach anything to the other station masters, or to people in general, they were even less interested in donning the filthy judge's robes of some tedious tribunal of proletarian justice. They just had the modest and limited goal of shooting all the station masters responsible for the denunciations on the spot. No more, no less. This is what we mean by proletarian justice. The right to remember traitors. This too. Let no one come along afterwards with some complicated story, with the justification that this or that behavior was dictated by necessity. One never knows, because even among us there is always some theoretician of ethics who raises doubts about the right to throw out traitors. And the discussion always starts with the customary chatter about the death penalty. People often ask themselves now whether the state has the right to condemn an individual to death who, according to it, has committed some crime. And we fight the death penalty. A very just struggle, which intends to limit the repressive action of states. But that does not mean that a state that has abolished the death penalty is a legal state. No such state exists. It is a legal fantasy and no more. There are states that mobilize a different equilibrium, like the so-called democratic one, for example, whose equilibrium can or must be maintained through the use of the death penalty. Sometimes this space is one that we tend to reduce ourselves, through our struggles for reforms and civil liberties, and this is a good thing, because this is how we push back their dictatorial and repressive whims. But that doesn't move by 1 centimeter the fact that the state bases its laws on force, not on right. At the right time, during the revolution, and even at the first signs of it, we will not attempt to substitute our force for that of the state or build organizations of counterpower, which would impose their own kind of law to settle accounts with traitors. We just want to carry out this process of proletarian justice without having to develop a theory of revolutionary law to justify it. We will not need it. The actions committed by these people will speak for themselves, not any laws made a priori that we might use to mass manufacture similar acts. We will not make this kind of law. These laws have been in people's hearts for thousands of years, and there we read that traitors must be eliminated. The stifling attitude of certainty was not one of our mistakes. We didn't make them in good faith. We don't know what good faith is. We made them in the full knowledge of making them, but considering that it is right in certain circumstances to prefer a mistake to an abstract truth that is based only on an a priori critique. All anarchists know about the mistake of the party and the Leninist conception from long experience. But, faced with the concrete emergence of this kind of experience, our critique was never pursued in the abstraction of principles. We preferred to conduct it through the carrying out of actions, even in the difficulty of the specific organization, entering fully into the contradictions involved in taking action. And on this wind-swept ground we met companions with great hearts and courage, capable of facing the struggle with serenity, even when the result was worse than uncertain and the means at our disposal worse than dangerous. And this was because we had confidence in our companions and in the possibility that a wrong turn could be transformed without further delay into a critique in action, capable of calling plans and doctrines into question and burning mummies and programs. That did not happen. Might things have happened differently if we too had donned the severe robe of political censor? If we had developed a critique of the ideology of efficiency and doctrinaire thought? Our theses on creativity, on subversion, on joy. While we were searching for the right path, however, we developed various critiques and projects for a long time. We saw how there was no joy, after all, in what they were doing, or in other activities which, through self-examination in light of the situation, ended up strongly influenced by the direction forced on them by the struggle. And finding no joy there, we managed to miss the very foundation of the struggle, the creativity of our intervention, the subversive content of the project whose bearers we were. Even at the macroscopic level, this element should have been present in our revolutionary work, otherwise we would have been forced to accept what we did only because we were the ones who did it. It could not have worked. And it did not work. In this sense, and through our experience of past limitations, we are ready to start again from the beginning. There is no separate solution. The more we think about the conditions of past struggles, the more we see to what degree the present situation is the product of past mistakes, and only offers a possible opening on the condition that a working critique is included, the more we also realize that there is no separate solution to the problem of the imprisoned companions. By accepting a commodification like the one proposed by the neo-contractualists, we would have to pay for it by putting our whole past at risk. This would mean a denial of the revolution, a denial of anarchy, a denial of our own identities as women and men, and a denial of our future. The only solution, then, is a continuation of the struggle. In a critical way, of course, with different objectives and methods more appropriate to the present situation, but a continuation of the struggle. The prison in all interventions, a qualitative moment of the struggle. The dismantling of sector-based intervention must be complemented by an ability to propose new forms of struggle, otherwise it becomes a tedious methodological formula. If we limit ourselves to informing people about the viciousness of power, we will miss the forest for the trees, and be immediately forced to arrange the worst crimes in order of importance, in order to appear more specific and thus more incisive. If we talk to people about nuclear power, we can certainly bring the problem of the imprisoned companions into the discussion, but we don't do it all the time. We predict death and destruction, atomic pollution, the end of life on Earth, war, and apocalyptic conflict. People are more impressed, and we let ourselves be fascinated by the fact that we have managed to impress people. The destiny of counter-information is this, to always end up divided into sectors. Today this, tomorrow that. We end up as specialists in anti-militarism, in problems of the world of labor, in prison problems, in feminism, in movements involved in rent struggles, etc. So, we must have two levels of clarity. A totally comprehensive counter-information is impossible. B. We cannot jam together different problems. Yet there is another way of seeing things. By focusing on a problem and connecting it to problems that are the most closely related to it. Then we will realize that without necessarily intending to develop a well-argued discussion, we will succeed in including even the problem of the imprisoned companions. Even so, this can only be on the condition that we don't confine ourselves to mere counter-information. If we limit ourselves to this first stage of revolutionary intervention, the prison problem will happen to be introduced from the outside into the reality we are trying to intervene in. Let's frame the discussion differently, with a different project. We move from the simple phase of counter-information to a second phase, which can be defined as commitment. We propose an organizational structure that will take care of a specific problem, and which permits the inclusion of the problem of prison and the imprisoned companions. Let's establish a relationship between this organizational structure and the specific movement itself. From the response that this relationship gives us in practical terms, we will have a sufficiently clear image of the state of the real movement. On the basis of this image, we can construct our interventions as a specific movement outside of and even independent of the organizational structure of commitment, and in this phase then, we can be far more comprehensive in solving the problem of the imprisoned companions. The elimination of special laws, of different conditions of imprisonment, of special prisons and Article 90. The reduction of preventive detention. The abolition of life imprisonment, long sentences, special trials, and special treatment. Obviously, these measures must apply to all, not just to our companions. This perspective of struggle should try to involve people, and should also have its own autonomy of action. Our ability to measure the results depends on the way people are involved, the way they achieve a harmonious autonomy of action, and what we succeed in doing outside the specific movement. Only on the basis of these results can we impose a solution to the problem of the imprisoned companions. We should not forget that our road goes on much farther than the road of those who are preparing to collaborate today. Power's road, on the other hand, still turns around us. In the final analysis, we are all in the gun sights of the repression. We must develop our struggle. If we are unable to, they will destroy us all, in prison and outside prison. With a rise in the level of confrontation and a broadening of the objectives, the repression will strike again. No one is trying to guarantee a danger-free way of getting out of prison here. All of us, when we were sent to jail, were sent there because we were convinced of the validity of our revolutionary action, not because of some trick of fate. Of course, objectively speaking, there is always something like this, the initiative of a spy, something that went wrong, a repressive interpretation of an act which was in itself completely legitimate. But the true reason for our imprisonment has always been the fact that we are anarchists, that we believe in the revolution. For an anarchist, jail is a constant part of his activity. Our problem today, one of central importance, is that of getting our companions out. We can only solve this problem by intensifying the struggles in various sectors of intervention, linking these struggles to a real perspective of insurrectional development and not limiting ourselves to Platonic dissent or beautiful declarations of freedom for all, which only serve to silence our consciences in order to express, later, a facile disagreement with someone who, on the contrary, wants to do something concrete. Only in this way will we force the state to solve what will become the problem of the companions in jail. As long as this remains our problem, we will be unable to solve it except by selling out our whole future and consigning it to the repression. We don't think there can be any doubt about which road to take. Alfredo Bonnano and the Comrades of Kronstadt Editions. Workers' Autonomy. Retrieved on April 22, 2009 from www.geocities.com. Introduction. The increasing contrast between the real workers' movement and the official spokesman is a direct consequence of the latter's failure to fulfill their professed task of freeing the workers from exploitation. Every day that passes demonstrates to whoever wants to see it that these organs have no intention of challenging the basic structure of capitalism, and are now making quite unashamed appeals to the workers to make sacrifices, accept unemployment, wage cuts, increased prices, and so on, in order to save the economy for their employers. Strangely, those who seem most reluctant to see things as they are the conscious minority, where even anarchists are still discussing whether or not we should be working within the trade unions, or proposing to build alternative but essentially similar structures. It is to this minority that we propose the following articles. The subject is not new, but is being experimented daily in the immense variety of trials and errors put into effect both at individual and mass level, by those who suffer the brunt of exploitation directly, the low-paid workers, the unemployed and other emarginated minorities, those for whom autonomous organization is not a choice among others, but a necessity at the very level of survival. This leads to the problem of the role of the anarchist minority within the workers' movement. Does the anarchist, refusing the role of leader or vanguard, have a role to play within the mass movement? This is a problem that needs going into in depth. There seems to be a fear among many anarchists to do so, often leading to situations of total inertia even in the face of struggles where an anarchist presence would be of considerable significance. The direction our work takes is conditioned from the start by our attitudes and analyses, no matter how unsophisticated these may be. In recent years, the libertarian movement has come to take for granted certain assumptions concerning the working class and the struggle against capitalism, which if gone into can be found to have their roots in the Marxist theories. This has led to workerist attitudes, and sterility of ideas and action. It is not a question of theoretical purity, but the more serious problem that the means we use condition ends to be attained. This is the main theme of the first article, where Alfredo Bonnano questions the scientific and rational Marxist analyses, reminding us of the great influence which Hegel had on Marx throughout his work, and the not inconsiderable idealist element which this alimented. In the place of Marxist metaphysics, we must employ our efforts in developing a pluralistic analysis based on concrete factors which are constantly modifying the relationship exploitation/struggle. But as Comrade Bonnano continues, we must take into account not only the objective causes of oppression, but must also examine the subjective factors which play an important role in the persistence of exploitation and are hindering the process of workers' autonomy. One of the main factors is what he defines the religiosity of the masses, causing them to solicit a guide or leader. Another subjective obstacle in the path of workers' autonomy, and therefore of social revolution, is the set of moral values inherited by the industrial workers from the bourgeoisie, which creates a division between skilled and unskilled or unemployed workers, and exalts the work ethic, guardian angel of production. In the two articles that follow, prepared by the comrades of Kronstadt editions, the essential theme is the role of the anarchist minority in the autonomous struggle of the workers. If this could once be considered that of working to build syndical structures or workers' councils, time has demonstrated how these organisms cannot reach a truly revolutionary perspective, but remain tied to a precise vision of the economy, and their perspective as organs of counterpower. The concept of workers' autonomy bases itself on a qualitative change in human relations, not a simple change in the ownership of the means of production. This involves taking in a global vision of the struggle and not restricting it to that of the factory or the demand for more jobs, hence the concept of territory, covering in addition to the workplace, also the living area, the school, the land, and so on. Within this global reality, every individual finds his or her dimension through direct struggle, without passing through the intermediary of party or trade union. The ever-important question is raised again: are these struggles a natural, spontaneous process, or is there a place, a need for the presence of a minority with a revolutionary consciousness to work within this movement, not as a vanguard, but in order to stimulate moments of direct action and clarification? The comrades of Kronstadt editions go into this problem in some depth. They consider that a distinction should be clear between the actual mass organism, and the specific one. There can of course be times when the two merge, but, as they point out, the distinction should be clear at the outset in order to avoid possible mystification or illusions. Another point they raise is that autonomous struggle cannot be imposed from the outside, but there must be a disposition within the people in a given situation to act in such a way. The work of the revolutionary minority is therefore not that of trying to form autonomous mass organisms, but rather that of measuring the potential for such to come about, and trying to increase that potential through actions which are relative to the situation. Needless to say, the phenomenon of workers' autonomy is attracting the attention of parties who feel the way the wind is blowing and have an interest in trying to insert themselves within this movement in order to instrumentalize it. This is another place where anarchists come in, to expose such attempts, and for this we must be clear ourselves, and wary of subconscious attempts to see it as a potential for the growth of some fictitious anarchist movement. The fourth article, by the autonomous movement of the Turin Railway Workers, the MAB, is a document which has grown from a concrete situation, an attempt by some of the railway worker comrades in that area to organize in the form expressed in the document, in autonomous workers' nuclei, free from the interference of trade unions or parties. Problems have been raised in this pamphlet which until now have found little space in anarchist publications. We hope that this attempt will lead to further discussion on the problem of autonomy. Jean Weir. Chapter 1. After Marx, Autonomy. The road ahead of the proletariat is blocked. The reformist parties, trade unions, and employers have coalesced to obstruct any growth in the level of the struggle, or any conquests which could lead to a revolutionary transformation of production relations. The proletariat have only one alternative, that of building communism directly, passing over the counter-revolutionary bureaucratic structures. In order to do this we must provide analyses of and realize in practice, elements organized by the base at the level of production, autonomous workers' nuclei. These nuclei must not, in our opinion, be confused with the company, the factory, etc., but their concept must widen to a global vision of factory, living area, school, and land. Within this globality the idea of autonomy must be reinterpreted by the working class and related to the autonomy of each individual, element of constant reference and correction of any tendency to construct the former at the cost of the latter. Here the action of a minority which has acquired a revolutionary consciousness has its place, to point out the ever-present dangers of bureaucratization, any involution towards the control of the struggle by a minority, certain corporative tendencies intrinsic to the workers' movement, and all the other limitations which centuries of oppression have developed. Their very delicate task is therefore that of fusing together struggle and organization, uniting them in daily praxis. This requires analytical clarity in order that the second should be maintained within the usable limits of the first, and to prevent its autonomous essence being destroyed by the organizational aspect, leaving it in name only. Not negligible, finally, is the work of the active minority concerning the problem of gaining information, essential element for the emancipation of the working masses and their control over the elements necessary for their liberation, the demolition of all constituted power, and the communitarian management of the means of production. If once the possibility of revolution could be confused with the simple expropriation of the means of production, we now know with certainty that the bourgeoisie themselves are disposed to transforming their property titles so that exploitation can continue under another guise. The smooth passage to state socialism is the most widely diffused prospect among the progressive circles of the bourgeoisie. Against such a prospect the working class must build the means necessary for the struggle and the recapture of a revolutionary perspective. Working class autonomy. The analytical individuation of the working class is a complex problem. Usually comrades like to refer to even the most sophisticated of the Marxist analyses, coming through with all possible glory by affirming that they intend to limit the use of Marx to the strictly indispensable, for the construction of the true libertarian perspective of workers' autonomy and their struggle. Frankly, I have never been able to do as much. Perhaps for reasons derived from my profound aversion to metaphysics, and perhaps, given the character of my studies, I have learned to detect the smell of metaphysics a long way off. And such a large part of the Marxist analyses, even in economy and historical methodology, stinks of metaphysics. That is why, as far as is possible, I mean to avoid doing the same. As the great founder fathers themselves have admitted, the themes of the problem of class are not their invention. They, and Marx in particular, limited themselves to relating the existence of classes to certain precise historical phases in the development of production, from which, with a considerable logical jump, they drew the conclusion of the ineluctability of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the consequent mythology of a transition to the classless society. I have often heard Marx's realism exalted, it being identified in his refusal to lament on the immorality of society, and in his analysis of exploitation and the chapter of accidents of the class struggle as a necessary process leading to the liberation of society, therefore a salutary and evolutionary process. We do not see anything scientific in all that. Marx could not follow his predecessors such as Saint-Simon, Fourier, Owen and Sismondi for two good reasons: he believed in revolution and had studied Hegel. In this way he managed to found in his systematic brain the realism of the propagandist and political journalist and the optimism of the metaphysician who identifies rational with real. What bewilders us most is that anarchist comrades often do not realize that they are fully subscribing to a program which has its roots in the German Protestant mysticism of the Middle Ages, a philosophical Middle Ages which still today insists on a pretended difference between class in itself and class for itself. The passage is the awakening of consciousness, the point of departure the objective situation obtained by the distribution of private property. Sometimes the awakening of consciousness is made to coincide with class organization. Apart from the metaphysical premise, the only concrete fact here is history. For the first time, with great clarity and analytical explanation, Marx manages to free reasoning on man from all religious, biological, or evolutionary idealization. What remains is man in history, no small feat, seriously wasted, however, by the rationalizing pretension of enclosing it within the Romanesque atmosphere of the phenomenology of the spirit. In this way the justification of the history of man emerges from the dialectical process placed within a fixed structure. History is rationalized through a metaphysical process, in the same way as it has been done by other historians with just as much need for a point of reference, using the dominion of religion or the evolution of the species. Once history is rationalized, historical reason ceases to be absolute reason and becomes dialectical reason. Rationality becomes a new wrapping for an old parcel, enabling it to be sold off as new goods. But old or new, these goods are always a product of metaphysical and supplier to all the royal houses of the world. Certainly the old absolute reason had lost favor. To reinterpret the world with its measure would have been a very difficult and easily discreditable operation, as were the attempts of the ingenuous materialists of the first half of the 19th century, romantics in love with matter and its metaphysical sensations, incapable of tearing the vicissitudes of man from their absolute periodicity, exploitation/rebellion, and again exploitation, and again rebellion. Obtusity of history on the one hand, obtusity of its interpreters on the other. This blessed spirit's path did not want to move in a progressive direction. Exploitation continued to grow again after the revolt. The workers' blood bathed the streets with a constance that gave some with a sense of humor the idea of foretelling revolutionary cycles. Nevertheless, in spite of such poverty of means and pollution in the few basic ideas, Marx managed all the same to go beyond the useless production of his time, uniting optimism and realism in a remarkable reconstruction, even though lacking in many aspects and requiring some fundamental changes. One of the most deficient parts is precisely that concerning the problem of class. It is not a coincidence that the unfinished manuscript of Capital stops precisely here. For we anarchists the problem should be quite clear. Any reasoning of the kind thing in itself should not interest us. Who the devil class in itself might be does not strike us as being an important problem. In fact, it does not seem to us to be a problem at all. How this class in itself could become a class for itself seems to us to be a joke in bad taste. Let us leave such typographic jokes to professors of philosophy and reason more simply, keeping to the facts. We do not know, nor do we want to know, whether there exists a class in itself. What does interest us is to know that there exists a power structure. This macroscopic fact, which goes all through history, cannot be denied. In this way history can be said to be marked by power and the various transformations it has undergone in order to persist as such. But such reasoning would begin to smell of metaphysics in that it would lead us to the question, is it power that determines history, or something in history which determines power in one form or another? Let us leave such reasoning aside. History is marked by many events which are more or less constant throughout its development: the state, religion, production, sex, the struggles of the exploited. In fact, it would be impossible to construct an historical development of any one of those elements, thereby giving us a history based on the state, religion, production, sex, the struggles of the exploited, etc. And let it not be understood that we believe possible a military history, a history of religion, an economic history, a sexual history, and a history of the struggles of the exploited. We know, like everyone else, that history is an indissoluble unity. We are only saying that, for the sake of argument, it would be possible to single out the above-mentioned elements. That proves, or at least it seems so to us, that it is always possible to construct an exterior model, whether it be dialectical, idealist, materialist, or descriptive, but that also proves that such work would be quite useless. For anarchists, history is all these elements together, and many other things besides. We can also include irrational and metaphysical aspects. They too are history, and although from time to time they should be isolated and condemned, not for this can they be eliminated. If we did otherwise we should fall into two indissoluble alternatives, such as that between ideas and action or the other way around. In practice all that does not matter to us, we can leave such work to the philosophy professors. This exhortation places us before a last metaphysical obstacle: should we ask the meaning of reality? Reality is at the same time power, religion, production, sex, the struggle, and many other things as well which we do not remember or which we do not know. What matters is not interpreting it in its totality but interpreting the important elements, useful for the construction of a program of action. Every attempt at analysis should have this end in view. Let us take an example, starting from the model which takes into consideration the struggle of the exploited, a constantly recurring fact in history. The common lot of these struggles is to be reabsorbed by the state. This process, which has cost millions of lives and incredible suffering, has not killed the will to struggle. We thus have two elements, the struggle, and the will to struggle. Now we must ask why this struggle has constantly had a negative outcome, and what is significant about this. The first point can be partly explained by the presence of a minority leading this struggle, a minority which, if on the one hand takes itself as being the head of the movement of the exploited, on the other adopts the role of ascending elite, that is a minority which intends to take power itself, taking the place of the elite who were previously in charge. There is another, more profound reason for the first point, the persistent religiosity of the exploited masses, hence their need for a guide, a group, or a person capable of materializing their desire for vengeance. This leads us to the second point: what significance should be given to the constant negative outcome of these struggles? The conclusion is linked to the discourse on the autonomy of the individual. Only the will to freedom, at the same time the fruit of and the reason for the struggle, can eliminate the sentiment of religiosity still intrinsic today to the struggles of the workers. This model might explain the great flood of reformist and authoritarian parties, in that they become, in our opinion, the symbol of vengeance. The masses see in these organizations the sacerdotal caste and church which will lead to their millenarian dream. For their part, the bureaucrats of power who present themselves as ascending elites, have every interest in exploiting this sentiment, while their very nature prevents them from stimulating any initiative towards a process of liberalization. But the sum of these struggles in the course of history can be seen as a progression. Certainly we must not fall prey to the progressist illusion, but in our analysis, the acknowledgement of a certain progress is based on observable facts. For example, the reduction in working hours and improvement in working conditions are objectively progress compared to previous situations, although they can become a part of a process of recuperation, rendering the struggle just as necessary as before. What matters here is the obvious fact that this process transforms the type of religiosity in a situation of exploitation. To the old religiosity instrumentalized by the church, we can compare today the lay religiosity instrumentalized by the political parties. The paragon is useful and allows us to see the differences. If the identification of the class of exploited is vague and cannot be otherwise once we have deliberately left history and, as we shall see, reality in the realm of vagueness, on the other hand we now have the possibility of using pluralistic elements in our analysis which would otherwise have remained irremediably outside it in the case of an a priori choice of a precise system. If the construction of the analytical model is more difficult, the richer should be the result of its application, it not having to work either towards the construction of a party, nor in defense of a pre-established order. A rough conclusion would be one linking the working class to a progressive elimination of the religious sentiment which gives rise to the need for a guide. Every attempt to do for oneself is for us a sign of acting in first person on the situation of exploitation. The struggle, taken in itself, as the phenomenon of an amorphous mass more or less sensitist under the teachings of a church or party, is not enough to define a class. Nor is the process of production, taken as a whole, as a precise repartition of the ownership of the means of production excluding a part of the human race, enough to define a class. Marxists can also speak of class consciousness, the term does not worry us. But not for this should we be drawn into their philosophical arguments on this pseudo-problem. We have often said that the autonomy of the individual is determined by his or her acceptance of responsibility in making decisions concerning his or her life. This responsibilization can also be called consciousness. It would be preferable to define it will. The will to do for oneself, the will to intervene in first person, the will to break the spellbound circle of religiosity, the will to overturn tradition, the will to break with orders from above, in a word, the will to build one's own autonomy. And it is here that the discourse on the autonomy of the individual meets that of the autonomy of the working class. The active minority. The conclusion of working class autonomy comes to us, as we have seen, from the impossibility of breaking through the counter-revolutionary circle in any other way. That this impossibility is supposed to be due to a pretended historical process is something which does not concern us. Workers' autonomy is not another philosophical form like so many others, it is an objective necessity. Workers must look after their own interests. The religious stimulus towards a delegate to take care of their interests must be fought. Here a question arises. What determines the birth and development of the autonomous organization of the struggle within the working class? Is it automatic, a direct consequence of the impossibility of a revolutionary outlet due to the holy alliance between capital, parties, and trade unions? Or does a precise minority exist, acting within the masses, developing a progressive clarification of the dangers, obstacles, and possibilities, i.e. pushing the masses to act for themselves? The most exact answer would be an illustration of the two factors alongside each other. But in practice the most serious problem which arises is that of the precise historical character of the industrial proletariat, and their hegemonic role in the revolutionary perspective. It would seem to some that without the birth of the industrial proletariat the tendency towards autonomous organization would not have come about. We find such reasoning curious for two reasons. First, it insists on giving the industrial proletariat the historic role of guide, and proposes an illogical alternative in history, the possibility of a non-existence of the proletariat. But the proletariat do exist. Industry and its development have their place in history. The Industrial Revolution determined the birth of capitalism, and this has evolved to the present day as we know it, and shows clear signs of going in a certain direction. All this leads to a simplification of our problem. A large part of the working class today are made up of the industrial proletariat. They are directly linked in their class configuration to the development of the Industrial Revolution, which is logical. But we do not understand how from this we can pass to the affirmation that the industrial workers must play a predominant role over the rest of the working class. Not only that, we do not understand the second question, why autonomy must only come about within the industrial proletariat. If we admit such reasoning, we must admit that the crisis of capitalism is a mortal one, and not one of transformation. If the industrial proletariat are the most sensitive edge of the working class, they would also be the most fitted to perceiving the sickness of capitalism and of opposing it with a specific form of struggle, i.e. autonomous organization. The other strata, for example the peasants, not being immediately in contact with the privileged stratum of production, would not heed these stimuli, and the possibility of autonomy would not arise. It does not seem to us that capitalism is in mortal crisis. On the contrary, it seems to us that its strength is as lively and vigorous as ever. Its very obvious crisis is manifesting itself as a passing one, an evolution towards a very different type of capitalism, far more capable and efficient than that of the present time. Therefore we cannot speak in terms of a final crisis. Nevertheless, a tendency towards autonomous working class organization does exist. In fact, the present position of the reformists is not a response to capitalism's final crisis any more than proletarian autonomy is. The collaboration of the unions and parties is not a new strategy, but is the normal response from developing institutions to those in power. They would like to destroy the latter, but must allow them to subsist so that the changeover can come about with the least possible damage to the structure, otherwise the ascending elite, when they come into power, will find themselves with a heap of rubble in their hands. This is the real position of the reformists. In the same way, working class autonomy intended as the remaining possibility of the struggle, is not derived from capitalism's final crisis, but is part of the constant attempts of the class to free themselves from exploitation. In this sense we can see how workers have always looked for new and autonomous organizations in contrast to preceding ones, with the aim of surviving or fighting, and we can also see how these organizations have been consigned into the hands of the ascending elite, reached power, and denied the autonomous instance of the base of the workers. We must study more closely therefore this mechanism of consigning autonomy into the hands of the leaders and guiding parties. We must examine the causes of this religiosity, irrational motivations which act on and become a part of the structure, the lack of self-confidence which seems to afflict the masses, throwing them into the hands of the reformists. We have asked what the role of the active minority should be within the perspective of working class autonomy. The conclusion is a constant measuring of the forces which determine the failure of class autonomy, i.e. the forces we have perhaps incorrectly summarized as religiosity in order to underline their irrational essence. It is impossible to theorize in abstract the formation of an anarchist minority group acting on the masses beyond the level of their own interests. What we can agree on is the essence and content of these interests. The smoke screen drawn by the reformists is hindering a proper evaluation of the workers' interests far more drastically than the brutal power of the employers and the fascists has done in the past. Social democracy's alliance with the employers is the worst imaginable obstacle in the path of the workers' freedom. We must therefore establish a point of reference for anarchist action within the region of workers' autonomy. This can be found in the latter's objective interests, the clarification of which constitutes an initial contribution by the anarchist minority. But this does not mean within the perspective of leadership which, even if adopted by the most orthodox anarchist tendency, would finish by tracing the path of social democracy, agent of the power structure. It means, on the contrary, action within the workers' movement itself, action starting from the concept of autonomy and autonomous organization concerning the workers' interests, and linked to that of individual autonomy relived through the class perspective of revolutionary liberation. The failure of so many concrete instances is that the action of anarchists, if clear at a certain analytical level, often errs in the choice of means, a decision which raises the whole question of ends to be attained. To attack the project of the parties and trade unions requires a clear idea of the means to be employed in the struggle, and not just a blind postponement to the spontaneity of the workers. The question of autonomy is not separate from the question of the choice of means in the struggle, the two are linked, and condition each other in turn. The violent perspective, direct action of the workers such as sabotage, the destruction of work, etc., are not actions more to the left than some other supposedly left-wing action. They are precise choices dictated by autonomy of interest, choices where the active presence of anarchists is of very great importance. We must now stop and reflect carefully on the problem of the workers' interests. If they were to emerge, as in the Marxist analysis, from a concrete situation, the dominion of capital, one could speak, with a logical effort, of interests in themselves, corresponding to class for itself. But these interests are only really those of the working class on condition that they recognize them as such and manage to overcome the obstacles deliberately constructed by the state, reject the false proposals of the reformists, and so on. In other words, we see a voluntaristic aspect in the autonomous action of the workers, an aspect which reaches the center of the objective interests of the class, but only on condition that this is obtained through struggle and sensitization. And it is here that the positive action of the anarchist fits in. To become aware of one's own interests, a subjective rediscovery in objective form, is the essential condition for the verification of social revolution without a preventive passage through state communism. Another aspect of anarchist action in the region of autonomy is that directed towards the clarification of the relationship with power, from which emerges the solution of the problem already mentioned, of the religiosity of the guide. Power does not solidify in one precise point of the forces of reaction. Substantial differences emerge between capitalists, bureaucracy, middle class, and petty bourgeoisie, intellectuals, and other elements within a very complex framework. No less substantial differences exist between parties in government, reformist parties, trade unions, the repressive organs of capital. But beyond the specific differences in constitution and employment, all these forces are united by the basic need of every power organization, survival. They struggle in the first place for their own survival and self-perpetuation in the situation which makes their existence possible, then, to render this survival easier, they pass to the phase of development and the desire for even greater dominion. That the Marxist doctrine is the expression of a certain middle class aspiring to power and the overcoming of the final obstacle separating them from it, is an attractive and valid hypothesis, but one which needs to be gone into more deeply in our opinion. We cannot agree to see this as purely something to be found in the attitudes and interests of the middle and petty bourgeoisie. An equally important reflex exists in the irrational residual within the working class, and which permits the development of the interests of that intermediate class aspiring to power. In this case, the ascending elite is not the whole of the middle or petty bourgeois class, but a minority among them, the political parties and trade unions, who define themselves the representatives of the interests of the workers and the less financially endowed bourgeoisie. It is for this reason that the actions of anarchists in terms of an active minority, should not define them as a vanguard sensitive to a certain level of struggle, authorizing them to represent the masses. This would open the way to violent action as an end in itself, with the pretense that it could solicit the workers' movement from outside as a consequence of certain actions exemplary in their very isolation. The very principle of workers' self-management and direct action as the patrimony of the exploited masses, and not the prerogative of a minority, would come into contrast with such a partial vision of the revolutionary task. Relations within the working class. The religiosity which we have spoken of is not the only characteristic of the working class. This is more a basic sentiment than a precise element, something irrational persisting within the class, and which finds its origins in exploitation itself. It is concretest in the demand for vengeance, a kind of millenarianism which accompanies every kind of religion, and in the positive evaluation of certain principles shared with the enemy and which the latter are accused of having profaned. Let us take an historical example. In the Middle Ages the German peasants rose up against the lords and the church, demanding vengeance for the suffering and privation they had always been subjected to, but at the same time asking for the restoration of the Christian principle of poverty and morality in custom, profaned both by the lords and the church. They were fighting therefore in the name of a desire for vengeance, hence put themselves with great reticence in this case into the hands of a leader, in the name of a moral code shared by the exploiters who were considered profane by the people. Today, changing the conditions of production and the composition of the classes involved in the social conflict, these relations remain constant within the working class. First of all religiosity, then morals. The first is the essential condition for falling once again into the hands of an elite aiming for the conquest of power and denying the existence of autonomy. The second is the condition for operating a radical selection within the working class itself, establishing the existence of a privileged strata which can then be the first to be instrumentalized by the ascending elite. The reason is simple. The moral values of the shopkeeping bourgeoisie persist within the working class. On this basis a division exists between skilled and manual workers, between professionally qualified workers who have a decent, honorable, socially esteemed past, and those who live from day to day, the so-called rabble, usually present in the large cities. Marxism, typical product of the moral mentality of the bourgeoisie, has always insisted on this point, relegating the lumpen proletariat to the margins of the revolutionary discourse, considering them with suspicion, washing their hands every time they find themselves obliged to approach them. More serious is the fact that this is not only a literary component belonging to the priests of the Marxist Church, but is also a common sentiment among the mass, one of so many factors of corporate origins which, out of interest, has not been fought by the reformists. The latter's collaboration has in fact hindered any action capable of confronting the state with a non-recuperable situation of conflict. We thus have, religiosity in general, which determines the acceptation of a leader identified in the ascending elite, and the moral residual which causes a deep division within the autonomous movement of the workers, laying the foundations for their instrumentalization by the future power structure. The first consequence of this moral residual is the refusal of every spontaneous tendency in the organization of the struggle, any recourse to illegality, any action beyond the canons of the current morality, artfully exploited by the bourgeoisie for many centuries. The division within the workers' movement causes a division in the choice of strategy to be used in the struggle. The indiscriminate condemnation of the use of criminality is a notable example of this perspective. We do not want to take up an argument here which would require going into in great detail. We only want to say that the seeds of bourgeois morals, if not eradicated in time, are serious enough to cause a fracture of considerable importance. Going into the problem, we realize that if the religiosity of vengeance is essentially a fruit of exploitation, therefore belongs to the class of producers themselves, the bourgeois moral conception is not a fruit of exploitation, but reaches the class of producers through their contamination from the petty bourgeois class not easily distinguishable from themselves. All the models which fill the Marxists' pages certainly do not help to clarify this distinction. The petty bourgeois class consists of shopkeepers, administrators, and police. Shopkeepers represent the traditional bourgeoisie with their antiquated forms of distribution, and are in the process of being transformed, at least in the advanced capitalist countries. Their moral thought is diffused among other strata, for example the skilled workers. The administrators represent the part controlling the circulation of surplus value extracted by the capitalists. This is the most obtuse and retrograde class, the one most tied to a vision of life based on values of the past, and careful to defend the privileges they have obtained up till now. In the growing phase of the state's contractual strength, this class identifies with the bureaucracy. The policing class cover all the elements of repression. Included in this class are the politicians, trade union officials, police force, priests, and all those who live on the margins of the producing class, repressing or helping to repress any instance of revolt. All these brave people exalt and guarantee the continuation of bourgeois morality. The stratum of privileged producers, approximately identifiable with the industrial proletariat by their situation and privilege, finish by accepting these morals, imposing them on the lumpen proletariat with their negative judgment. In the same way the ideology of work and production is imported from the class of the petty bourgeoisie. The work ethic, typically bourgeois, again covers a large part of the producing class with its essential condition, the safeguarding of production. Clearly those who have most interest in the diffusion of such an ideology are the bourgeoisie themselves and the strata who safeguard their existence. An instructive parallel could be drawn between bourgeois morals, the ideology of production, and Marxism. In any case we cannot deny that even this aspect constitutes a great problem, alienated by the specific interests of the bourgeoisie and the parties in their service. But relationships within the working class are marked by constant changes in production relations. The analysis of the latter enables us to identify the development of defense against exploitation within the class, as this exploitation, although constant, does not always express itself in the same way. The workers defend themselves and attack their exploiters, but this struggle and offensive take on different aspects in relation to the development of accumulation in the sense of the ultimate result of capitalism. Today, within the very complex structure of advanced capitalism, it would be a mistake not to see clearly the interdependence which exists between the producing classes of different countries due to capitalism's links at an international level. This interdependence exists at two levels: first, as unequal exploitation depending on whether capitalism is in an advanced or an underdeveloped stage, and secondly according to the unequal development of capitalism within one country. The relationship between center and periphery at world and international level conditions relationships within the working class. In Italy we can see a certain type of relationship in force between employers and producers, but we cannot crystallize this in one model valid for the whole of the country. In the first place we must see its relationship to the international situation. Secondly, we must see it in relationship to the south of Italy. For this reason the autonomous structure of the struggle must not close itself within the manufacturing dimension, but must include the situation of international and national conflict. The problem is not an easy one. Many comrades have seen it only to be a problem of political equilibrium. To us it seems that although it remains a political problem, it also presents the important technical as part of how to organize the struggle from an autonomous point of view. Let us try to go into this a little further. The groups of producers who, as we have seen, are making plans for a struggle based on autonomy, i.e. the refusal of an intermediary such as parties or trade unions, must know the productive capacity of the manufacturing or agricultural complex, and how to adapt their struggle in relation to autonomous management based on the choice of production perspectives. To do this it is necessary to know that surplus value can be formed outside the manufacturing and agricultural situation, extracted directly through the situation of underdevelopment in which a part of the national territory is being maintained. In other words, the economic calculation based on autonomy, and therefore the very possibility of a future communist form of production, and the basis of the autonomous of struggles today, must bear in mind not only profit extraction at the center of the capitalist complex, but also that which is reached through the simple existence of a center and a periphery. The colonialist and imperialist situation opens vast horizons for recuperation and communist accumulation, which must be clarified in order to understand that autonomy is not only a contingent factor, a way of building the struggle, only to consign it into the hands of an ascending elite, but is a new way of conceiving production relations, a revolutionary way of completely eliminating surplus value derived from exploitation. But the presence of a periphery is not only an objective fact, it brings in subjective reality as well, men and women who suffer incredibly, exploited like beasts, who die of hunger. Men and women who live from chance, stamped with the infamous brand of criminality. This constitutes a whole explosive area which capitalism at a national and international level is hunting down with police and army, cudgels and bombs, with every means and no pity. But this is at the same time a periphery which is managing to open up the road towards a new society considered far nearer than is normally believed, because it is not seen through the deforming lens of professionality. They are beginning to rebuild the faith they had lost, a faith which comes into contrast with religiosity and those who instrumentalize it, the parties and unions. Not to bear this dualistic reality in mind, means not to understand that even autonomous action can fall into the contradiction of particularism and racism. Even the revolutionary workers' councils, if composed of workers closed within their specialization, not opportunely vitilised by the presence of an active minority who are against the idea of party or union expressions of a manufacturing center which looks with disdain upon the underdeveloped periphery, can before long turn into imperialist workers' councils, anti-room of instrumentalization by the parties and of an even more terrible form of exploitation. Alfredo and Bonnano. Chapter 2. Workers' Autonomy, Surpassing Trade Unionism. At a time like the present where national trade union disputes are developing, it might seem natural to some comrades to insert themselves within this movement with alternative claims or platforms aimed at radicalizing the collision on contractual problems, in an attempt to expel the trade union leadership, the Communist Party and the neo-reformist groups. But this type of action has nothing to do with proletarian autonomy. The only possible way to put the workers in the direction of direct action is to go beyond the logic of disputes and collective bargaining. The struggle for better wages and demands for investments are areas where the bourgeoisie can create strata of workers' consensus and impassivity in order to impose restructuring, and the attempt to lead disputes in the direction of the workers' interests results in increasing faith in contractual instruments. In the face of a complex and many-sided restructuring of industry, the reasons for which are compound, it is absurd to move in an optic which defends trade unionism, whose pretense of confronting general problems is only a facade for creating equilibrium within the capitalist system. Now that the supranational bourgeoisie find themselves managing the economy in a speculative and substantially unproductive key, it does not make sense to think one can fight them by imposing investments and new consumer channels. When restructuring leads to mass redundancies, to reply with demands for employment and a union-guaranteed wage, enters the schemes of bourgeois interest, many promises, some money right away, which is taken back through other channels, and so go the plans aimed at weakening the proletariat's capacity for resistance, and reinforcing the economic structure. Demands for work by the unemployed invariably result in not getting a stable job, at the most a short spell in a government-sponsored scheme, to be used as direct or indirect blackmail against the employed workers. Even recent proposals such as a reduction in working hours to 35 hours a week, if inserted in the line of the refusal of work, are objectives of no real consequence, in that capitalism can impose major exploitation even in situations of reduced working hours. Left-wing trade unionism can at best put the bourgeoisie in difficulty, but is not capable of even scratching their positions of strength, as the autonomous actions of the proletariat need to move on more immediate foundations, allowing the development of certain concrete forms of struggle which can be experimented daily. The real and unifying moments for the class, where it is possible to mobilize in first person, exist in the contradictions inherent in working conditions in the factory and those of the proletariat in general, in the territory, in the structures of production and consumption, the factory hierarchy, politics, administration, the police, fascists, work pace, pollution, mobility, prices, rents, bills, etc. Direct action, the self-conscious struggle of the masses, can only be born from the aspects of everyday life, not from abstract programs or platforms. Class initiative must be concrete and managed in first person, without the mediation of the trade unions or parties. These struggles, apparently minimal, in reality represent the first step on which to base a new consciousness and organizational practice, starting out from the contradictions suffered daily in individual situations within the organization of work and consumption, and progressively approaching the more general confrontation, always getting closer to the roots of class oppression. The logic of proletarian autonomy is therefore one of sporadic growth, hence there can be different levels of autonomous expression. One of the main points of this discourse is the smallest element of mass organization, the mass organism, which by its very nature does not comprise the whole class in a given situation, but is strictly tied to experiences of direct action. These organisms are formed by the masses during particular struggles and the moments of awareness and reflection preceding and following them, not by discussions by groups on the problem. The more they merge with and become an internal element of the mass movement, the more effective they become, sometimes without realizing it. The validity of their activity can be verified in their absorption in successive mass actions capable of developing or surpassing the indications they have provided. These organisms should not be considered a form of counterpower, alternative unions directing groups or parties, all denominations which are more or less consciously transmission belts of some ideological regroupment. Mass organisms are one stage in autonomy, but they always represent partial aspects which can be surpassed. They are the first point of reference, but their function always remains relative to precise situations. Their initiatives therefore do not represent the needs of the whole of the proletariat, of which nevertheless they are the expression. Their institutionalization in the party sense is therefore impossible without changing their very nature. There was a period when a super-evaluation of mass organisms led to a wholly organizational vision of the problem of autonomy, resulting in a passage to autonomous trade unions, and where proletarian autonomy came to be reduced to trade union autonomy. We must examine therefore the whole process of autonomy, where the intervention of the active minority should not be directed towards the formation of organisms of the mass, but towards stimulating moments of direct action, the only thing capable of expressing true proletarian organizational forms. Even the most violent encounter with economic contradictions does not necessarily lead the proletariat to find a solution in direct action. That is a fact which we see evidence of every day. The most recent examples are the response to the elimination of industrial plants' redundancies, and increased dependence on social security, which has usually been in the form of the now old practices of meetings open to all the democratic forces, mediation with the government and local authorities, etc. Mass direct action is therefore not an automatic reply, but is the result of a process which comes about through a fairly slow and not easily tangible process of maturation. The dialectical process existing within the masses is capable of working out certain forms of retaliation, even repeating the same experience more than once before surpassing it, transforming a simple lack of faith in reformist structures into the capacity to attack. The action of comrades of the active minority must therefore be in the optic of a re-entry into this process, gathering the indications put forward by the masses, and carrying them forward as analyses and information useful for the struggle. Often the classical instruments for spreading proposals are disdained. Every now and again someone makes the great discovery that they are useless, that instead one must remain within the situation, or that things must be discussed directly, etc. But that is not a problem. Posters, leaflets, newspapers, discussions are simply instruments, and what is important is the use that is made of them. If one is simply going to say long live autonomy, ahead with direct action, no to repression, and other such meaningless remarks, then they are clearly senseless. Nor is it enough to single out concrete issues in that the fact that the problem exists is not enough, but there must be a disposition for it to be received. There must be a synthesis therefore between the proposition, and the situation of real potential for direct action. The functioning of the specific organism, or active minority, is subject to a series of contradictions which do not always render the relationship with the mass easy. The reason for these contradictions lies in the fact that most often these organisms are formed not as a result of a thrust of direct action, but are due to theoretical sedimentation concerning the experiences of proletarian autonomy. It is possible, though, that after prolonged activity, mass organisms can evolve into specific ones, just as it can happen that comrades of the active minority can participate in the functioning of mass organisms. This produces a fluidity of organizational forms within the process of autonomy. Many comrades prefer not to make a distinction between mass organism and active minority, and speak instead of different organizational levels within the process of autonomy. This argument is not altogether without foundation, and in fact the two types of organization can blend roles. The distinction makes sense in order to avoid certain arbitrary identification by militant autonomists with the organisms of the mass, and their consequent self-selection as vanguard. Direct action and the self-managed struggle of the workers is the only criterion for moments of organization expressed directly by the masses. It is a question therefore of making a clear distinction between what is clearly expressed by the proletariat in struggle, and what are only very useful attempts to clarify and elaborate proposals. The need for a continual updating of organisms gives space to opportunism, and one often hears even comrades who call for autonomy making such statements as, "We do not refuse to negotiate with employers in absolute, but accept to do so in situations where it leads to a recognition of gains already conquered through direct struggles," or, "Trade unionism can still be valid in backward situations, where it becomes in itself a step forward." Negotiation to legalis conquests is a contradiction in terms and seems to be an elegant reproposal of the principle of the delegate. The discourse on backward situations comes to justify anything under the sun. The work of the active minority is conditioned by the reality which surrounds them, but specific actions are still possible. Although carried out by a minority, these actions can, when drawn from thoroughly analyzed experiences in other situations, carry information and forms of struggle susceptible to development, and possibilities of direct action where the industrial workers are a minority compared to the rest of the proletariat. It is a mistake to think that autonomy is a typical expression of the large factories in the north, and that it cannot be extended to other situations. Apart from the fact that autonomous action has certainly not yet taken the place of trade union illusions, that which is carried out is always action characteristic of a particular reality, and not the only expression of autonomy possible. It is moreover always susceptible to ulterior developments which are not always foreseeable. It would be easy to say trade unionism is still predominant, therefore I shall continue to move, even if only partly, within the trade union optic. Autonomy is an historical process, an objective reality in the course of development, and not a movement managed by so-called autonomous militants. The potential for a growth in autonomy always exists, even if it is repressed, and it is on this alone that we base our work. Trade unionism cannot be surpassed through the simple diffusion of propaganda of other positions aimed at dissuading the worker from belonging to the union, but rather through the proposal of forms of struggle which the workers are receptive to, allowing the construction of more advanced bases. The self-reduction of the work pace, already common in certain factories in the north, and also some in the south, represent, in this phase, the type of struggle which can come about through a qualitative change in the workers' consciousness, capable of reaching the point of total self-management of their own interests. One of the main tasks of the specific organism should be that of generalizing and consolidating this and other forms of struggle as far as possible. These are proposals which can be made directly without the mediation of the shop stewards, trade union officials, or ideological militants, because they involve the working class at the place of exploitation itself and in what he knows best, his work. They avoid abstract, exhausting arguments with the Communist Party or groups, because, carrying the contradictions back to their original source, they allow the class to make a clear choice of what their interests are, and thus create beyond any ideological discussion, the foundations for a mass confrontation with the trade unions and all the other repressive structures. They progressively introduce more advanced forms of direct action and tougher forms of struggle, sabotage, blockages, distribution of products in stock without forcing the levels of consciousness. They also represent a way for predicting and combating projects of redundancies and dependence on social security due to excess production, a defense of jobs managed directly by the workers without a supine acceptation of the work ideology. Obviously, the trade unions can also manage to repress these struggles, even opening disputes for the reduction of the work pace or even referring to general themes of major importance, as on the other hand autonomous actions can be used as occasional supports for a single dispute. These dangers are always present, and it is useless to cry hot tears over the fact that an experience of direct action burns itself out, or that it does not immediately pass to higher levels, because the process of autonomy should be considered in its complexity, also at an international level, and not refer to one single experience. It should be clear therefore, that the function of the active minority consists not so much of devising forms of struggle and objectives, as that of understanding the effective potential of the mass. To explain better, we shall refer for a moment to the railway sector. It would be too easy, starting from the fact that a transport strike affects in the first place the passengers, to propose for example, a form of struggle based on not charging passengers for tickets, thus creating a unitary situation within the proletariat. Not that this is not in itself a valid hypothesis, but the problem lies not in the technical application of the proposal, but in the disposition of the mass to lay the foundations for a combined practice of direct action which can only come about through a whole process which is open to error, crises of lack of self-confidence, or instrumentalization. It would obviously be just as much a mistake to applaud every initiative on the part of the workers, always seeing in them possibilities for autonomous outlets. It is necessary to refer not to a hypothetical level of perfection, but to the effective availability of the mass, which would mean in this case stimulating a process of reappropriation in the territory, capable of linking up with the outlets in the service industry. The link with territory is not an episodic factor, nor is it something due to particular circumstances. Exploitation is also expressed at the level of consumption, to which all the other political, social, and cultural structures constituting the capitalist organization of territory are related. The reality of consumption is therefore not secondary to that of production in the aims of the struggle, and one could say that the two are tending to synthesize in the territory, area of unification between proletariat both employed and unemployed, and where the main area of expression has been squatting, where there has also been a development of an autonomous female social role. The appropriation of an autonomous social and economic role by women also opens the way for an autonomous sexual role. The proletarian woman, used to having to support the heaviest weight of capitalist exploitation at the point of consumption, has great fighting potential concerning the struggle in the territory, putting her in a position of avant-garde in respect to the men. Some feminist projects which speak of self-management by women of their sexuality and form educational programs in this direction, leave out of consideration the question of real appropriation, thus falling into an ideological situation and eventually finding themselves proposing only a more tolerable management of their sexual oppression. Besides, the most overtly reformist solutions simply come to rationalize repression. The proposal of work for women is sometimes seen as an instrument of emancipation, but salaried work is not emancipation, but ulterior slavery, and does not even create a weakening of family or social oppression. This does not mean that women's liberation should be postponed to after the revolution. On the contrary, the female proletarian struggle in the territory, the appropriation of an economic and social role by women, resolves immediate contradictions, as well as being at the same time a part of the revolutionary struggle for communism. Also, leaving aside women's struggle, the demand for infrastructures represents a way of imposing a trade union logic in the living area, a clear demonstration of imposing on proletarian reality. The work in the housing estates, if not set out on the basis of immediate contradictions, can easily end up in competition with the parish, evening classes, clinics, meals for proletarian children, and lots of people's parties, with the red flag in the place of hymns. There is nothing new in this. Competition with the parish is in the tradition of Italian reformism. Rent strikes, squatting, self-reduction of bills and transport charges, are all a defense of wages or living conditions, which also permit the unemployed to conquer a dignified level of existence during the struggle in the territory alongside the employed workers, and not through social security payments and subsidies, which are only instruments for dividing the proletariat. The surpassing of trade unionism is not therefore some ideological argument which is more or less revolutionary or more to the left, but is an historical necessity, the only way to rebuild, in the face of changed conditions, a defense of the immediate interests of the proletariat outside trade union negotiation and practice. The new data is no longer a question of struggle becoming finalized in disputes, but struggles which represent in their very form and development, the satisfaction of proletarian needs. The defense of health in the factory is realized through the self-reduction of the work pace and the refusal of mobility, with systematic boycotts and sabotage of production and restructuring, preventing the employer from operating redundancies. The indications we have glanced at are only a beginning, a first possible basis on which to act, but which already have the capacity to go beyond the purely defensive aspect, to lay the immediate foundations for the offensive. The self-managed struggle of the masses is therefore capable of uniting in one practice, both the problem of economic defense and that of revolutionary struggle in the long term, surpassing, through their actions and not through anti-reformist propaganda, trade union illusions and practice. The Comrades of Kronstadt Editions. Chapter 3. Workers' Councils, Self-Management, and Developments in Proletarian Autonomy. What does the theory of workers' councils have to tell us today? Does it lead to a possible opening towards proletarian autonomy? The comrades who have theorized this form of proletarian organization have anything but a static or fixed vision, but they also see in the councils more than anything a form of organization based on workers' self-management. The councils thus represent a workers' state, a dictatorship of the proletariat, a way in which the proletariat can exercise their class domination by being organized in such a way at the workplace. What is the main idea on which they are based? The workers taking possession of the structures of production and the capitalist organization of work, to develop a new mode of production. In fact, in their conception of a communist economy, the councils do not manage to go beyond the limits within which they were born and which justify their existence, that is, the factory and the capitalist organization of work, and, leaving the form of production unaltered, succeed in only forming a different criterion of consumption. Even the socialist society envisaged by the council communists bears a close resemblance to capitalism, and the calculation of the individual worker's consumption based on hours worked does not have the value of the break with wage earning which it professes to have, because in reality work remains a commodity no longer to be exchanged for money, but for another commodity. The councils, in the period in which they developed all over Europe, created an unstable situation which on the one hand aimed at opposing the bourgeoisie in the factory, and on the other left the conditions of their existence unaltered, in other words continued the capitalist organization of work. The utopia of the councils is therefore the control of the state and the bourgeoisie by the proletariat, a state and bourgeoisie which they do not have the power to eliminate. They therefore stopped at the factory, competed with the bourgeoisie for power within the limits of their own boundaries. In these terms the councils are only a form of counter-power, organized workers' power opposed to bourgeois power. The Marxist-Leninists have a good hand in criticizing the theory and practice of counter-power, accusing it of reformism, saying that it is not a question of opposing one form of power to another, but of taking away the bourgeoisie's instruments and establishing a dictatorship of the proletariat through the party, which can at most be assisted by the organizational forms of the workers' councils. In this way we find ourselves back in square one, back to the Bolshevik theories whose total inconsistence has been unequivocally demonstrated in other works by those who support workers' councils. But one fact remains, that the councils, as a form of counter-power, cannot go beyond reformism, engaging themselves in a wearing struggle with the bourgeoisie without really questioning their existence. The councils would either end up exhausted, or give room to repression, as happened in Germany and Russia. Their limitations were clearly sensed by Lenin, who was clever enough not to attack them. He actually proclaimed them the supreme organs of power, being anxious to extend state power and that of the dominating class, the bureaucratic bourgeoisie, personified in the Bolshevik Party. The bloody repression in Germany and the bureaucratic involution in Russia have demonstrated the limitations of the council communist movement, which takes the form of the extreme consequence of the syndicalist logic. The council communist movement undoubtedly represented an enormous qualitative jump compared to the syndicalist type of organization, but, like the trade unions, took for granted the existence of an employer with whom to negotiate. The councils therefore implicitly affirm the impossibility of going beyond the capitalistic organization of work, and therefore the very reason for the existence of a bourgeoisie. The expropriation and self-management of the means of production by the proletariat is an illusion. The means of production as such are in reality transitory and perishable. These are constantly being updated within the capitalist organization, and this includes the substitution of plants, readjustments, modifications, and restructuring. What the workers would really inherit in the case of an expropriation of the means of production is nothing other than the capitalistic organization of work and its logic of hierarchy and exploitation. To self-manage such a reality would create no substantial improvement for the worker, and the thought of working more or less the same way as before, even for the edification of the socialist society, would be small consolation. It is not by chance that self-management has been discussed or imposed in various bourgeois states or pseudo-socialist ones, proposing to the proletariat their self-exploitation. Also, as we shall see further on, the structural foundations for a true discourse on self-management such as could be made at the beginning of the century are lacking. In either case, therefore, it would be a question of always pseudo-forms of self-management, except for isolated cases of small industrial and agricultural complexes. The only valid self-managed activity for the workers is therefore that of self-management of the struggle, that is, direct action. It is therefore not a question of imposing oneself on capitalist structures in order to use them for socialist ends, but that of building new relationships between man and nature. We are not speaking of simply making a clean slate of the past, because if the present structures are destroyed without creating something new, the most probable thing would be a return to the old models, even if with different labels. The discourse therefore leads us to the problem of means and ends. If one acts in terms of disputes and the struggle for power, the result can only be a return to the point of departure. It is therefore necessary to synthesize the means with the ends desired, and construct the new social model now, in the struggles of the proletariat within the present society. The council communists cannot manage to theorize any forms of proletarian struggle apart from the wildcat strike, not trade unionist perhaps in form, but in content, because the significance of dispute and bargaining is implicit in the strike itself as a form of struggle. Even insurrection does not always solve the problem because, taken in itself, it is only a way for some party, presumed representative of the proletariat, to reach power. Proletarian autonomy has recently succeeded in imposing activities capable of going beyond disputes and trade unions in all their forms. We hear of the struggle against production, i.e. activities which represent the satisfaction of the workers' interests without having recourse either directly or indirectly to the mediation of the trade unions. In this way the synthesis means ends is achieved. The struggles are not finalized in claims or disputes, but attain their own ends directly, and are valid as such. These struggles are revolutionary and communist even though they represent the defense of minor interests. They are going in the direction of the negation, through direct action and the collective responsibilization of the proletariat concerning everyday problems, of capitalist organization, and are negating it in its essential component, salaried work. In the advancing of their autonomy the proletariat do not affirm themselves as a class, but deny and annul themselves as such, realizing themselves fully as humanity, thus taking away from the bourgeoisie their only support, the subordinated class who work, produce, consume. The dictatorship of the proletariat is impossible because the proletariat's interest is to annul themselves as a class, to become humanity in the fullest sense of the word. An eventual would-be dictatorship of the proletariat could not be exercised but by the representatives of the proletariat, presumed holders of their true essence and will. The proletariat therefore struggle for their own interests, denying themselves as a class, and denying at the same time the entire capitalist system. In the total refusal of the capitalistic organization of work through direct action, the proletariat are elaborating socialist-communist relations, the alternative social model. In other words, direct action is already communism, the self-construction by the proletariat of consciousness and communist organization, new social relationships as an alternative to capitalism. The acquisition of this capacity by the proletariat is the result of an historical process made up of numerous experiences, mistakes, and theoretical sedimentation which the development of production relations has also influenced. The production relations which existed at the beginning of the century, with work in the factory still skilled in part, allowed the worker a cultural space of his own, albeit it minimal. He had a self-awareness which made him feel bound to the work organization in such a way as to prevent him from realistically posing himself the problem of destroying it, but rather of taking possession of it himself. This figure of the worker first found expression in the trade unions, then in the councils, neither of which, as we have seen, have managed to break through the patterns of capitalism. If the Leninist and party experiences have nothing at all to do with the workers and constitute only a middle-class interference, trade unionism, syndicalism and workers' councils were on the contrary experiences of proletarian autonomy, because they constituted the first basis for a distinction of class interests. It is not a question of refusing them, but of surpassing them as immature proletarian experiences. Present production relations have destroyed all the proletariat's cultural space, and are continuing to do so in such a way that, in order to safeguard his humanity, the worker is obliged to employ his individual and collective intelligence against production and the capitalist organization of consumption in the territory, the latter assuming an increasing importance in the present mechanism of exploitation. In struggling against the organization of production and consumption, the proletariat are creating new cultural space, new social relations in forms irreconcilable with capitalism. This discourse has led many to declare that autonomy is a practice for the use and consumption of the so-called mass worker, and that, given that this figure is destined to disappear in favor of a return to skilled work due to restructuring, it is necessary to form a new party or organization capable of becoming the memory of past experiences of struggle in order to re-elaborate them and give the proletariat new indications fitted to changed conditions. This thesis does not bear certain elements in mind. In recent years, capitalist restructuring has already brought about important changes both in the organization of production and the functioning of the work process. But these changes have always put an accent on mobility, applying it to the stratum generally considered to be technicians. One could say that the main aim of this restructuring is to be able to dispose of a vast stratum of interchangeable unskilled labor to be used for brief periods and at a very high work pace. This allows the capitalists to expel workers from the productive process not only through redundancies, but also through super-exploitation which pushes the workers to leave the workplace of their own accord. The presence of a vast stratum of unemployed then augments underemployment and underpayment in collateral productive activities. It should also be borne in mind that the continual readjustment of production being carried out by the capitalists at the present time requires a proletariat not tied to a precise way of producing, but who are able to adapt to the different systems put into effect. In this context, skills and grades are only a means for dividing workers and stimulating collaboration. Present restructuring therefore seems to be going against the criterion of skilled work, towards the extension of mobility, the jack of all trades, even in sectors which until recently were considered skilled. An elastic system of production cannot base itself on skilled work, because of the latter's static nature. This reality renders trade union claims and disputes, with their adjacent forms of struggle, useless. These are instruments which cannot go beyond partial control or counterpower, in the face of a capitalism capable of totally controlling the management of production. Continual restructuring, with the dismembering of the factory environment, and work mobility, puts the worker in an unstable position and deprives him of any bargaining power whatsoever. For this reason proletarian autonomy has expressed itself in the struggle directly against production, self-reduction of the work pace, direct and immediate refusal of mobility and noxious work, boycotts and sabotage of production and restructuring, etc. These struggles, begun organically in 67/68 and first developed parallel to the great disputes and expiry of contracts, have increasingly been recognized by the proletariat as their only valid instruments of defense, not as a complement to, but as an alternative to trade unionism. Struggles against production are not aimed at gaining bargaining power, but at contrasting, time after time, the employer's steps in increasing exploitation and decreasing labor. It is not by chance that the action of the trade unions today is that of suppressing these struggles, both through launching false programs, and through overt repression. Proletarian experiences, even if they wear themselves out, do not disappear entirely but sediment and change from one sector to another, hence we see how certain criteria of struggle applied in the factory are then generalized over the territory with analogical forms of struggle, squatting, self-reduction of rents, bills, fares, food prices, etc., valid also for the unemployed and the partly employed. The struggle against production therefore extends over the territory, giving the unemployed and underemployed the possibility of fighting, not for an improbable job, but for a real defense of living standards. The thesis of the struggle against production obviously does not apply to the services where the bourgeoisie have an interest in the existence of inefficient conditions. These are unproductive sectors which capitalism uses as channels for speculation. Even a radical restructuring of capitalism could not destroy the sedimentation of the experiences of autonomous struggles. For example, an elimination of the assembly line in favor of co-management or pseudo-self-management of production could eliminate the specific struggle of the self-reduction of the work pace, but not certain criteria of direct action of which the reduction of the work pace would have left their seeds. That is to say, the proletariat possess a memory or their own, and therefore the development of class autonomy does not depend solely on the structural modifications of capitalism, but also on the experiences of autonomy accumulated beforehand. Forms of self-management and co-management exist already in certain situations, but it would be difficult for them to take on a general character. The various parties and organizations who consider themselves the memory of the working class always tend to filter problems through the polaristic optic of power groups, thereby having a negative effect on the proletariat. This discourse obviously excludes the role of the active minority, but rather addresses them towards acts of clarification, circulation of information and the generalization of the experiences of direct action. Apart from a few who say it is useless to waste time with autonomous struggles, believing that it is necessary to build the party and that this should not be distracted from by movement and turmoil, immediate struggles against production are almost unanimously accepted as valid by the so-called area of autonomy. These immediate struggles, although accepted, are nearly always interpreted as supports or collateral aspect of other political and organizational requirements, the 35-hour week, armed struggle, again the party, factory, and housing committees, also seen as organs of counterpower. The objective of the 35-hour week, presented as a concrete outlet for the present struggles against production, represents the typical attitude of those who, wanting to coat their proposals with a touch of realism, finish up falling into the vague and incomprehensible. The self-reduction in working hours could be an extremely valid form of struggle, similar to the immediate struggles we have already mentioned, but precisely for this reason it cannot be pinned down in one objective. Why 35 hours and not, for example, 30? Who decides? The answer is clear: the potential of the class struggle in that particular situation, therefore a priori and theoretical decisions on such matters do not make sense. The line of armed struggle starts right away from a total lack of faith in the content of these struggles, and their only validity is seen in their potential for armed conflict. Certainly, workers' autonomy does pose the problem of violence, and one could say that all forms of autonomous action place themselves within the logic of violence and illegality. The problem is therefore not out of place, but the groups who propose such a line are constructing, through their own initiative, a practice of violence which they want to impose as the supreme outlet in the process of proletarian autonomy, thus electing themselves as managers and arbitrators. It is the discourse of the party once again, which, instead of moving along all the roads possible, bases itself on the military and insurrectional one. Those who speak of the party are those who have the least faith in the possible generalization of direct action and immediate struggle against production, defining these as contingent movements of little importance. A proletariat accustomed to confronting immediate problems directly and without a delegate is a very bad receiver of orders and directions, and difficult to subordinate to the will of a party. Most common, however, are the positions of those who mean to organize proletarian autonomy in factory committees and in intersectoral tenants associations. Included in this category are those who consider the mass organism essential as a starting point for autonomous struggles, and those who measure the validity of a struggle by the organization it leaves behind. The first therefore give precedence to the actions of coordination by the vanguard in the building of organisms, the second to the formation of organisms during the struggle. Often though the two positions combine, with various nuances. The result of the first is a series of pseudo-mass organisms, and which in reality are minorities, or quite simply political groups. The non-awareness of their role renders them substantially useless and also dangerous. On the other hand, the results of the second are usually delusions, in that the mass organisms, authentic expressions of the direct action of the mass movement, are born, die or develop in the struggle and for the struggle, often without the practical possibility of characterizing themselves or of being characterized as such, and therefore of becoming institutionalized in precise structures. In general, one could say that an organizational conception of proletarian autonomy is counterproductive and indirectly repressive, in that it results in the constitution of the so-called committees of workers' power and counterpower, whose only immediate possibility is that of acting as small alternative unions, and therefore of struggling in a game of escalation of claims and contracts with official unions. In perspective, their optic of counterpower cannot lead other than to involvement in workers' councils and self-management. A possible council communist and self-managed neo-syndical road, already defeated and surpassed by the experiences of the proletariat, would not today find even a structural base from which to draw a minimum of significance, and would find itself instrumentalist in the sense of a pseudo-self-management. In conclusion, we can say that direct action is born from and develops on potential and levels of struggle, to verified from time to time. It can express itself minimally, just as it can reach high levels of class confrontation, but no one of these experiences can be caged within structures or patterns, in fixed programs or objectives. On the contrary, what they leave behind is sedimentation for new and often unforeseeable superior developments and autonomous organizational consciousness, communist social relations. The shortcomings of council communism, its incapacity to go beyond competing for power with the bourgeoisie in the factory without managing to put the existence of the latter in question, was also understood by a Russian anarchist current which in 1926 drew up an organizational platform mistakenly known as the Archino platform. In that was proposed the foundation of a specific anarchist communist political organization which, parallel to the expropriation of the means of production by the proletariat organized in workers' councils, would take on the task of engaging the political superstructure, the state, in direct confrontation, and demolishing it. This conception of organization does not get to the roots of the shortcomings of council communism, and limits itself to trying to compensate for certain defects in action. It also introduces a series of ambiguous elements into the discourse alongside others which are extremely valid and interesting. This is not the place to go into the problems concerning the dialotrida and organization in general, but we should like to make a few points on the subject. The complexity of bourgeois power is not finalized in the organized violence of the state. Not only is it not enough for the proletariat to expropriate the means of production in order to eliminate bourgeois power, but even the immediate liquidation of the state would not solve the problem. As we have already seen, the principal support of bourgeois power in its economic and state forms, is the acceptation by the proletariat of their role as such. For this reason, in order to deny and annul bourgeois power, the proletariat must in the first place annul themselves as a class, to realize themselves fully as humanity through the construction of direct action and communist relations. This theme is alluded to more than once in the platform, but is not carried to its logical conclusion. The reason can be found in the weakest point of the platform, the unaware acceptation of certain Leninist principles. It is not a question of authoritarianism, but of making reference to a theory outside the proletariat, that is, to an ideology. This was elaborated for the first time precisely by Lenin, with his thesis of the party as a consciousness outside the class. It is exactly the transposition of the platform onto an ideological level which has pushed the instigators of the platform to try to go beyond the limitations of the Council Communist movement, not in the direction of the mass potential for direct action, but through the political action of anarchist communist militants with a strong libertarian ideology, but whose terms become vague and unclear. The Comrades of Kronstadt Editions. Chapter 4. Autonomous Movement of the Turin Railway Workers. Organization of the Autonomous Workers Nucleus. The present situation is characterized by an alliance between employers, trade unions, and reformist parties. The first are using the help of the unions and so-called parties of the left in order to continue exploitation, finding a way to make the workers pay the price of the economic crisis through a considerable sum of money paid to the industrialists by the state, thereby allowing them to survive for a few more years. To complete the picture, the parties of the left are asking the working class to make sacrifices in order to save the employers and their servants. The present characteristic of the unions and reformist parties is therefore that of collaboration with the employers. Their most important task is that of extinguishing the spontaneous workers' movement, suggesting sacrifice and condemning the workers who are disposed to carrying on a tougher form of struggle with the usual slanders. Under these conditions, it does not seem to us that the trade union can be used as an instrument of struggle. The three main unions, the SFI, SOFI, and the SIUF, are putting their collaboration into effect by selling out the railway workers through a project of restructuring which means a heavier workload for those employed, with less money, and an increase in unemployment. These anti-worker objectives are backed up by demagoguery and a strong condemnation of any initiative. In this way they want to get the proposal accepted that management cannot take on wage increases, that to keep up productivity the number of working hours must remain unaltered, that the so-called phenomenon of absenteeism must be fought, and that to control the worker better the process of functional skills and work mobility will have to be reorganized. Clearly they want to destroy all will to struggle, creating a financial situation which is unsupportable for most, hence the recourse to overtime, giving the bosses the arm of blackmail perfected by the use of the selective mechanism which stops anyone who is not capable and disciplined from getting on. The Autonomous Union, FISUFS, is developing a struggle in opposition to the three central trade unions, and claims to be autonomous. The FISUFS is trying to exploit the rage and discontent of the workers in order to gain a mass adhesion to its corporative and reactionary line. The trade unionism of this so-called autonomous organization is an ulterior element in retarding the real possibility of workers' struggle at the base, which is very strong at the present time. The aim of the FISUFS is therefore that of channeling the workers into a corporative logic necessary for the industrialists, political parties, the government, and capitalism, in order to consolidate exploitation and make it last. The FISUFS therefore, in defending the employers' interests, cannot possibly employ the methods of struggle which characterize and quality workers' autonomy. At the level of alliances and political decisions, it becomes impossible for the FISUFS to differentiate itself from the other union organizations who are in opposition to the three central majority-holding unions. True proletarian autonomy is the only possible solution for the continuation of the struggle against the employers and their servants. To do this, it is necessary to begin to form autonomous workers' nuclei. These nuclei, such as those we want to create among the Turin railway workers, are born from within a precise productive reality, and should consider themselves a constant point of reference for the reality outside in the living areas, the land, the schools, and so on, and draw them into the struggle. Beginning from a clear conception of proletarian autonomy, two dangers ever present in sectoral or trade union methods of struggle are eliminated. The bureaucratization of the structure. The tendency towards a corporate vision of the struggle. The autonomous workers' nucleus organizes itself autonomously of the political parties and trade unions, in order to better defend the worker as a man. Its perspective of organization and struggle keep in mind the double necessity of imposing the confrontation both at the level of production, and at the level of the individual worker's life. Autonomy is therefore a re-evaluation of the man in the worker, with a clear view of the struggle directed towards safeguarding the conditions which render possible work and life itself. The autonomous workers' nucleus. A. Characteristics. Is an organization which means to distinguish itself from the trade unions, including the autonomous versions of such. Its autonomy is based on an anti-bureaucratic structure. It is based on the elimination of the permanent delegate and the negation of professional representatives. All the workers are engaged in the struggle against the employers and their servants. This involvement in the struggle is permanent and does not limit itself to the strike periods fixed by the trade unions. Each component of the autonomous workers' nucleus considers himself to be in continual struggle against the employers and his servants, in the same way as the latter are continually in struggle against the workers in their attempt to perpetuate exploitation. The autonomous workers' nucleus has no link with trade union ideology or practice, while its anti-employer position qualifies it clearly and without doubt as an instrument which the workers have created for their own emancipation. Propaganda activity and struggles directed at obtaining precise results, and the choice of means for the realization of these struggles, are all elements to be clarified by the autonomous workers' nucleus. To belong to an autonomous workers' nucleus is the logical step for all those who consider they have been betrayed by the various trade union organizations and who want to continue the struggle against the state employer, widening this struggle in a perspective totally different to that of trade union power. B. Methods. The repression put into effect by the employers with the help of their servants is constant. It is exercised over us in many ways, diminishing the spending power of wage increases, refusing legitimate increases, putting pressure on the worker to avoid taking on more personnel, increasing work risks, nullifying our struggles through the union's politics of recuperation. This repression must be fought with a struggle which is also constant. Therefore, permanent repression, permanent conflict. The comrades making up the autonomous workers' nucleus should have a clear idea of the direction the struggle against exploitation should take. The employer strikes the worker as a part of a whole, therefore when it strikes him as a railway worker, the company adapts its exploitation to the general situation of production. For this reason a sectoral and corporative struggle does not make sense. The method of workers' autonomy is based on exporting the struggle, even if the immediate effects remain within the sector of production. The method is therefore that of permanent conflict and carrying the struggle beyond the workplace. The objectives to be reached outside the workplace are the users of the railway service, especially commuters who must be constantly kept up to date with the evolution of the conflict within the company, and the same for the other sectors of production nearest to that of the railways. Hence the great importance of information in the autonomous organization of the struggle. Obviously in the beginning the means available for this method of struggle will be inadequate compared to those of the trade union confederacy. However, even having recourse to leafleting, what matters most is working in the right direction, intervening constantly towards the users who must gradually be sensitized to the struggle of the railway workers and our perspectives. The same goes for the collateral sectors with whom it is necessary to make contact, favoring, whenever possible, the birth of other autonomous nuclei which can do the same kind of work. In this perspective the strike maintains its validity as a means of struggle, but must be seen critically, not as a means which automatically sets conflict in motion whenever the trade union leadership decides. The strike in that sense becomes an instrument which puts an end to a situation of conflict, and is thus useful to the employers and all those who have an interest in extinguishing concrete struggle. Another element against the strike as a means of struggle is the fact that it is an intermittent instrument which the counterpart is always warned about in advance, enabling them to intervene. Other means exist which can be used alongside the strike, or in the place of it, means which attack the company's productive output directly and which constitute a very effective threat. During a strike, the technical procedure is arranged at union meetings. Reading these rules, one is amazed by the care which is taken to avoid any damage to the company. But, in the other direction, what does the company do to try to reduce the exploitation of the workers? All these precautions reduce the effectiveness of the strike as an arm in the attack against the bosses, and the responsibility for all that is also due to the legalism and conservatism of the unions. To hard and constant repression, we must oppose struggle without half measures and without warn mg, hard and constant struggle. The choice of means to be employed in a certain struggle, and the basic direction TCI be given to the information which IRAs to be constantly circulated towards the exterior, is decided upon by all those who belong to the autonomous workers' nucleus, for which they must meet periodically. C. Perspectives. The concrete development of the struggle must be evaluated from time to time in the light of the objective situation, and not serve as a shield for vague and irresolute ideological constructions. Wage increase is one of the most important points of the struggle, because it allows the worker a greater capacity for resistance and the possibility of facing other battles which are just as important for his existence. This is not necessarily the main point of the autonomous workers' nucleus, but, for obvious reasons, it cannot be considered of secondary importance. The struggle for a different organization of work is undoubtedly more interesting, because it indirectly supplements real wages in a way that cannot be taken back by the mechanism of devaluation. These indirect supplements to wages are elements of great value during the course of the conflict. A reduction in working hours, the refusal of mobility or accumulation of duties, total staff coverage, the improvement of working conditions, the modification of rules and working hours for drivers, ticket collectors, etc., the strengthening of installations, lines, locomotives, camages, etc. are all elements which improve the general situation of the railway worker and can come to be a part of real wages which are very much inferior to the sum written on the pay slip. The basic perspective in which a long-term struggle could be planned would be that of the base of the workers getting control of management, progressively removing it from the bosses and foremen who find themselves in secure positions with the union's approval. In this way, an example could be given through a series of proposals re-changes in management, and the organizational capacity of the workers, denouncing those responsible for the present disservice at the cost of the passengers and everyone involved. Capillary penetration in order to explain the mistaken position of the trade union struggles and their need to collaborate with the company, the impossibility of any change in this situation in the near future, and a return to struggle at the base. Struggle against the trade union structures and bureaucrats, not against union members. The final perspective is therefore that of autonomous management of the struggle, both for wages and working conditions, as well as the progressive taking over of management in its totality. Clearly, this autonomy of struggle can only develop through a proper evaluation of the union's position of collaboration with the employers. Conclusion. The autonomous workers' nucleus is an organism of struggle for the defense of the railway workers who mean to affirm the principle of autonomous struggle. For this reason, it denies the validity of the trade unions, and denounces their collusion with the system. On the basis of the principle of autonomy, the autonomous workers' nucleus affirms the need for permanent conflict within the reality of production, and the need to export the essential characteristics of the struggle towards the exterior. The objectives of this communication with the exterior are the users of the railway service and the collateral productive sectors. The methods necessary for the realization of the defense of those involved and therefore of the whole productive collectivity are chosen in harmony with the principle of autonomy and permanent conflict. The validity of the strike should be examined critically, and a great deal of attention paid to the research for other effective forms of struggle not so easily controllable by the company. The perspectives of the autonomous workers' nucleus are the constant ones of increasing wages and affecting working conditions, with the aim of safeguarding real wages, which is the basis for all concrete possibilities of struggle by the workers. Armed Joy. Alfredo M. Bonnano. 1977. Introduction. This book was written in 1977 in the momentum of the revolutionary struggles that were taking place in Italy at the time, and that situation, now profoundly different, should be borne in mind when reading it today. The revolutionary movement, including the anarchist one, was in a developing phase, and anything seemed possible, even a generalization of the armed clash. But it was necessary to protect oneself from the danger of specialization and militarization that a restricted minority of militants intended to impose on the tens of thousands of comrades who were struggling with every possible means against repression and against the state's attempt, rather weak to tell the truth, to reorganize the management of capital. That was the situation in Italy, but something similar was also happening in Germany, France, Great Britain and elsewhere. In Italy it seemed essential to prevent the many actions carried out against the men and tours of power by comrades every day from being drawn into the planned logic of an armed party, such as the Red Brigades. That is the spirit of this book. To show how a practice of liberation and destruction can come forth from a joyful logic of struggle, not a mortifying, schematic rigidity within the established canons of a directing group. Some of these problems no longer exist. They have been solved by the hard lessons of history. The collapse of real socialism suddenly redimensioned the directing ambitions of the Marxists of every tendency for good. On the other hand, it has not extinguished, but possibly inflamed, the desire for freedom and anarchist communism that is spreading everywhere, especially among the young generations, often without having recourse to the traditional symbols of anarchism, its slogans and theories also being seen with an understandable, but not shareable, gut refusal to be infected with ideology. This book has become topical again, but in a different way. Not as a critique of a heavy monopolising structure that no longer exists, but because it can point out the potent capabilities of the individual on his or her road, with joy, to the destruction of all that oppresses and regulates them. Before ending, I should mention that this book was ordered to be destroyed in Italy. The Italian Supreme Court ordered it to be burned. All the libraries that had a copy received a circular from the Home Ministry ordering its incineration. More than one librarian refused to burn the book, considering such a practice to be worthy of the Nazis or the Inquisition, but by law the volume cannot be consulted. For the same reason the book cannot be distributed legally in Italy, and many comrades had copies confiscated during the vast wave of raids carried out for that purpose. I was sentenced to 18 months imprisonment for writing this book. Alfredo M. Bonnano. Catania, July 14, 1993. 3. In Paris, 1848, the revolution was a holiday without a beginning or an end. Bakunin. Why on earth did these dear children shoot Montanelli in the legs? Wouldn't it have been better to have shot him in the mouth? Of course it would. But it would also have been heavier, more vindictive and somber. To Lamé. A beast like that can have a deeper, more meaningful side to it that goes beyond revenge, beyond punishing him for his responsibility, fascist journalist and boss's lackey that he is. To lame him forces him to limp, makes him remember. Moreover, laming is a more agreeable pastime than shooting in the mouth with pieces of brain squirting out through the eyes. The comrade who sets off in the fog every morning and walks into the stifling atmosphere of the factory, or the office, only to see the same faces, the foreman, the timekeeper, the spy of the moment, the Stakhanovite with 7 children to support, feels the need for revolution, the struggle and the physical clash, even a mortal one. But he also wants to bring himself some joy. Now, right away. And he nurtures this joy in his fantasies as he walks along head down in the fog, spends hours on trains or trams, suffocates in the pointless goings-on of the office or amidst the useless bolts that serve to hold the useless mechanisms of capital together. Remunerated joy, weekends off or annual holidays paid by the boss is like paying to make love. It seems the same, but there is something lacking. Hundreds of theories pile up in books, pamphlets, and revolutionary papers. We must do this, do that, see things the way this one said or that one said, because they are the true interpreters of the this or that ones of the past, those in capital letters who fill up the stifling volumes of the classics. Even the need to keep them close at hand is all part of the liturgy. Not to have them would be a bad sign, it would be suspect. It is useful to keep them handy in any case. Being heavy, they could always be thrown in the face of some nuisance. Not a new, but nevertheless a healthy confirmation of the validity of the revolutionary texts of the past. There is never anything about joy in these tomes. The austerity of the cloister has nothing to envy of the atmosphere one breathes in their pages. Their authors, priests of the revolution of revenge and punishment, pass their time weighing up blame and retribution. Moreover, these Vestals in jeans have taken a vow of chastity, so they also expect and impose it. They want to be rewarded for their sacrifice. First they abandon the comfortable surroundings of their class of origin, then they put their abilities at the disposal of the disinherited. They have grown accustomed to using words that are not their own and to putting up with dirty tablecloths and unmade beds. So, one might listen to them at least. They dream of orderly revolutions, neatly drawn up principles, anarchy without turbulence. If things take a different turn, they start screaming provocation, yelling loud enough for the police to hear them. 4. Revolutionaries are pious folk. The revolution is not a pious event. 5. 2. I call a cat a cat. Boilo. We are all concerned with the revolutionary problem of how and what to produce, but nobody points out that producing is a revolutionary problem. If production is at the root of capitalist exploitation, to change the mode of production would merely change the mode of exploitation. A cat, even if you paint it red, is still a cat. The producer is sacred. Hands off. Sanctify his sacrifice in the name of the revolution, and lay just fates. And what will we eat? Concerned people will ask. Bread and string, say the realists, with one eye on the pot and the other on their gun. Ideas, the muddling idealists state, with one eye on the book of dreams and the other on the human species. Anyone who touches productivity has had it. Capitalism and those fighting it sit alongside each other on the producer's corpse, but production must go on. The critique of political economy is a rationalization of the mode of production with the least effort. Everyone else, those who suffer exploitation, must take care to see that nothing is lacking. Otherwise, how would we live? The son of darkness sees nothing when he comes out into the light, just like when he was groping around in the dark. Joy blinds him. It kills him. So he says it is a hallucination and condemns it. The flabby fat bourgeois bask in opulent idleness. So, enjoyment is sinful. That would mean sharing the same sensations as the bourgeoisie and betraying those of the producing proletariat. Not so. The bourgeois goes to great lengths to keep the process of exploitation going. He is stressed too and never finds time for joy. His cruises are occasions for new investments, his lovers fifth columns for getting information on competitors. The productivity god also kills its most faithful disciples. Wrench their heads off, nothing but a deluge of rubbish will pour out. The hungry wretch harbors feelings of revenge when he sees the rich surrounded by their fawning entourage. The enemy must be destroyed before anything else. But save the booty. Wealth must not be destroyed, it must be used. It doesn't matter what it is, what form it takes, or what prospects of employment it allows. What counts is grabbing it from whoever is holding on to it at the time so that everyone has access to it. Everyone. Of course, everyone. And how will that happen? With revolutionary violence. 6. Good answer. But really, what will we do after we have cut off so many heads we are bored with it? What will we do when there are no more landlords to be found even if we go looking for them with lanterns? Then it will be the reign of the revolution. To each according to their needs, from each according to their possibilities. Pay attention, comrade. There is a smell of bookkeeping here. We are talking of consumption and production. Everything is still in the dimension of productivity. Arithmetic makes you feel safe. 2 and 2 make 4. Who would dispute this truth? Numbers rule the world. If they have done till now, why shouldn't they continue to? We all need something solid and durable. Stones to build a wall to stem the impulses that start choking us. We all need objectivity. The boss swears by his wallet, the peasant by his spade, the revolutionary by his gun. Let in a glimmer of criticism and the whole scaffolding will collapse. In its heavy objectivity, the everyday world conditions and reproduces us. We are all children of daily banality. Even when we talk of serious things like revolution, our eyes are still glued to the calendar. The boss fears the revolution because it would deprive him of his wealth, the peasant will make it to get a piece of land, the revolutionary to put his theory to the test. If the problem is seen in these terms, there is no difference between the wallet, land, and revolutionary theory. These objects are all quite imaginary, mere mirrors of human illusion. Only the struggle is real. It distinguishes boss from peasant and establishes the link between the latter and the revolutionary. The forms of organization production takes are ideological vehicles to conceal illusory individual identity. This identity is projected into the illusory economic concept of value. A code establishes its interpretation. The bosses control part of this code, as we see in consumerism. The technology of psychological warfare and total repression also gives its contribution to strength. Ending the idea that one is human on condition that one produces. Other parts of the code can be modified. They cannot undergo revolutionary change but are simply adjusted from time to time. Think, for example, of the mass consumerism that has taken the place of the luxury consumerism of years gone by. Then there are more refined forms such as the self-managed control of production. Another component of the code of exploitation. And so on. Anyone who decides to organize my life for me can never be my comrade. If they try to justify this with the excuse that someone must produce otherwise we will all lose our identity as human beings and be overcome by wild, savage nature, we reply that the man-nature relationship is a product of the enlightened Marxist bourgeoisie. Why did they want to turn a sword into a pitchfork? Why must man continually strive to distinguish himself from nature? 7. 3. Men, if they cannot attain what is necessary, tire themselves with that which is useless. Goethe. Man needs many things. This statement is usually taken to mean that man has needs which he is obliged to satisfy. In this way people are transformed from historically determined units into a duality. They realize themselves through the satisfaction of their needs, so become the instrument of their own realization. Anyone can see how much mythology is concealed in statements such as this. If man distinguishes himself from nature through work, how can he fulfill himself in the satisfaction of his needs? To do this he would already have become man, so have fulfilled his needs, which means he would not have to work. Commodities have a profoundly symbolic content. They become a point of reference, a unit of measure, an exchange value. The spectacle begins. Roles are cast and reproduce themselves to infinity. The actors continue to play their parts without any particular modifications. The satisfaction of needs becomes no more than a reflex, marginal effect. What matters is the transformation of people into things and everything else along with them. Nature becomes a thing used, it is corrupted, and man's vital instincts along with it. An abyss gapes open between nature and man. It must be filled, and the expansion of the commodity market is seeing to it. The spectacle is expanding to the point of devouring itself along with its contradictions. Stage and audience enter the same dimension, proposing themselves for a higher, more far-reaching level of the same spectacle, and so on to infinity. Anyone who escapes the commodity code does not become objectified and falls outside the area of the spectacle. They are pointed at. They are surrounded by barbed wire. If they refuse englobement or an alternative form of codification, they are criminalized. They are clearly mad. It is forbidden to refuse the illusory in a world that has based reality on illusion, concreteness on the unreal. Capital manages the spectacle according to the laws of accumulation. But nothing can be accumulated to infinity. Not even capital. A quantitative process in absolute is an illusion, a quantitative illusion to be precise. The bosses understand this perfectly. Exploitation adopts different forms and ideological models precisely to ensure this accumulation in qualitatively different ways, as it cannot continue in the quantitative aspect indefinitely. The fact that the whole process becomes paradoxical and illusory does not matter much to capital, because it is precisely that which holds the reins and makes the rules. If it has to sell illusion for reality and that makes money, then let's just carry on without asking too many questions. It is the exploited who foot the bill. So it is up to them to see the trick and worry about 8. Recognizing reality. For capital, things are fine as they are, even though they are based on the greatest conjuring trick in the world. The exploited almost feel nostalgia for this swindle. They have grown accustomed to their chains and become attached to them. Now and then they have fantasies about fascinating uprisings and bloodbaths, then they let themselves be taken in by the speeches of the new political leaders. The Revolutionary Party extends capital's illusory perspective to horizons it could never reach on its own. The quantitative illusion spreads. The exploited enlist, count themselves, draw their conclusions. Fierce slogans make bourgeois hearts miss a beat. The greater the number, the more the leaders prance around arrogantly and the more demanding they become. They draw up great programs for the conquest of power. This new power is preparing to spread on the remains of the old. Bonaparte's soul smiles in satisfaction. Of course, deep changes are being programmed in the code of illusions. But everything must be submitted to the symbol of quantitative accumulation. The demands of the revolution increase as militant forces grow. In the same way, the rate of the social profit that is taking the place of private profit must also grow. So capital enters a new, illusory, spectacular phase. Old needs press on insistently under new labels. The productivity god continues to rule, unrivaled. How good it is to count ourselves. It makes us feel strong. The unions count themselves. The parties count themselves. The bosses count themselves. So do we. Ring-a-ring-o roses. And when we stop counting, we try to ensure that things stay as they are. If change cannot be avoided, we will bring it about without disturbing anyone. Ghosts are easily penetrated. Every now and then politics come to the fore. Capital often invents ingenious solutions. Then social peace hits us. The silence of the graveyard. The illusion spreads to such an extent that the spectacle absorbs nearly all the available forces. Not a sound. Then the defects and monotony of the mise-en-scene. The curtain rises on unforeseen situations. The capitalist machinery begins to falter. Revolutionary involvement is rediscovered. It happened in '68. Everybody's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Everyone extremely ferocious. Leaflets everywhere. Mountains of leaflets. And pamphlets and papers and books. Old ideological differences lined up like tin soldiers. Even the anarchists rediscovered themselves. And they did so historically, according to the needs of the moment. Everyone was quite dull-witted. The anarchists too. Some people woke up from their spectacular slumber and, looking around for space and air to breathe, seeing anarchists said to themselves, at last, here's who I want to be with. They soon realized their mistake. Things did not go as they should have done in that direction either. There too, stupidity and spectacle. And so they ran away. They closed up in themselves. They fell apart. Accepted capital's game. And if they didn't accept it, they were banished, also by the anarchists. The machinery of '68 produced the best civil servants of the new techno-bureaucratic state. But it also produced its antibodies. The process of the quantitative illusion became evident. On the one hand, it received fresh lymph to build a new view of the commodity spectacle, on the other there was a flaw. It has become blatantly obvious that confrontation at the level of production is ineffective. Take over the factories, the fields, the schools, and the neighborhoods and self-manage them, the old revolutionary anarchists proclaimed. We will destroy power in all its forms, they added. But without getting to the roots of the problem. Although conscious of its gravity and extent, they preferred to ignore it, putting their hopes in the creative spontaneity of the revolution. But in the meantime they wanted to hold on to control of production. Whatever happens, whatever 9. Creative forms the revolution might express, we must take over the means of production, they insisted. Otherwise the enemy will defeat us at that level. So they began to accept all kinds of compromise. They ended up creating another, even more macabre, spectacle. And spectacular illusion has its own rules. Anyone who wants to direct it must abide by them. They must know and apply them, swear by them. The first is that production affects everything. If you do not produce, you are not a man, the revolution is not for you. Why should we tolerate parasites? Should we go to work in place of them perhaps? Should we see to their livelihood as well as our own? Besides, wouldn't all these people with vague ideas, claiming to doing as they please, not turn out to be objectively useful to the counter-revolution? Well, in that case better attack them right away. We know who our allies are, who we want to side with. If we want to scare, then let's do it all together, organized and in perfect order, and may no one put their feet on the table or let their trousers down. Let's organize our specific organizations. Train militants who know the techniques of struggle. At the place of production, the producers will make the revolution, we will just be there to make sure they don't do anything silly. No, that's all wrong. How will we be able to stop them from making mistakes? At the spectacular level of organization there are some who are capable of making far more noise than we are. And they have breath to spare. Struggle at the workplace. Struggle for the defense of jobs. Struggle for production. When will we break out of the circle? When will we stop biting our tails? 10. 4. The deformed man always finds mirrors that make him handsome. De Sada. What madness the love of work is. With great scenic skill, capital has succeeded in making the exploited love exploitation, the hanged man the rope and the slave his chains. This idealization of work has been the death of the revolution until now. The movement of the exploited has been corrupted by the bourgeois morality of production, which is not only foreign to it, but is also contrary to it. It is no accident that the trade unions were the first sector to be corrupted, precisely because of their closer proximity to the management of the spectacle of production. It is time to oppose the non-work aesthetic to the work ethic. We must counter the satisfaction of spectacular needs imposed by consumer society with the satisfaction of man's natural needs seen in the light of that primary, essential need, the need for communism. In this way the quantitative evaluation of needs is overturned. The need for communism transforms all other needs and their pressures on man. Man's poverty, the consequence of exploitation, has been seen as the foundation of future redemption. Christianity and revolutionary movements have walked hand in hand throughout history. We must suffer in order to conquer paradise or to acquire the class consciousness that will take us to the revolution. Without the work ethic, the Marxist notion of proletariat would not make sense. But the work ethic is a product of the same bourgeois rationalism that allowed the bourgeoisie to conquer power. Corporatism resurfaces through the mesh of proletarian internationalism. Everyone struggles within their own sector. At most they contact similar ones in other countries, through the unions. The monolithic multinationals are opposed by monolithic international unions. Let's make the revolution but save the machinery, the working tool, that mythical object that reproduces the historical virtue of the bourgeoisie, now in the hands of the proletariat. The heir to the revolution is destined to become the consumer and main actor of the capitalist spectacle of tomorrow. Idealize it at the level of the clash as the beneficiary of its outcome, the revolutionary class disappears in the idealization of production. When the exploited come to be enclosed within a class, all the elements of the spectacular already exist, just as they do for the class of exploiters. The only way for the exploited to escape the globalizing project of capital is through the refusal of work, production, and political economy. But refusal of work must not be confused with lack of work in a society which is based on the latter. The marginalist look for work. They do not find it. They are pushed into ghettos. They are criminalized. Then that all becomes part of the management of the productive spectacle as 11. A whole. Producers and unemployed are equally indispensable to capital. But the balance is a delicate one. Contradictions explode and produce various kinds of crisis, and it is in this context that revolutionary intervention takes place. So, the refusal of work, the destruction of work, is an affirmation of the need for non-work. The affirmation that man can reproduce and objectify himself in non-work through the various solicitations that this stimulates in him. The idea of destroying work is absurd if it is seen from the point of view of the work ethic. But how? So many people are looking for work, so many unemployed, and you talk about destroying work? The Luddite ghost appears and puts all the revolutionaries who have read all the classics to fright. The rigid model of the frontal attack on capitalist forces must not be touched. All the failures and suffering of the past are irrelevant, so is the shame and betrayal. Ahead, comrades, better days will come, onwards again. It would suffice to show what the concept of free time, a temporary suspension of work, is bogged down in today to scare proletarians back into the stagnant atmosphere of the class organizations. The spectacle offered by the bureaucratic leisure organizations is deliberately designed to depress even the most fertile imagination. But this is no more than an ideological cover, one of the many instruments of the total war that make up the spectacle as a whole. The need for communism transforms everything. Through the need for communism, the need for non-work moves from the negative aspect to the positive one, the individual's complete availability to themselves, the possibility to express themselves absolutely freely. Breaking away from all models, even those considered to be fundamental and indispensable, such as those of production. But revolutionaries are dutiful people and are afraid to break with all models, not least that of revolution, which constitutes an obstacle to the full realization of what the concept means. They are afraid they might find themselves without a role in life. Have you ever met a revolution? Without a revolutionary project? A project that is well defined and presented clearly to the masses. Whatever kind of revolutionary would be one who claimed to destroy the model, the wrapping, the very foundations of the revolution? By attacking concepts such as quantification, class, project, model, historical task, and other such old stuff, one would run the risk of having nothing to do, of being obliged to act in reality, modestly, like everyone else. Like millions of others who are building the revolution day by day without waiting for signs of a fatal deadline. And to do this you need courage. With rigid models and little quantitative games you remain within the realm of the unreal, the illusory project of the revolution, an amplification of the spectacle of capital. By abolishing the ethic of production you enter revolutionary reality directly. It is difficult even to talk about such things because it does not make sense to mention them in the pages of a treatise. To reduce these problems to a complete and final analysis would be to miss the point. The best thing would be an informal discussion capable of bringing about the subtle magic of wordplay. It is a real contradiction to talk of joy seriously. 12. V. Summer nights are heavy. One sleeps badly in tiny rooms. It is the eve of the guillotine. Zodiaxa. The exploited also find time to play. But their play is not joy. It is a macabre ritual. An awaiting death. A suspension of work in order to lighten the pressure of the violence accumulated during the activity of production. In the illusory world of commodities, play is also an illusion. We imagine we are playing, while all we are really doing is monotonously repeating the roles assigned to us by capital. When we become conscious of the process of exploitation, the first thing we feel is a sense of revenge, the last is joy. Liberation is seen as setting right a balance that has been upset by the wickedness of capitalism, not as the coming of a world of play to take the place of the world of work. This is the first phase of the attack on the bosses. The phase of immediate awareness. What strikes us are the chains, the whip, the prison walls, sexual and racial barriers. Everything must come down. So we arm ourselves and strike the adversary to make them pay for their responsibility. During the night of the guillotine the foundations for a new spectacle are laid. Capital regains strength, first the bosses' heads fall, then those of the revolutionaries. It is impossible to make the revolution with the guillotine alone. Revenge is the antechamber of power. Anyone who wants to avenge themselves requires a leader. A leader to take them to victory and restore wounded justice. and whoever cries for vengeance wants to come into posses. Zion of what has been taken away from them. Right to the supreme abstraction, the appropriation of surplus value. The world of the future must be one where everybody works. Fine. So we will have imposed slavery on everyone with the exception of those who make it function and who, precisely for that reason, become the new bosses. No matter what, the bosses must pay for their wrongs. Very well. We will carry the Christian ethic of sin, judgment, and reparation into the revolution, as well as the concepts of debt and payment, clearly of mercantile origins. That is all part of the spectacle. Even when it is not managed by power directly, it can easily be taken over. Role reversal is one of the techniques of drama. It might be necessary to attack using the arms of revenge and punishment at a certain moment. In the class struggle, the movement might not possess any others. So it will be the moment for the guillotine. But revolutionaries must be aware of the limitations of such arms. They should not deceive themselves or others. Within the paranoid framework of a rationalizing machine such as capitalism, the concept of the revolution of revenge can even become part of the spectacle as it continually adapts itself. 13. The movement of production seems to come about thanks to the blessing of economic science. But in reality it is based on the illusory anthropology of the separation of tasks. There is no joy in work, even if it is self-managed. The revolution cannot be reduced to a simple reorganization of work. Not that alone. There is no joy in sacrifice, death, and revenge. Just as there is no joy in counting oneself. Arithmetic is the negation of joy. Anyone who desires to live does not produce death. A transitory acceptance of the guillotine leads to its institutionalization. But at the same time, anyone who loves life does not embrace their exploiter. To do so would signify that they are against life in favor of sacrifice, self-punishment, work and death. In the graveyard of work, centuries of exploitation have accumulated a huge mountain of revenge. The leaders of the revolution sit upon this mountain, impassively. They study the best way to draw profit from it. So the spur of revenge must be addressed against the interests of the new caste in power. Symbols and flags, slogans and complicated analyses. The ideological apparatus does everything that is necessary. It is the work ethic that makes this possible. Anyone who delights in work and wants to take over the means of production does not want things to go ahead blindly. They know by experience that the bosses have had a strong organization on their side in order to make exploitation work. They think that just as strong and perfect an organization will make liberation possible. Do everything in your power, productivity must be saved at all costs. What a swindle! The work ethic is the Christian ethic of sacrifice, the boss's ethic thanks to which the massacres of history have followed each other with worrying regularity. These people cannot comprehend that it would be possible to not produce any surplus value. And that one could also refuse to do so. That it is possible to assert one's will to not produce, so struggle against both the boss's economic structures and the ideological ones that permeate the whole of Western thought. It is essential to understand that the work ethic is the foundation of the quantitative revolutionary project. Arguments against work would be senseless if they were made by revolutionary organizations with their logic of quantitative growth. The substitution of the work ethic with the aesthetic of joy would not mean an end to life as so many worried comrades would have it. To the question, what will we eat, one could quite simply reply, what we produce. Only production would no longer be the dimension in which man determines himself, as that would come about in the sphere of play and joy. One could produce as something separate from nature, then join with it as something that is nature itself. So it would be possible to stop producing at any moment, when there is enough. Only joy will be uncontrollable. A force unknown to the civilized larvae that populate our era. A force that will multiply the creative impulse of the revolution 1,000-fold. The social wealth of the communist world is not measured in an accumulation of surplus value. Even if it turns out to be managed by a minority that calls itself the party of the proletariat. This situation reproduces power and denies the very essence of anarchy. Communist social wealth comes from the potential for life that comes after the revolution. Qualitative, not quantitative, accumulation must substitute capitalist accumulation. The revolution of life takes the place of the merely economic revolution, productive potential takes the place of crystallized production, joy takes the place of the spectacle. The refusal of the spectacular market of capitalist illusions will create another kind of exchange. From fictitious quantitative change to a real qualitative one. Circulation of goods will not base 14. Itself on objects and their illusionist reification, but on the meaning that the objects have for life. And this must be a life meaning, not a death one. So these objects will be limited to the precise moment in which they are exchanged, and their significance will vary according to the situations in which this takes place. The same object could have profoundly different values. It will be personified. Nothing to do with production as we know it now in the dimension of capital. Exchange itself will have a different meaning when seen through the refusal of unlimited production. There is no such thing as freed labor. There is no such thing as integrated labor. What does exist is the division of labor and the sale of the workforce, i.e. the capitalist world of production. The revolution is the negation of labor and the affirmation of joy. Any attempt to impose the idea of work, fair work, work without exploitation, self-managed work where the exploited are to reappropriate themselves of the whole of the productive process, without exploitation, is a mystification. The concept of the self-management of production is valid only as a form of struggle against capitalism. In fact, it cannot be separated from the idea of the self-management of the struggle. If the struggle is extinguished, self-management becomes nothing other than self-management of one's exploitation. If the struggle is victorious, the self-management of production becomes superfluous, because after the revolution the organization of production is superfluous and counter-revolutionary. 15. 6. So long as you make the throw yourself, everything is skill and easy winning. Only if you suddenly become the one catching the ball that the eternal playmate throws at you, at your center, with all her strength, in one of those arcs of great divine bridge builders. Only then is being able to catch strength, not yours but of a world. Rilke. We all believe we have experienced joy. Each single one of us believes we have been happy at least once in our lives. Only this experience of joy has always been passive. We happen to enjoy ourselves. We cannot desire joy just as we cannot oblige joy to present itself when we want it to. All this separation between ourselves and joy depends on our being separate from ourselves, divided in two by the process of exploitation. We work all the year round to have the joy of holidays. When these come round we feel obliged to enjoy the fact that we are on holiday. A form of torture like any other. The same goes for Sundays. A dreadful day. The rarefaction of the illusion of free time shows us the emptiness of the mercantile spectacle we are living in. The same empty gaze alights on the half-empty glass, the TV screen, the football match, the heroin dose, the cinema screen, traffic jams, neon lights, prefabricated homes that have completed the killing of the landscape. To seek joy in the depths of any of the various recitals of the capitalist spectacle would be pure madness. But that is exactly what capital wants. The experience of free time programmed by Our exploiters is lethal. It makes you want to go to work. To apparent life one ends up preferring certain death. No real joy can reach us from the rational mechanism of capitalist exploitation. Joy does not have fixed rules to catalog it. Even so, we must be able to desire joy. Otherwise we would be lost. The search for joy is therefore an act of will, a firm refusal of the fixed conditions of capital and its values. The first of these refusals is that of work as a value. The search for joy can only come about through the search for play. So, play means something different to what we are used to considering it to be in the dimension of capital. Like serene idleness, the play that opposes itself to the responsibilities of life is an artificial, distorted image of what it really is. At the present stage of the clash and the relative constrictions in the struggle against capital, play is not a pastime but a weapon. By a strange twist of irony the roles are reversed. If life is something serious, death is an illusion. In the sense that so long as we are alive death does not exist. Now, the reign of death, i.e. the reign of capital, which denies our very existence as human beings and reduces us to things, seems very serious, methodical, and disciplined. But its possessive paroxysm, its ethical rigor, its obsession with doing all hide a great illusion, the total emptiness of the commodity spectacle, the 16. Uselessness of indefinite accumulation and the absurdity of exploitation. So the great seriousness of the world of work and productivity hides a total lack of seriousness. On the contrary, the refusal of this stupid world, the pursuit of joy, dreams, utopia in its declared lack of seriousness, hides the most serious thing in life, the refusal of death. In the physical confrontation with capital, play can take different forms, even on this side of the fence. Many things can be done playfully, yet most of the things we do very seriously. Wearing the death mask we have borrowed from capital. Play is characterized by a vital impulse that is always new, always in movement. By acting as though we are playing, we charge our action with this impulse. We free ourselves from death. Play makes us feel alive. It gives us the excitement of life. In the other model of acting we do everything as though it were a duty, as though we had to do it. It is in the ever-new excitement of play, quite the opposite to the alienation and madness of capital, that we are able to identify joy. Here lies the possibility to break with the old world and identify with new aims and other values and needs. Even if joy cannot be considered man's aim, it is undoubtedly the privileged dimension that makes the clash with capital different when it is pursued deliberately. 17. 7. Life is so boring there is nothing to do except spend all our wages on the latest skirt or shirt. Brothers and sisters, what are your real desires? Sit in the drugstore, look tant empty, bored, drinking some tasteless coffee? Or perhaps blow it up or burn it down. The angry brigade. The great spectacle of capital has swallowed us all up to our necks. Actors and spectators in turn. We alternate the roles, either staring open-mouthed at others or making others stare at us. We have alighted the glass coach, even though we know it is only a pumpkin. The fairy god mother's spell has beguiled our critical awareness. Now we must play the game. Until midnight. At least. Poverty and hunger are still the driving forces of the revolution. But capital is widening the spectacle. It wants new actors on stage. The greatest spectacle in the world will continue to surprise us. Always more complicated, better and better organized. New clowns are getting ready to mount the rostrum. New species of wild beasts will be tamed. The supporters of quantity, lovers of arithmetic, will be first on and will be blinded by the limelight, dragging the masses of necessity and the ideologies of redemption along behind them. But one thing they will not be able to get rid of is their seriousness. The greatest danger they face will be a laugh. In the spectacle of capital, joy is deadly. Everything is gloomy and funereal. Everything is serious and orderly, everything is rational and programmed, precisely because it is all false and illusory. Beyond the crises, beyond other problems of underdevelopment, beyond poverty and hunger. The last fight that capital will have to put up, the decisive one, is the fight against boredom. The revolutionary movement will also have to fight its battles. Not just the traditional ones against capital, but new ones, against itself. Boredom is attacking it from within, is causing it to deteriorate, making it asphyxiating, uninhabitable. Let us leave those who like the spectacle of capitalism alone. Those who are quite happy to play their parts to the end. These people think that reforms really can change things. But this is more an ideological cover than anything else. They know only too well that changing bits is one of the rules of the system. It is useful to capital to have things fixed a little at a time. Then there is the revolutionary movement, where there is no lack of those who attack the power of capital verbally. These people cause a great deal of confusion. They come out with grand statements but no longer impress anyone, least of all capital, which cunningly uses them for the most delicate part of its spectacle. When it needs a soloist, it puts one of these performers on stage. The result is pitiful. The truth is that the spectacular mechanism of commodities must be broken by entering the domain of capital, its coordinating centers, right to the very nucleus of production. Think what a 18. Marvelous explosion of joy, what a great creative leap forward, what an extraordinarily aimless aim. Only it is difficult to enter the mechanisms of capital joyfully, with the symbols of life armed. Struggle is often a symbol of death. Not because it gives death to the bosses and their servants, but because it wants to impose the structures of the dominion of death itself. Conceived differently, it really would be joy in action, capable of breaking the structural conditions imposed by the commodity spectacle, such as the military party, the conquest of power, the vanguard. This is the other enemy of the revolutionary movement. Incomprehension. Refusal to see the new conditions of the conflict. The insistence on imposing models of the past that have now become part of the commodity spectacle. Ignorance of the new revolutionary reality is leading to a lack of theoretical and strategic awareness of the revolutionary capacity of the movement itself. And it is not enough to say that there are enemies so close at hand as to make it indispensable to intervene right away without looking at questions of a theoretical nature. All this hides the incapacity to face the new reality of the movement and avoid the mistakes of the past that have serious consequences in the present. And this refusal nourishes all kinds of rationalist political illusions. Categories such as revenge, leaders, parties, the vanguard, quantitative growth, only mean something in the dimension of this society, and such a meaning favors the perpetuation of power. When you look at things from a revolutionary point of view, i.e. the complete definitive elimination of all power, these categories become meaningless. By moving into the nowhere of utopia, upsetting the work ethic, turning it into the here and now of joy in realization, we find ourselves within a structure that is far from the historical forms of organization. This structure changes continually, so escapes crystallization. It is characterized by the self-organization of producers at the workplace, and the self-organization of the struggle against work. Not the taking over of the means of production, but the refusal of production through organizational forms that are constantly changing. The same is happening with the unemployed and the casual laborers. Stimulated by boredom, and alienation, structures are emerging on the basis of self-organization. The introduction of aims, programmed and imposed by an outside organization, would kill the movement and consign it to the commodity spectacle. Most of us are tied to this idea of revolutionary organization. Even anarchists, who refuse authoritarian organization, do not disdain it. On this basis we all accept the idea that the contradictory reality of capital can be attacked with similar means. We do so because we are convinced that these means are legitimate, emerging as they do from the same field of struggle as capital. We refuse to admit that not everyone might see things the way we do. Our theory is identical to the practice and strategy of our organizations. The differences between the authoritarians and ourselves are many, but they all collapse before a common faith in the historical organization. Anarchy will be reached through the work of these organizations. But this faith indicates something very important, the claim of our whole rationalist culture to explain reality in progressive terms. This culture bases itself on the idea that history is irreversible, along with that of the analytical capacity of science. All this makes us see the present as the point where all the efforts of the past meet the culminating point of the struggle against the powers of darkness. Consequently, we are convinced that we are more advanced than 19. Our predecessors, capable of elaborating and putting into practice theories and organizational strategies that are the sum of all the experiences of the past. All those who reject this interpretation automatically find themselves beyond reality, which is by definition history, progress, and science. Whoever refuses such a reality is anti-historical, anti-progressive and anti-scientific. Sentenced without appeal. Strengthened by this ideological armor, we go out into the streets. Here we run into the reality of a struggle that is structured quite differently from stimuli that do not enter the framework of our analyses. One fine morning during a peaceful demonstration, the police start shooting. The structure reacts, comrades shoot too, policemen fall. Anathema. It was a peaceful demonstration. For it to have degenerated into individual guerrilla actions, there must have been a provocation. Nothing can go beyond the perfect framework of our ideological organization, as it is not just a part of reality, but is all reality. Anything beyond it is madness and provocation. Supermarkets are destroyed, shops and food and arms depots are looted, luxury cars are burned. It is an attack on the commodity spectacle in its most conspicuous forms. The new structures are moving in that direction. They take form suddenly, with only the minimum strategic orientation necessary. No frills, no long analytical premises, no complex supporting theories. They attack. Comrades, identify with these structures. They reject the organizations that give power, equilibrium, waiting, death. Their action is a critique of the wait-and-see suicidal positions of these organizations. Anathema. There must have been a provocation. There is a break away from traditional political models which is becoming a critique of the movement itself. Irony becomes a weapon. Not closed within a writer's study, but en masse. In the streets. Not only the boss's servants but also revolutionary leaders from a far-off and recent past are finding themselves in difficulty as a result. The mentality of the small-time boss and leading group is also put in crisis. Anathema. The only legitimate critique is that against the bosses, and it must comply with the rules laid down by the historical tradition of the class struggle. Anyone who strays from the seminary is a provocateur. People are tired of meetings, the classics, pointless marches, theoretical discussions that split hairs in four, endless distinctions, the monotony and poverty of certain political analyses. They prefer to make love, smoke, listen to music, go for walks, sleep, laugh, play, kill policemen, lame. Journalists, kill judges, blow up barracks. Anathema. The struggle is only legitimate when it is comprehensible to the leaders of the revolution. Otherwise, there being a risk that the situation might go beyond their control, there must have been a provocation. Hurry, comrade, shoot the policeman, the judge, the boss. Now, before a new police prevent you. Hurry to say no, before the new repression convinces you that saying no is pointless, mad, and that you should accept the hospitality of the mental asylum. Hurry to attack capital before a new ideology makes it sacred to you. Hurry to refuse work before some new sophist tells you yet again that work makes you free. Hurry to play. Hurry to arm yourself. 28. There will be no revolution until the Cossacks descend. THIRD-WORLDISM. Play is also enigmatic and contradictory in the logic of capital, which uses it as part of the commodity spectacle. It acquires an ambiguity that it does not in itself possess. This ambiguity comes from the illusory structure of capitalist production. In this way the game simply becomes a sus pension of production, a parenthesis of peace in everyday life. So play comes to be programmed and used scenically. When it is outside the dominion of capital, play is harmoniously structured by its own creative impulse. It is not linked to this or that performance required by the forces of the world of production but develops autonomously. It is only in this reality that play is cheerful, that it gives joy. It does not suspend the unhappiness of the laceration caused by exploitation but realizes it to the full, making it become a participant in the reality of life. In this way it opposes itself to the tricks put into act by the reality of death even through play to make the gloominess less gloomy. The destroyers of the death reality are struggling against the mythical reign of capitalist illusion, a reign which, although it aspires to eternity, rolls in the dust of the contingent. Joy emerges from the play of destructive action, from the recognition of the profound tragedy that this implies, and an awareness of the strength of enthusiasm that is capable of slaying the cobwebs of death. It is not a question of opposing horror with horror, tragedy with tragedy, death with death. It is a confrontation between joy and horror, joy and tragedy, joy and death. To kill a policeman it is not necessary to don the judge's robes hastily cleansed of the blood of previous sentences. Courts and sentences are always part of the spectacle of capital, even when it is revolutionaries who act them out. When a policeman is killed his responsibility is not weighed on the scales, the clash does not become a question of arithmetic. One is not programming a vision of the relationship between revolutionary movement and exploiters. One is responding at the immediate level to a need that has come to be structured within the revolutionary movement, a need that all the analyses and justifications of this world would never have succeeded in imposing on their own. This need is the attack on the enemy, the exploiters, and their servants. It matures slowly within the structures of the movement. Only when it comes out into the open does the movement pass from the defensive phase to attack. Analysis and moral justification are upstream at the source, not downstream at the feet of those who come out into the streets, poised to make them stumble. They exist in the centuries of systematic violence that capital has exercised over the exploited. But they do not necessarily come to light in a form that is complete and ready for use. That would be a further rationalization of intentions, our dream of imposing a model on reality that does not belong to it. 21. Let's have these Cossacks come down. We do not support the role of reaction, that is not for us. We refuse to accept capital's ambiguous invitation. Rather than shoot our comrades or each other, it is always better to shoot policemen. There are times in history when science exists in the consciousness of those who are struggling. At such times there is no need for interpreters of truth. It emerges from things as they are. It is the reality of the struggle that produces theory. The birth of the commodity market marked the formation of capital, the passage from feudal forms of production to the capitalist one. With the entrance of production into its spectacular phase, the commodity form has extended to everything that exists: love, science, feelings, consciousness, etc. The spectacle has widened. The second phase does not, as the Marxists maintain, constitute a corruption of the first. It is a different phase altogether. Capital devours everything, even the revolution. If the latter does not break from the model of production, if it merely claims to impose alternative forms, capitalism will swallow it up within the commodity spectacle. Only the struggle cannot be swallowed up. Some of its forms, crystallizing in precise organizational entities, can end up being drawn into the spectacle. But when they break away from the deep significance that capital gives to production, this becomes extremely difficult. In the second phase, questions of arithmetic and revenge do not make sense. If they are mentioned, they take on a metaphorical significance. The illusory game of capital must be substituted with the real game of the armed attack against it, for the destruction of the unreal and the spectacle. 22. 9. Do it yourself. Bricoleur Manual. It's easy. You can do it yourself, alone or with a few trusted comrades. Complicated means are not necessary. Not even great technical knowledge. Capital is vulnerable. All you need is to be decided. A load of talk has made us obtuse. It is not a question of fear. We aren't afraid, just stupidly full of prefabricated ideas we cannot break free from. Anyone who is determined to carry out his or her deed is not a courageous person. They are simply a person who has clarified their ideas, who has realized that it is pointless to make such an effort to play the part assigned to them by capital in the performance. Fully aware, they attack with cool determination. And in doing so they realize themselves as human beings. They realize themselves in joy. The reign of death disappears before their eyes. Even if they create destruction and terror for the bosses, in their hearts and in the hearts of the exploited there is joy and calm. Revolutionary organizations have difficulty in understanding this. They impose a model that reproduces the reality of production. The quantitative destiny of the latter prevents them from having any qualitative move to the level of the aesthetic dimension of joy. These organizations also see armed attack in a purely quantitative light. Objectives are decided in terms of a frontal clash. In that way capital is able to control any emergency. It can even allow itself the luxury of accepting the contradictions, point out spectacular objectives, exploit the negative effects on producers in order to widen the spectacle. Capital accepts the clash in the quantitative field, because that is where it knows all the answers. It has a monopoly of the rules and produces the solutions itself. On the contrary, the joy of the revolutionary act is contagious. It spreads like a spot of oil. Play becomes meaningful when it acts on reality. But this meaning is not crystallized in a model that governs it from above. It breaks up into 1,000 meanings, all productive and unstable. The internal connections of play work themselves out in the action of attack. But the overall sense survives, the meaning that play has for those who are excluded and want to appropriate themselves of it. Those who decide to play first and those who observe the liberatory consequences of the game, are essential to the game itself. The community of joy is structured in this way. It is a spontaneous way of coming into contact. Fundamental for the realization of the most profound meaning of play. Play is a communitarian act. It rarely presents itself as one isolated fact. If it does, it often contains the negative elements of psychological repression. It is not a positive acceptance of play as a creative moment of struggle. It is the communitarian sense of play that prevents arbitrariness in choice of the significance given to the game itself. In the absence of a communitarian relationship, the individual could impose their own rules and meanings that would be incomprehensible to anyone else, simply. 23. Making play become a temporary suspension of the negative consequences of their individual problems. In the communitarian agreement, play is enriched by a flux of reciprocal actions. Creativity is greater when it comes from reciprocally verified liberated imaginations. Each new invention, each new possibility can be lived collectively without pre-constituted models and have a vital influence even by simply being a creative moment, even if it encounters 1,000 difficulties. During realization, a traditional revolutionary organization ends up imposing its technicians. It tends unavoidably towards technocracy. The great importance attached to the mechanical aspect of action condemns it along this road. A revolutionary structure that seeks the moment of joy in action aimed at destroying power considers the tools used to bring about this destruction just that, means. Those who use these tools must not become slaves to them. Just as those who do not know how to use them must not become slaves to those who do. The dictatorship of tools is the worst kind of dictatorship. Revolutionaries' most important weapons are their determination, their conscience, their desire to act, their individuality. Arms themselves are merely tools, and as such should continually be submitted to critical evaluation. It is necessary to develop a critique of arms. Too often we have seen the sanctification of the submachine gun and military efficiency. Armed struggle does not concern weapons alone. These alone cannot represent the revolution. Airy dimension. It is dangerous to reduce complex reality to one single thing. In fact, play involves this risk. It could make the living experience become no more than a toy, turning it into some thing magical and absolute. It is not by chance that the machine gun appears in the symbolism of many revolutionary combatant organizations. We must go beyond this in order to understand joy as the profound significance of the revolutionary struggle, escaping the illusions and traps of part of the commodity spectacle through mythical and mythicized objects. Capital makes its final effort when faced with armed struggle. It engages itself on its last frontier. It needs the support of public opinion in order to act in a field where it is not too sure of itself. So it unleashes a psychological war using the most refined weapons of modern propaganda. Basically, the way capital is physically organized at the present time makes it vulnerable to any revolutionary structure capable of deciding its own timing and means of attack. It is quite aware of this weakness and is taking measures to compensate for it. The police are not enough. Not even the army. It requires constant vigilance by the people themselves. Even the most humble part of the proletariat. So, to do this it must divide the class front. It must spread the myth of the danger of armed organizations among the poor, along with that of the sanctity of the state, morality, the law, and so on. It indirectly pushes these organizations and their militants into assuming precise roles. Once in this role, play no longer has any meaning. Everything becomes serious, so illusory, it enters the domain of the spectacular and becomes a commodity. Joy becomes mask. The individual becomes anonymous, lives out their role, no longer able to distinguish between appearance and reality. In order to break out of the magic circle of the theatricals of commodities, we must refuse all roles, including that of the professional revolutionary. Armed struggle must not let itself become something professional, precisely that division of tasks that the external aspect of capitalist production wants to impose upon it. 24. Do it yourself. Don't break up the global aspect of play by reducing it to roles. Defend your right to enjoy life. Obstruct capital's death project. The latter can only enter the world of creativity and play by transforming who is playing into a player, the living creator into a dead person who cheats themselves into believing they are alive. There would be no sense in talking about play any longer if the world of play were to become centralist. We must foresee this possibility of capital taking up the revolutionary proposal again when we put forward our argument of armed joy. And one way this could come about is through the management of the world of play from the outside, by establishing the roles of the players and the mythology of the toy. In breaking the bonds of centralization, one obtains the result of confusing capital's ideas, tuned as they are into the code of the spectacular productivity of the quantitative market. Action coordinated by joy is an enigma to capital. It is nothing. Something with no precise aim, devoid of reality. And this is so because the essence, the aims, and reality of capital are illusory, while the essence, aims, and reality of revolution are concrete. The code of the need for communism takes the place of the code of the need to produce. In the light of this need in the community of play, the decisions of the individual become meaningful. The unreal illusory character of the death models of the past is discovered. The destruction of the bosses means the destruction of commodities, and the destruction of commodities means the destruction of the bosses. 25. X. The owl takes flight. Athenian proverb. The owl takes flight. May actions that start off badly come to a good end. May the revolution, put off by revolutionaries for so long, be realized in spite of the latter's residual desire for social peace. Capital will give the last word to the whitecoats. Prisons will not last for long. Fortresses of a past that survives only in the fantasies of some exalted old reactionary, they will disappear along with the ideology based on social orthopedics. There will no longer be convicts. The criminalization capital creates will be rationalized, it will be processed through asylums. When the whole of reality is spectacular, to refuse the spectacle means to be outside reality. Anyone who refuses the code of commodities is mad. Refusal to bow down before the commodity God will result in one's being committed to a mental asylum. There the treatment will be radical. No more inquisitorial style torture or blood on the walls. Such things upset public opinion. They cause the self-righteous to intervene, give rise to justification and making amends, and disturb the harmony of the spectacle. The total annihilation of the personality, considered to be the only radical cure for sick minds, does not upset anyone. As long as the man in the street feels he is surrounded by the imperturbable atmosphere of the capitalist spectacle, he will feel safe from the asylum doors ever slamming shut on him. The world of madness will seem to him to be elsewhere, even though there is always an asylum available. Next to every factory, opposite every school, behind every patch of land, in the middle of every housing estate. In our critical obtuseness we must take care not to pave the way to the civil servants in white coats. Capital is programming a code of interpretation to be circulated at mass level. On the basis of this code, public opinion will get used to seeing those who attack the boss's order of things, that is to say revolutionaries, as practically mad. Hence the need to have them put away in mental asylums. Prisons are also rationalizing along the German model. First they will transform themselves into special prisons for revolutionaries, then into model prisons, then into real concentration camps for brain manipulation, And finally, mental asylums. Capital's behavior is not dictated by the need to defend itself from the struggles of the exploited alone. It is dictated by the logic of the code of commodity production. For capital, the asylum is a place where the globality of spectacular functioning is interrupted. Prison desperately tries to do this but does not succeed, blocked as it is by its basic ideology of social orthopedics. On the contrary, the place of the asylum does not have a beginning or an end, it has no history. Does not have the mutability of the spectacle. It is the place of silence. 26. The other place of silence, the graveyard, has the faculty to speak aloud. Dead men talk. And our dead talk loudly. They can be heavy, very heavy. That is why capital will try to have fewer and fewer of them. And the number of guests in asylums will increase correspondingly. The homeland of socialism has much to impart in this field. The asylum is the perfect therapeutic rationalization of free time, the suspension of work without trauma to the commodity structure. Lack of productivity without denial of it. The madman does not have to work, and in not doing so he confirms that work is wisdom, the opposite of madness. When we say the time is not ripe for an armed attack on the state, we are pushing open the doors of the mental asylum for the comrades who are carrying out such attacks. When we say it is not the time for revolution, we are tightening the cords of the straitjacket. When we say these actions are objectively a provocation, we don the white coats of the torturers. When the number of opponents was inconsiderable, grapeshot was effective. A dozen dead can be tolerated. 30,000, 100,000, 200,000 would mark a turning point in history, a revolutionary point of reference of such blinding luminosity as to disrupt the peaceful harmony of the commodity spectacle. Besides, capital is more cunning. Drugs have a neutrality that bullets do not possess. They have the alibi of being therapeutic. May capital's statute of madness be thrown in its face. Society is one immense mental asylum. May the terms of the counterpositions be overturned. The neutralization of the individual is a constant practice in capital's reified totality. The flattening of opinions is a therapeutic process, a death machine. Production cannot take place without this flattening in the spectacular form of capitalism. And if the refusal of all that, the choice of joy in the face of death, is a sign of madness, it is time everyone began to understand the trap that lurks beneath it all. The whole apparatus of the Western cultural tradition is a death machine, the negation of real ity, a reign of the fictitious that has accumulated every kind of infamy and injustice, exploitation, and genocide. If the refusal of this logic is condemned as madness, then we must distinguish between madness and madness. Joy is arming itself. Its attack is overcoming the commodity hallucination, machinery. Vengeance, the leader, the party, quantity. Its struggle is breaking down the logic of profit, the architecture of the market, the programming of life, the last document in the last archive. Its violent explosion is overturning the order of dependency, the nomenclature of positive and negative, the code of the commodity illusion. But all this must be able to communicate itself. The passage from the world of joy to the world of death is not easy. The codes are out of phase and end up wiping each other out. What is considered illusion in the world of joy is reality in the world of death, and vice versa. Physical death, so much a preoccupation in the death world, is less mortifying than what is peddled as life. Hence capital's capacity to mystify messages of joy. Even revolutionaries of the quantitative logic are incapable of understanding experiences of joy in depth. Sometimes they hesitantly make insignificant approaches. At other times they let themselves go with condemnation that is not very different to that of capital. In the commodity spectacle it is goods that count. The active element of this accumulated mass is work. Nothing can be positive and negative at the same time within the framework of production. It is possible to assert non-work, not the negation of work but its temporary suspension. 27. Zion. In the same way it is possible to assert the non-commodity, the personalized object, but only in the context of free time, i.e. something that is produced as a hobby, in the time lapses conceded by the productive cycle. In this sense it is clear that these concepts, non-work and the non-commodity, are functional to the general model of production. Only by clarifying the meaning of joy and the corresponding meaning of death as components of two opposing worlds struggling against each other is it possible to communicate elements of the actions of joy, without eluding ourselves that we can communicate all of them. Anyone who begins to experience joy even in a perspective not directly linked to the attack on capital is more willing to grasp the significance of the attack, at least more than those who remain tied to an outdated vision of the clash based on the illusion of quantity. So the owl could still take wing and fly. 28. 11. Forward everyone. And with arms and heart, word and pen, dagger and gun, irony and curse, theft, poisoning and arson, let's make war on society. Dejiki. Let's be done with waiting, doubts, dreams of social peace, little compromises and naivete. All metaphorical rubbish supplied to us in the shops of capitalism. Let's put aside the great analyses that explain everything down to the most minute detail. Huge volumes filled with common sense and fear. Let's put aside democratic and bourgeois illusions of discussion and dialogue, debate and assembly and the enlightened capabilities of the mafiosi bosses. Let's put aside the wisdom that the bourgeois work ethic has dug into our hearts. Let's put aside the centuries of Christianity that have educated us to sacrifice and obedience. Let's put aside priests, bosses, revolutionary leaders, less revolutionary ones and those who aren't revolutionary at all. Let's put aside numbers, illusions of quantity, the laws of the market. Let us sit for a moment on the ruins of the history of the persecuted, and reflect. The world does not belong to us. If it has a master who is stupid enough to want it the way it is, let him have it. Let him count the ruins in the place of buildings, the graveyards in the place of cities, the mud in the place of rivers and the putrid sludge in the place of seas. The greatest conjuring trick in the world no longer enchants us. We are certain that communities of joy will emerge from our struggle here and now. And for the first time life will triumph over death. The Anarchist Library. Anti-copyright. Alfredo M. Bonnano. Armed Joy. 1977. Alfredo M. Bonnano. Fictitious Movement and Real Movement. 1977. Retrieved on July 11, 2011 from pantagruel-provocazioni.blogspot.com. Original title: Movimento Fidesio e Movimento Reale. Published in the volume Movimento e Progetto Rivaluzionario. Edizioni di Anarchismo, June 1977. Translated by Jean Weir. Elephant Edition/London/2011. The evolving of social struggles leads to profound changes in the structure of the movement of the exploited. Capital's attitude to the class struggle changes according to time and place, leading to diverse reactions and organizational forms. We are going to look at some of the more obvious of these forms, see where they belong in the social clash and point to their real or apparent revolutionary essence in the anarchist sense. The movement of the exploited. It is not easy to identify the social composition of this movement for the same reasons that make any analysis that claims to fix the essence of a class of exploited here and now unreliable. The great mass of disinherited is divided into many non-communicating areas. The technique of divide and rule applied by capital at world level has transformed the classic workers' movement into a confused conglomeration of stimuli towards careerism and abuse of power, developing that capitalist individualism which, born elsewhere, has nothing to do with the miserable situation of the workers. The decision to give producers access to consumer goods allowed capital both to overcome its crisis for about 30 years and to transform the movement of exploited profoundly. The unions and democratic parties were then called upon to complete the task. Traditionally suspicious of the union, the worker is less so of the party, which he considers something detached from the reality of work and concerned with political affairs that have little to do with him. Basically, the worker would rather be exploited by a member of the bourgeoisie than by someone of his own class. For this he became suspicious of the union in situations where it was becoming a bureaucracy, but was far less so of the political party, traditionally in the hands of lawyers, professors, and other such despicable people. However, although this distinction between party and union still exists, both of these institutions are now maneuvered by capital for its projects of integration. Nevertheless, this integration can never be complete, and this applies to traditional capitalism, advanced capitalism, and state capitalism alike. It cannot become total because, in order to ensure the persistence of exploitation, a net class differentiation is required both at national and international level. This differentiation leads to the possibility of integration, on the backs of minorities that are still living in absolute poverty. Precise areas of the globe are deliberately left in this condition because they must produce raw materials at low costs and import finished products at high prices. When some of these areas change route, i.e. change their model of production, adjusting it to that of countries in economically advanced areas, the correction of this tendency comes about through recourse to any means whatsoever, including genocide. The same phenomenon occurs on a reduced scale within individual countries. The poorer strata subsist and are becoming more and more ghettoized in order to guarantee the inclusion of the part of the exploited that has been given access to expensive consumer goods. There is no need to cry scandal, one shouldn't confuse traitor and betrayed and throw everything together in the dark night of a society that is making classes disappear. In substance, the movement of the exploited has been betrayed, its real interests, definitive liberation from the bosses and the building of true socialism have been betrayed. To complete this vast operation are the unions and so-called democratic parties, while the capitalists direct the cues. It goes without saying that the fiat worker who is drawn by some occult force from the supermarket to the cinema, from the cinema to the football stadium, the stadium to filling in a football pool's coupon, and fills his house with useless expensive objects, is not a traitor. He has been lent an ethical and social model that does not belong to him, a model that is guaranteed by the real traitors of the class of workers, the political parties and the unions. Think of the difficulty capitalism would have in getting its servants to troop into the police if it did not make them amazing promises. All the bodies that carry out some kind of activity related to the defense of capital enjoy some kind of concrete privilege. The judiciary, that state-commissioned band of criminals, that mafia in ermine called upon to destroy human lives with impunity, that gang of murderers in togas, enjoy a great reputation, permanence, and free rein. False defamation and real privilege. The same can be said for army professionals, that other gang of murderers paid for with money that belongs to everybody. They are always ready to torture the proletarians that fall into their hands, suppress those who intend to make their own will prevail, contrive more or less murky conspiracies and ultimately take over power. Army professionals enjoy more than a few privileges. Warrant officers plunder the orderly office unpunished, laying in supplies for their own homes and those of the other officers. They have service personnel at their disposition and plenty of free time. They enjoy discounts and various privileges and, last but not least, can wear a uniform with lots of shiny buttons and medals to commemorate their fuck-ups in the service of the bosses. Coming back to the movement of the exploited, it is easy to see how this is broken in half. Thanks to the same system they have given themselves little privileges and built an ethic that is far from the real interests of the working class. But another part of the movement exists, one that cannot gain access to the aforementioned area. If it were possible, the closed social state that Fichte once spoke about, unsuccessful attempts of which have been tried in New Zealand and Sweden, or the authoritarian socialist state which the USSR and China are gigantic examples of, would be realized. But, if we look closely, we see that even in the case of the closed social state, a part of the exploited always escapes global control. They develop a fundamental disharmony with the globally harmonious system. This disharmony is finding the class clash difficult at the present time and often ends up in individual refusal to accept the well-being that is being served down from above. Here a radical response to the state perspective of dreamed integration could constitute sparks of great interest. Not a contrast due to poverty therefore, but due to a different approach concerning individual autonomy and that of the class of the controlled. So it is the other part of the movement that we are interested in here, the part that has been excluded from the possibility of finding a job, is ghettoized inside prisons and asylums or isolated in areas that have been deliberately built for them inside the great urban enclaves. It is the part that is pushed into individual survival in order to be more effectively struck and physically eliminated. This part that is also more directly in contact with exploitation at the workplace, i.e. produces commodities directly and struggles with every means against the work pace and fatal accidents. These are the ones that get cut to pieces by machinery and rarely have all 10 fingers on their hands. The really incisive class clash is tied to the perspective of this exploited minority. Elsewhere, at higher levels, where the relationship proletarianization-salarization has disintegrated or is in the process of disintegrating, the clash is attenuating to the point of reaching mere discussions on how to share out the spoils of the ghettoized. So, to conclude, we can see a clear disparity within the movement of the exploited. On the one hand, there are those who have been seduced by capital's game and who, although they still have the outward aspects of wage earners, have lost their proletarian characteristics. On the other hand, there are those who have become estranged from this process, either because they have undergone intensive exploitation at the level of production, or because they have been cut out of work temporarily or once and for all. Class unity can only be rebuilt by unmasking the traitors and upturning the clash that has been determined by the authoritarian organization of work, in other words, through a revolutionary process. What we need to do at the present time, therefore, is to identify both the fictitious movement and the real movement of the exploited and turn our revolutionary attention to the latter. The anarchist movement. The anarchist movement is based on pluralism. Real pluralism, not the banality that this has been reduced to by the democratic parties that only refer to the term so as to mask their political agreements for power sharing. For anarchists, pluralism means the presence of different methods that are continually being confronted frankly and clearly. It also means the existence of different, constantly verifiable tendencies, all of which are based on anti-authoritarianism, i.e. freedom and equality, the substitution of the state with free agreement, self-management, federation, direct action, the integration of manual and intellectual work and solidarity. We still haven't said much, however. The anarchist movement, as an historic movement existing in a precise moment in time and in precise social situations, never tallies with the fundamental principles of anarchism in absolute. And the differences cannot all be due to pluralism in the way that the word is used by political parties. At certain moments in history, the anarchist movement has shown and still shows considerable divergences from the fundamental principles of anarchism. These approximations are often a consequence of the social clash that allows the use of certain means and excludes others. But they are often a result of precise choices operated by regroupings of tendencies influenced, in turn, by a small cohort of leaders. While in the first case approximation in the anarchist strategy of the struggle is due to the objective conditions of the class clash, in the second one it is possible to speak of a totally negative influence. Given the complexity of the problem, let us try to be more clear, even at the risk of repeating ourselves. The social clash does not consent an anarchist strategy in absolute, just as it does not consent the realization of an anarchist revolution in absolute. The problem is to carry anarchist aspirations to within the mass in order to allow the coming about of a revolutionary process that has as wide an anarchist presence as possible. The problem immediately rebounds: what means should we choose in view of the ends we want to obtain? Given that we are talking of anarchist aims, otherwise we would be outside the problem altogether, it is a question of how to choose from the various means that we have at our disposition. We maintain that the choice of one set of means rather than another is never an objective fact. The analysis that precedes the choice, no matter how much it contains points of fact, cannot fail to include important subjective elements. In our opinion, the choice of means alone is no guarantee that anarchist aims will be attained. Power has the capacity to put obstacles in motion that get in the way between the movement and its aims. One could even end up with an irreproachable choice of anarchist means becoming counterproductive to attaining anarchist ends. Power has known how to modify contrasts and structures pertaining to the clash in such a way that those who put such choices into effect can find themselves on the wrong side, black and red stripes and all. What we are saying is not as crazy as it seems, just as any attempt to look at the anarchist movement in relation to the movement of the exploited should not seem strange. Unfortunately, the problem is complex and needs to be gone into further. This discourse would obviously be absurd if the anarchist movement were to correspond to the ideal of comrades divided into affinity groups and, regrouped in federations or not, all working to bring about the conditions for a revolution with as great a libertarian presence as possible. In fact, none of this is actually happening. The anarchist movement harbors tiny power centers that develop, work, judge, condemn, absolve, program, decide, make mistakes or get it right, just like any power center the world over. I was about to add that the anarchist movement even has its heretics, but that obviously goes without saying. The tendency of the small power center is to put everything together, as far as possible, under one flag or acronym. In this case, power is measured according to the number of militants or, better still, the number of groups. Bakunin himself averted that the absence of retribution was in no way a guarantee against the formation of power centers. Man is a strange animal. If money attracts, power for power's sake attracts just as much, even when it is so rarefied as to seem impossible. This also occurs in the anarchist movement. Many comrades pay more attention to congresses and conferences than to the struggle. They elaborate philosophical articles for reviews that want to publish them rather than engaging themselves in first person. Rather than attack power, they think of how they can disturb it as little as possible in order to cultivate the tiny space they find themselves acting in or believe they are acting in. The truth is that in Italy the movement is to a great extent a fictitious movement. Apart from a few rare cases, it is outside the struggles, at least as far as the task of intervention within the mass that many groups and federations consider this to be goes. Outside the struggles, but still with some residual capacity to elaborate decent analyses, have debates with some decorum, construct interesting theoretical interventions. A few groups are moving forward a little and take great delight in making known their experiences inside some factory committee or residence group. What we have said should not imply that everything is fine elsewhere, that the autonomous groups are quite beyond criticism. Confusion and rough measure reign everywhere. It is sufficient to think of the French and English phenomenon of the aura and the Italian one of the archinovists to get an idea. Reacting to the inefficiency and humanitarianism of some of the tendencies in the movement, these people have gone to the other extreme of claiming to have found the solution in a specific organization, the class memory. We have already developed our critique of this tendency of contemporary anarchism that sees therapeutic values in Archinov's platform that would be capable of curing the great invalid, just like the Russian comrades who survived the disaster of the revolution. What we want to point out here is that it is often possible to distinguish a few stronger personalities behind each of the tendencies, who build real power centers, managing them in perfect harmony with the universal rules of power. There is a tendency to overestimate the importance of the specific anarchist movement as a component of the libertarian revolution, and this is particularly evident in the Italian movement. While it is agreed that it is unthinkable that a revolution will be influenced by anarchists alone, it is believed that in the future revolution, the wider the specific anarchist presence, the more likely it is that this will be useful to the masses. The concept is nothing special in itself, but what seems mistaken to us is how both the anarchist movement and the mass are considered, and the very meaning given to the term mass. Once again it is this mania for quantitative growth, numerical strength, that becomes all the more pressing and disturbing the fewer we are and the further we are from the conditions that make growth itself possible. To sum up, we have a movement that sees itself historically in a precise way. It has inherited ideas, analyses, and very specific experiences, but it does not have any direct relationship with the struggles in course, as it lacks the presence within the mass that is considered the sole condition of its being able to call oneself an anarchist movement. Not all of the comrades that consider themselves part of the anarchist movement share the above ideas, however. Not all of them abandon themselves to waiting for a quantitative growth in the movement as the essential element for any action to be carried out within the mass. Some see the problem the other way around. This different analysis usually emerges from the so-called autonomous groups, although this is in no way consistent or universally accepted. Fictitious movement and real movement. We see the fictitious anarchist movement as the whole of the comrades that hold positions of power within the movement. They do not make any effort to contribute to the growth of revolutionary anarchist consciousness within the mass, but limit themselves to meetings, conferences, and congresses, trying to address the younger and less prepared comrades towards what they consider to be the indisputable tenets of anarchism. These comrades, even those in good faith, are betraying the anarchist ideals of life and action. Then there are the other comrades, those who, due to weakness or acquiescence, end up complying with resolutions that are always drawn up by the same people. Even if they are involved in ongoing struggles, they distort the very meaning of struggle as soon as they succumb to the need to delegate it to others, taking no steps to inform themselves in order to be able to validly oppose themselves to the tyranny of the more competent or influential comrades. The rest of the movement includes two precise tendencies. The archinovists, now in decline, who theorize the need for a specific minority with well-defined tasks, but confuse this with the real movement. If it were possible to realize this in libertarian and not Leninist terms, it would simply be another form of fictitious movement, as it would not emerge directly from the concrete struggles of the exploited but would superimpose itself on them, a vanguard destined to defend the sacred principles of anarchism. The autonomists, who are torn between the original goal of quantitative growth and a new vision of the movement in the real sense. When these groups think that they hold the truth and, as such, are destined to reap the patrimony of sacred anarchist virtues of the past, their future is mapped out in advance. Very soon they too will find their leader and will march within the ranks of the fictitious movement. Were they to look beyond organization to the concrete reality of the struggles, then, perhaps, they might be the comrades best indicated to give us a new analysis of the essence and possibility of a real anarchist movement. The forces of capital that we have seen at work lacerating the movement of the exploited, producing the emargination of a minority and the access of the rest into consumerism, also act indirectly upon the anarchist movement, determining what we have just defined as the repartition between fictitious movement and real movement. Just as there is a fictitious movement of the exploited, there is also a fictitious anarchist movement. Just as there is a real movement of exploited, there is also a real anarchist movement. The democratic illusion takes the place of the pitfall of inclusion into consumerism. Cohabitation with power, its immediate corollary, does the rest. Anarchists only scare in operettas. Power has learned how to use the scarecrow of anarchy to instill fear in the well-fed bourgeois, but basically it knows very well that it is able to keep a good part of the movement under control at all times. Of course, it can still be useful to power to kill the odd anarchist, but that happens when the clash becomes more acute and they need to offer a victim to the god of public opinion, or when things reach the point of clashes in the streets. But normally the anarchist movement does not disturb power very much and is left to doze in peace. The democratic illusion opens up imaginary spaces for action in the eyes of many comrades and leads them astray. It is the same kind of error as parliamentary entreism. But, although we are very good at criticizing parliamentarianism, we do not always see that any concession to power at all should be seen for what it is, a compromise. We are not condemning partial struggles or struggles for claiming better conditions here. What we are saying does not mean that we think we should abstain from participating in the forms that the exploited in general invent beyond party and union models, just because these forms have limited objectives. It simply means that everything should not be confused with anarchism as such but be seen in the right dimension, in the perspective of approaching the mass and a growth in the autonomous libertarian movement in the wider sense of the term. Unfortunately, it is our own class position, our awareness, that pushes us to find a process of substitution at any cost. To false consciousness corresponds false revolutionary activity, and the cleverer we are at putting words and concepts together, the easier it is to influence those around us, addressing them in the direction of fictitious and distorted activity. The contemporary transformations of capital are rendering such a vegetation possible within the anarchist movement. Freedom of expression guarantees the right to call oneself anarchist without running too many risks. The problems start when somebody starts to cause trouble. Then there is the risk of waking the sleeping dogs that destroy indiscriminately, including the fictitious part of the movement that the compromise with power had made possible. We should also point out that the tiny power groups that can be seen within the anarchist movement run roughly parallel to the large power groups of the movement of the exploited, having the function of connecting the requirements of capital with the pressures of the class clash. The rest of the movement, at least the part that revolves around these tiny vacuous power centers, corresponds to that part of the movement of exploited that has been absorbed into consumerism through the formation of intermediate classes where wage earning no longer leads to consciousness of being exploited. Then there is the movement of the excluded, the ghettoized part, the excluded minority that does not find citizenship in the new capitalist perspectives and is persecuted by both the state police and the police of the parties and unions. There is nothing in the anarchist movement that corresponds to this part. This lack of correspondence might seem strange or contradictory. Having developed a critique of the anarchist movement in these pages, and in particular having attacked the components that have recourse to quantitative growth through more or less complex mechanisms, it would seem logical that quite a positive evaluation would emerge concerning the autonomous groups. But no. And it is here that we reach the most complex point of the whole analysis. The real anarchist movement. The considerable part of the international anarchist movement that, as we have mentioned, is constituted of autonomous groups, does not have any more right than the others to declare that it belongs to or constitutes the real anarchist movement. Here too the phenomena of elitism, stubborn elephantism, backwardness in analysis and strategy are to be found. On the contrary, it seems to us that the best place to look for the real anarchist movement is beyond all the schema and churches. It is to be found in the mass that are realizing the self-organization of the struggle concretely with all their confusion and afterthoughts, mistakes and hesitancy, but also with considerable effort, in an anarchist strategy of moving towards social revolution. But this research inside the mass cannot be made in a sullenly spontaneous way, i.e. the number of autonomous actions contain the highest coefficient of anarchism. This is not an accurate procedure. In the exploited mass which, as we have seen, are not the mass in general but a precise bunch of them, they are identifiable with fair approximation through analytical processes that must constantly be verified. The organization of attack on associated power is a spontaneous fact that emerges from the process of exploitation directly. This undergoes modifications according to the changing conditions of a real movement that is not quantifiable. The anarchist presence is indispensable here and could be useful to a maximum degree. Here is where the latter fuses indissolubly with the mass and the conditions for the growth of a real movement start to appear. This is not quantifiable in terms of groups or federations, but turns out to be measurable indirectly on the basis of the number of certain kinds of action realized, the circulation of certain ideas, and the correlation that these ideas find in certain milieu of the exploited. The starting point for the decisive test of the anarchist movement is precisely here, far from the stagnant atmosphere of traditional groups, lapidary decisions at congresses and conferences and more or less doctrinal or populist publications. They are the starting point for verification, not constitution. In fact, By reasoning in this way, the whole movement reassesses itself in what it still has that is alive and valid and has managed to keep integral throughout the years in spite of the onslaught of muddle-headed little leaders of various extract ions. And in this perspective, such a patrimony could give better and better fruit. We do not agree with the comrades that make the same critique of the fictitious anarchist movement and come to the conclusion that the whole anarchist movement is an absolute nullity. We consider that, upturning the perspective and forgetting the logic of arithmetic or of seeing quantitative growth as a sign of strength, and ignoring the management of the small power centers, the movement could contribute a lot to the struggle of the exploited by identifying with it. Two immediate results would emerge from this upturning of perspective. A. Analyses would not necessarily be made by specialized persons or groups. B. Specific autonomous organization that does not come into contrast with the libertarian principles of self-determination might take form. The analytical part of anarchism is influenced by certain doctrines. These doctrines do not bear equal weight today in the face of the development of the struggle, but there can be no doubt that some of them persist in influencing the movement in its fictitious aspect. Personally, we believe that the real movement of the exploited should not be seen as something separate from the theoretical development of anarchism, but that its realizations should be followed and enlivened in order to sustain the revolutionary component that can become a point of reference for everybody. Here the anarchist negation of eternal principles must express itself in order to allow a continual theoretical foundation for struggles coming from particular conditions of exploitation in the real movement of the exploited. Here the old anarchist texts cannot be dully accepted as gospel, but need to be reread in the light of the present day as models of action and not mummified stereotypes. Only then will it be possible to have an anarchist movement that does not turn out to be backward when faced with theoretical stimuli from situations presented by the real movement of exploited. Finally, let us examine the other point, the structure of an autonomous organization that is very different from that envisaged by the archinovist comrades. When the struggle radicalizes, the movement of the exploited resists further exploitation and ghettoization. The latter resist physical elimination in the prisons and mental asylums, refusing to play the role assigned to them by power, and develop autonomous organizational forms that can reach precise levels of articulation, not excluding armed organization. What we said earlier concerning theoretical development is also valid in this case. The real anarchist movement cannot stay outside this spontaneous organizational fecundity. It must become a part of it, trying as far as possible to guarantee the libertarian essence of the movement of the base in contrast against all kinds of power. But this specific organization must not adopt forms that resemble those of the mass organizations that characterize the movement of the exploited. Class memory belongs to the exploited themselves and cannot be managed by enlightened specialists capable of keeping it alive even in moments of slack. The essential point to bear in mind is that the famous moments of reflux are such for the fictitious movement of the exploited, not for the real movement who suffer the relentless pressure of exploitation and genocide all the time. The attack on that part of the movement can also come about as a result of radical modifications in the economic structure, or it can happen with an accentuation of repression. In that case one is assisting in a radicalization of the struggle, a phenomenon that must attract anarchists' attention to the maximum degree. The real anarchist movement must therefore be found within the mass after having examined the latter's composition attentively and individuated a real movement within the movement of exploited as a whole. But that does not mean to deny the validity of the traditional anarchist movement with all its sins and limitations, its pathetic power centers and obtuseness. These hindrances automatically disappear by upturning the point of reference. The real movement of the exploited thus comes to be seen as an integral part of the theoretical development of anarchism, whereas anarchist doctrines, relived in the critical light that eliminates the danger of sacralization, contribute to enriching the continual realization of the movement in question. By the same token, a specific organization can emerge from the real movement of the exploited and integrate with the real anarchist movement without becoming an institution or the memory of the proletariat, but remain a spontaneous germination of the exploited strengthened in light of the experience of anarchist struggles of the past. Fictitious movement and the dominion of the apparent. We are partisans of organization. there is no life possible beyond organization. Chaos and brutal spontaneity cannot produce the elements that are indispensable for liberation, which consists of a long and difficult process where a strategic project can turn out to be out of date and must be superseded. But organization cannot be a thing in itself, isolated from the struggle, an obstacle to be overcome before gaining access to the area of the class clash. On the contrary, it must model and condition itself on the actual situation of struggle, emerge as a homogenizing fact, not set itself up a priori to explain the contradictions of the social impact. When it is separate from reality, organization descends into the realm of the apparent, becomes a cathedral in the desert. It takes on a living semblance, precise details and contours. Battles quite similar to real clashes take place within it, strategies and tactics that have nothing to envy of real ones rival each other. Only all this takes place in the world of the fictitious. This situation usually has a precise class connotation. Manual workers, laborers, and peasants are not inclined to give life to organizational forms that do not come from the class clash itself. Their lives take place within the nevralgic points of this clash, and the intellectual hypothesis, even if not unknown to them, is at least not very familiar. On the contrary, intellectuals coming from within the context of dominion are afflicted with more or less severe crises of consciousness and want to reach theoretical clarity before passing to the resolutive action of the abstract moment. They find themselves up to the neck in endless contradictions, constantly building and undoing organizational models which, according to them, should serve to give life to action. Of course, this repartition between intellectuals and manual workers is also arbitrary and approximative, which is why we should approach the subject with caution. However, we suggest that comrades reflect upon it. At the present time, the anarchist movement is composed massively of students and intellectuals and is mainly a fictitious movement. Is it impossible to get a relation between the two? We are going to report a few statements made by various representatives of the fictitious anarchist movement that clearly show how these comrades are completely immersed in the domain of the apparent. The need to do something to come out of the imaginary and go towards reality is evident. Let's be honest, the organization is kept afloat by the resolve of a few comrades. We should be able to say such things between ourselves, shouldn't we? We must remind ourselves that when we each go our own way after a conference, it is up to us, not Tom, Dick and Harry, but each one of us. There is a lot of activity and work that each one of us must do, must carry out endlessly, yet we will always and only be a movement that spreads and defends beautiful ideas. And elsewhere, our movement is mainly composed of students. And that is all very well, but the worker element is lacking and should be there. We are obviously not the only ones to be concerned about a situation of deficiency and crisis that is threatening to lose the sense of the relationship between anarchist theory and practice. But the comrades pointing out the danger are the same ones that are completely immersed in fictitious reality. We ask ourselves why it is that, once they see the danger, these comrades continue to flee their responsibilities and do nothing to remove the obstacle and start moving in the right direction? The reason for this is to be found in the existence of little power centers that many comrades rotate around, while the few who manage these centers in the same logic as any organization of power can do nothing other than continue to do so. It seems to us that, even if they are in good faith, comrades who do nothing to break up these power centers and turn the active potential of the movement towards the struggle even at the cost of denting the ideological heritage, bear some responsibility. The care with which certain mummies, which by their own definition should be against any kind of conservatism, are embalmed is really extraordinary. Basically, it is the illusion produced by appearances that pushes these comrades to get involved in something that does not make sense if seen as an end in itself. Hence the great fatigue in sustaining organizations whose only aim is to perpetuate themselves in view of the day when it will be possible to put this or that libertarian strategy into effect. We don't want to accuse anyone in particular, we just want to point out a danger, that's all. But there are those who have taken a significant step forward in the critique. Those who, declaring that they agree with us as far as the basic analysis is concerned, have suggested that when it comes to it, we are no exception as far as this critique is concerned. And who has ever said anything to the contrary? We are developing a critique that is at the same time, and in the first place, self-criticism. But as soon as we see the danger, the critique, precisely because it is self-criticism, loses its value, because at least there is the will on our part to put the problem on the carpet and examine it with courage, without false modesty, whereas it seems useful to address the analyses towards those who insist on keeping their heads under the sand. Of course, we do not succeed in coming out of the reign of the fictitious decisively either. Many analyses are too vague and try to face too many problems all at once. There is no actual connection between ourselves and the real revolutionary movement. But we can say one thing net and clear: we do not try to build fantastic castles in the air, phantom organizations with bombastic acronyms. We do not dedicate ourselves to amassing converts. Our work is aimed towards the real movement, tries to contribute, as best it can, to the evolution of struggles in situations that we think are most significant: prisons, mental asylums, armed struggle organizations, autonomous workers' struggles. Any step in the direction of a clear libertarian organization of these struggles is a step that is also taken with our contribution. We do not see how we can enter the heart of the class clash directly at the present time, perhaps due to particular short-sightedness linked to our own class situation, our analytical defects, or for other reasons that we don't know. However, albeit with great timidity, we are sure that we are moving in the direction of the place of the struggle and away from the dominion of the apparent. What movement? A clear sign of the incapacity to come out of the fictitious movement is shown in the confusion that reigns among comrades when one tries to define what one means by anarchist movement. Tendencies are emerging from within one of the biggest federated organizations that is supporting an opening towards the whole movement in order to bring about a restoration of the movement on proper bases, the recomposition of tendencies that compare and contrast each other and work together as far as possible, without any claims to predominate or any desire to prevaricate. In this way they want to struggle against tendencies that more or less openly see a preeminence of the organized movement over the rest of the movement. But on the whole this organization remains nebulous and has no clear ideas. The problem becomes tragic when it is a case of a specific instrument, such as a paper produced by one organization. In this case it is stated that the paper must above all be the expression of the whole movement. An absolutely impossible and mythical affirmation, clear indicating the great confusion on the subject. The same comrade then states, it must be the paper of the anarchist movement, a paper that belongs to the and remains so but opens up to the problems of the movement. How a paper of the specific federated organization that must remain such can become the expression of the whole movement is not explained. And that, in our opinion, is a clear sign yet again of not knowing what the movement as a whole is. Then there are the pathetic calls to action. I am not a fan of acronyms and would like all acronyms to disappear to move to one name alone, that of the Italian anarchist movement. But unfortunately fractionalism exists and is a sore, a cancer that we carry within us. Do we want to go on like this? I don't think so. Let's say the names, let's try to see if the defects that we have encountered can be corrected, and we are here to correct them. This is an indication of the role that appearance plays in the absence of concrete social struggles. The ghost's decomposition and recomposition pushes comrades to see a hallucinatory phenomenon as something real and to struggle, often with disgusting means, to address it towards this or that objective, not realizing that its essential appearance transforms any objective, even a theoretically more solid one, into appearance. Of considerable importance concerning this problem, it seems, is the way in which the management of money coming from the sale of a property asset belonging to the whole anarchist movement has been carried out. To decide the fate of this asset, a commission was made up of 3 comrades belonging to the organization we will call A and 3 comrades of the organization we will call B. The sale was decided and a number of million were realized and put at the disposition of the whole movement. Thus a comrade belonging to the so-called commission continues, there is the problem of using this sum in such a way that it benefits the movement as a whole, or to establish a repartition among the organized components of the movement. The money has been put in a bank and is at the disposition of the movement and therefore of Organization B and Organization A. As far as Organization C is concerned, this is still to be decided. Another comrade, one of the nominees of the asset we are talking about, says, it has been decided to print. In the name of the Italian anarchist movement, of course, because the funds are funds of the Italian anarchist movement and do not belong to Organization A, B, or C, or to any other particular group that claims it. Well, as we can see, ideas are not very clear, they are even in contrast. This blessed movement, good ghost that it is made to enter and leave the stage whenever it suits them, without too much concern as to what it will actually say or do, so great is its acquiescence seen to be. But let us take another very instructive argument. The defense of comrades in prison. We will take part in a debate on the question, limiting ourselves to the point where there is a discussion as to whether to allow autonomous groups to participate in a forthcoming conference or to limit it to the organized parts. Will this conference only be open to the three federations or also to the autonomous groups? It must be a conference of the militants of the three federations. We have not discussed that much. There was talk of a conference of the movement without specification or preclusion. It seems to me that the autonomous groups are also interested in the problem. Even if it is true that the autonomous groups have worked and are interested in the problem, this question must not include them, as it only concerns the three federations and must be resolved by them alone. I'd like to point out that many comrades of the autonomous groups are interested in knowing who has the task of defending the arrested comrades, who should manage the funds and how. Some of them have turned to us to find out what is happening. I think it is right to let them know the situation and to allow them to participate. To exclude them from the conference would not simply create even more chaos, but might also look like a political maneuver. But I wouldn't like to give the comrades that walked out through the door the possibility of coming back in through the window in this way. These groups are outside the movement. We could invite the groups that are forming or have already formed, but which we can guarantee, not those that have already compromised themselves by taking certain positions. It should be remembered that they are talking about how to defend comrades in prison here. No comment. Basically, there is no such thing as an exact idea of what is meant by anarchist movement. Most of the time reference is made to it in order to cook up an alibi so as to be able to do certain things, not because this is really meant as a force. But when all is said and done, what do we mean by anarchist movement? We believe that the anarchist movement should be seen in the widest sense of the term as all the forces that are struggling for the realization of a libertarian social revolution. But we also believe that the crystallization of certain parts of the movement that are wallowing in academic themes, closed up in cliques that play the wise guy with sentences of absolution or condemnation, have ended up transforming the greater part of this movement into an awkward and useless ideological bureaucratic monster. Yet, beyond the structure that is killing everything, there are comrades, individuals, that mean to struggle for their ideal, who clearly see how this constantly comes up against the structure that ends up oppressing them when they should be enhancing it and making it feasible. These are the comrades that we are talking to here. Work together, not to establish who is closer to the real movement if the demarcation line also involves those pointing towards it, if the critique is also criticism of the critique, but to move in the right direction, that of the exploited masses struggling for their liberation. Along these lines there are also some comrades that, although they are still tied to the perspective of a federated organization, are getting tired of it. We keep bringing out beautiful analyses without putting ourselves in the optic of the concrete. In fact, it is pointless to carry on ruminating old positions such as abstentionism, now a common patrimony of the movement, without linking this to what there is that is new happening in society. In our opinion, it is no longer the moment for long discussions but for starting to work to find a strategy. In fact, until we find a strategy, the movement will go on making ideological statements that lead to paralysis on the one hand, and to throwing oneself into all the struggles that are going on without carrying out the necessary analyses on the other. As one can imagine, the other side of the coin is just as backward. In discussing a pamphlet illustrating the Federated Anarchist Organization, a comrade stresses, it is to be a propaganda pamphlet, so all the arguments that have taken place, etc., should not be put in it. It must be done for propaganda, so be something very simple. A few deadlines and events to explain to those that don't know where comes from, when it was founded, what happened at the beginning. Anyone who, like this comrade, raises the problem of bringing out a pamphlet to make one's organization known, but without the internal disputes, is so steeped in the fictitious movement in our opinion that there is little to be said. On the contrary, the comrade mentioned earlier, while remaining like most of us in a fictitious situation, tends towards reality, faces the context that hosts him critically and tries to push it and bring it out into the open, with all the consequences that ensue but also with all the useful results that it is logical to expect. Towards reality. If nobody can say in absolute that they are part of the real anarchist movement, that is due to the impossibility of pointing to legitimate situations of struggle or methodologies that are valid for everyone at all times. Even the thesis of armed insurrection that we are so often accused of, nevralgic point of any discussion on anarchist methodology, cannot be considered a winning horse at any cost. There can be no doubt that the clash with capital, as we have said many times, will not be pacific. Violence will be the midwife of the new society. It is necessary to be genuinely active against the organized terrorism of the state, trying in every possible way to denounce and contrast it, but all that cannot be considered a simple sacralization of the machine gun. Changing our tune, we have merely said that when such organizations emerge from popular struggles as a result of a process of radicalization that has isolated them, making the struggles they produced regress, only then, and only on condition that the umbilical cord uniting them with the mass has not been cut, can these organizations be considered to belong to the real movement. We have said more than once, in contrast with many comrades who considered our opinions to be unfounded, that an armed strategy is not only possible but necessary in Italy today at the present level of capitalist contradictions, so long as it comes from the mass and never ceases to maintain a reciprocal relation with it. If we must be blamed for this, then we are ready to discuss all the criticism against us, so long as it is clear and detailed and not concealed in a cowardly way behind mumbling and half sentences as has happened until now. But, let me make it quite clear, we have never said that it is enough to pick up a machine gun to find oneself in the real movement all of a sudden. The problem is far more serious and complex. At this phase in the struggle, the only possible methodology is that of verification. In taking residence within the movement, one must proceed to verify one's theoretical content in order to present a strategy that is not up in the clouds. In taking residence within the mass, one must proceed to identify the class clash, discerning the territory where this is still acute, i.e. where capitalism has not yet succeeded in completely solving its contradictions. Once this double verification has taken place, one must move towards the movement of the exploited, without claiming to impose any ideological direction or claiming that the exploited come to us, as so often happens in the discourses of anarchist comrades. Of course, the anarchist movement is precise enough, even though internal verification should take place at all costs, so is still something that opposes itself to the workers' movement, if nothing other than as an organizational reality that considers itself carrier of a certain revolutionary consciousness. But that is no guarantee as to why one must try to bring about a process that transfers this revolutionary consciousness, a process that allows the charge of the particular consciousness to the total one. As a revolutionary minority, anarchists must not impose their ideas on the exploited, even though objectively speaking they are the bearers of a precise revolutionary consciousness. To act in this way would be to involuntarily perpetrate Leninist violence without the aim of the conquest of power, something that is totally contradictory. On the contrary, by participating in the process of mass self-organization, working within it, not as theoreticians, politicians, or military specialists, but as mass, it is possible to avoid the obstacle of the separate minority that wants to move towards totality, but does not know how to decide upon what methodology to use. It is necessary to start from the actual level of the struggle, from the concrete, material level of the class clash, building small autonomous base organisms that are capable of placing themselves at the point of concurrence between the total vision of liberation and the partial strategic vision that revolutionary collaboration renders indispensable. It is therefore not a question of propaganda, of making oneself known to the mass, it is not a question of reaching the media, it is not a question of speaking on television to millions of viewers. It is a question of realizing the revolutionary awareness of the minority in single episodes of mass struggle, making concrete the consciousness that remained abstract when closed up in minoritarian cliques, doing so in such a way that the need for communism felt by the mass is realized little by little, daily, in the material organization of life. That is why we do not want to teach anyone anything. The point we are making belongs to the ambit of the theoretical pointer that we are proposing as an indispensable starting point in the road towards the real movement. We do not consider ourselves to be holders of the truth or revolutionary consciousness, and we do not want to close ourselves up in sterile arguments that are only good for rendering the present divisions of the revolutionary movement insurmountable. We are not carrying out this struggle in our own name in order to get stronger, quantitatively, or to build another organizational model that is destined to abort prematurely. We are struggling to denounce a grave situation of crisis within the revolutionary movement as a whole and the anarchist movement in particular. Those who don't see these crises, refuse to look at them, are either in bad faith or are so used to exchanging fiction for reality that they no longer even notice it. Organization. But we also support the need for organization. If we put ourselves in the direction of the real movement and look at the concrete possibilities of the anarchist movement critically, we realize that these are far more beyond its traditional components permeated with that episcopal hue that characterizes cliques in the phase of reflux, and that is why we are taking up the problem of how to face organizational relations with the mass of exploited rather than with the anarchist movement in the traditional case in point. Today, the areas suffering the contradictory dominion of capital, the ones excluded from the area that has resolved a few fundamental contradictions, are understanding the great alliance of traders, parties, unions, and hangers-on, very quickly. They also understand the need for self-organization, autonomy, and the elimination of separate organisms. Our task is to avoid isolation and extensive theoretical disputes that will never move mountains. We must appear with a series of actions within the mass along the lines of self-organization that are capable of defining our position clearly and unequivocally, making real what up till now in the mass is only a spontaneous refusal of the parties, unions, and collateral clowns. If we were to carry out these actions successfully, this could open up a road that even the best of us believed unthinkable until now and bring an exasperating situation to a head. We must undermine the social democratic principles that have infiltrated us through bourgeois hypocrisy or the threat of reprisals from within. If the prisons enter the struggle, we must struggle with the prisoners, because we too are in prison. We must put an end to making hypocritical distinctions between prisoners that are innocent because they are political and prisoners that are guilty because they are social prisoners. As we are all prisoners, we are all innocent and all guilty. Our struggle, which seemingly takes place outside the prison walls, actually comes about within the great prison which is the present society. Democratic freedoms are puppets that populate the world of the fictitious. If we dismantle the defensive possibilities of the boss structure, contradictions emerge that the state must face and overcome in first person. Our task is to propose ever new, ever more acute contradictions in order to make the divisions that the state creates between each social group in struggle explode and make the unthinkable thinkable and the impossible possible. This is the self-negation of the vanguard. In this way a specific mass organization can arise within the mass, produced by a self-organizational phenomenon. This can extend during the course of the clash and the development of the contradictions to the point of becoming an armed organization, but without losing its spontaneous self-regulating function. That guarantees, among other things, the persistence of a horizontal structure, the only safeguard for the continuation of the struggle under the present levels of militarization of states. Isolation leads to revolutionary defeat, not just on a military level but even more so at the political one. That is impossible when the active organism is not the product of dualism, but it is the mass itself that extends its activity, structuring itself autonomously to face the social clash, also at a military level. Everything remains to be done in that direction. Every day the mass are developing and incrementing their need for communism, elaborating their theory, recognizing their enemies. We stay closed up in our groups, meditating upon analyses and proposing strategies for action as products of an organism that considers itself the interlocutor, even a privileged one, of the mass. We must upturn the reasoning, stop counting ourselves and start counting the exploited and ghettoized. Then we would realize that we are far more than we thought, to have clear ideas, to be better organized, have a precise military defense structure, to be on the right road for attacking power, for building the real revolutionary movement for the elimination of exploitation, for laying the foundations of the future society that cannot fail to be anarchist. The dangers of the primacy of doing. In their attempt to break the barrier of fictitiousness that they are all too aware of, many comrades end up favoring an activist conception of the movement, one that privileges doing above everything else. Identifying a particular field of intervention that usually coincides with the area they live in, they begin personal work. Preferred areas tend to be factories, housing estates, and schools, the countryside being very dispersive and the other places based on total institutions very difficult to penetrate. However, this very interesting perspective has one great limitation if it is not inserted into a wider revolutionary project which, although it emerges from the microscopic fact of the unicellular life of the area, does not necessarily do so spontaneously. Moreover, it should be said that in fleeing from a situation of apparent lack of involvement, comrades can end up exaltating work for the sake of it, in a preeminence of doing. Inserting oneself into a minimal field of intervention, they take all the decisions from the base, all the initiatives that have something in common with the anarchist methodology of revolutionary work. But they cannot stop there. In fact, these initiatives are always responses to power's project of exploitation, i.e. they are subordinate to a precise strategy that comes from the power centers, while very little can be done to prevent this strategy and reach its source directly. To face this part of the problem it is necessary, while insisting on intervention in the territory, to develop a wider analysis allowing for the individuation of the real objectives of the struggle, the central nucleus of the system of exploitation, at the same time. We can say that any intervention in the peripheral territory must be carried out as though it is attacking reality as a whole, because the small situation contains all the problems of the large. On the contrary, in giving greater scope to the primacy of doing, many comrades end up getting involved in a myriad of sectorial struggles that all add up to maximum involvement. At first this might satisfy the just aspirations of the individual militant who must recognize himself in what he does in first person, but soon ends up entering the monotony of habit and repetitivity. Not just that. As our intervention is, by definition, against an immediately quantitative perspective, militants have no control over the amount of involvement in the territory of their intervention. It thus often turns out that one lives periods of flux and reflux as moments of enthusiasm or apathy. On the other hand, the revolutionary project is more far-reaching, it presents more complex nuances and interlacing, and if it lives fluxes and refluxes it does so on an international, not a peripheral, level. When one severs the links with the general framework of the revolutionary project, one inevitably sees one's own work enclosed within a specific dimension and ends up suffering the consequences. The false dilemma between theory and practice. The current distinction between theory and practice is based on a misunderstanding. The term theory is seen as something autonomous, worse still, as separate from practice. Speaking of theory, one thinks of books, academia, universities, intellectuals, things written and said in a very difficult way. Vice versa, speaking of practice, one thinks of actions, organizations, realizations, transformations of the concrete structure of things. Now this polarization is false. Another current thesis among revolutionaries is that ideas derive from events and not the contrary. Absolutely correct, only it leaves standing a polarity between ideas and facts that does not exist. If Pisacane, to whom this phrase is attributed, were alive today, he would not be able to do other than agree with this. Just as there is theory and theory, there is also practice and practice. In abstract terms, theory is that of the bourgeois philosopher that speaks to us of his ontological dreams, and practice is that of the boss that exploits the worker. Only this theory and practice, which correspond and cooperate at the level of the system as a whole, do not constitute the theory and practice that we consider to be the indispensable elements of the revolutionary project. In the latter sense we have the movement of the exploited which, in its progressive disposition towards self-organization of the struggles develops a theory, is its own theory. But this theory is also the practice of the movement. From this point of view there is no difference between theory and practice. It is just that the whole movement is not capable of self-managing its own struggles at the present time. On the contrary, a large sector find themselves at the mercy of the reformist lie and substantially favor the game of boss exploitation. In this sense there is a sliding, an imbalance, in the theory of the movement of the exploited. It is here that the intervention of the anarchist minority that is developing its own practice, soliciting the rectification of the positions of the movement and developing the project of generalist self-management of struggles, fits in. In this tendency towards the elimination of the above-mentioned imbalance, the anarchist minority realizes both practice and theory. It is its own theory and its own practice. To be more specific, analysis has two functions: a. It leads to knowledge of the nature and composition of the struggles of the exploited, b. It serves as a point of reference for the latter to see the contradiction between the perspective of self-managing one's own struggle and the reality of the instruments of compromise. Obviously, by underestimating the importance of analysis or sticking to events inside one area seen as a microcosm that is complete in itself, one ends up evaluating the latter at the cost of the former. The movement of the exploited cannot see its position in the face of a series of interventions, events, experiences without the intimate link of the anarchist revolutionary project as a whole. The first contact with the reality of the struggle. It is necessary to start off by relating to the reality of the struggle as a whole, as the exploited have only one point of contact, that which power makes with them in order to exploit them more effectively. Here there could be an impasse or critical intolerance. The essential reason for this situation is society's division into classes and the permanent war that derives from this. The only way to get round this difficulty is to see it for what it is, i.e. a serious obstacle, and not close one's eyes to it or illude oneself that, because we are the bearers of a thesis of self-organization and ultimate liberation, the exploited will immediately throw their arms around us. Another necessary step is to outline the social components of the relation. We think that these components are three and not two, as is usually maintained. We have the active minority, the reality of the struggles, and power, which makes that contact possible within a precise institutional framework. Let us examine these elements. The active minority can only be isolated from a wider context by means of abstraction. In substance, it has its own class composition and acts consequently in some way. Only, at the same time, it is an anarchist minority, i.e. it has become aware of a method of intervention, an ethical evaluation of life, an aim to be reached and a clear discrimination in the choice of the methods to be used. They do not draw all this from an abstract theoretical code, a philosophical tradition or the illumination of some thinking hero. They find it in a tradition of struggle and specific analyses, of course, but mainly in a praxis of struggle that they verify as they go along. We can therefore say that the further this minority is from the theory of the movement of the exploited, the further it is from understanding its own struggles. In this case, a perfect observance of abstract principles drawn from anarchist philosophy does not help. Second element, the reality of the struggle. We cannot know it, i.e. set about describing it, just as we cannot measure or classify it. We can propose approximate models, but as long as we are operating as a detached entity these remain very far from it. But if on the one hand the reality of the struggle cannot accept the minority as its own without unleashing a series of contradictions within itself, it is able to indicate its own state of dissociation with some clarity. In fact, the reality of the struggle is not uniform, and it is precisely this fact that allows for the existence of the active minority as an entity that is getting ready to belong to this reality but does not yet do so. We are thus facing two fluxes and tendencies: a, the tendency of struggles to move towards their own self-management; b, the tendency of the active anarchist minority to become part of the reality of the struggles. The third element is power and its institutional framework. This is the class enemy and is the point of theoretical consolidation of the struggle. Only, in advanced social democratic situations, the institutional framework is irregular, complex, and often succeeds in breaking up the unity of the struggle by proposing models of collaboration with power. These models, in themselves theory, are the theory of power even if they are proposed by trades union or party structures, just as the theory of the movement of the exploited lies in the self-organization of its struggles. The first contact with the reality of a struggle is also always a three-way relationship, as it is senseless to assume that a certain kind of undertaking will be tolerated by power. When this moves in the direction of the theory and practice of the real movement, it is immediately singled out and opposed by power. More on the misconception of the quantitative growth of the minority. A fictitious residuum can appear in this opening towards the reality of the struggle. The old quantitative ideology can pass through an objectification of the minority. The struggle then address itself towards a growth in the specific movement. Given that the work of spreading ideas is possible in any situation, at least theoretically, it is not very difficult to find a target to turn one's attention to. Of course, there are always specific sectors such as immigration, unemployment, ghettos, criminality, as well as the various sectors of production, but the importance of isolating a point of encounter decreases. Anything will do in view of a growth in the minority. For example, there is discontent in a particular area due to a lack of something. It is not important if alongside this discontent there are hints of self-organization or not. What counts is being there with one's own organization. An occasion is awaited to start the game all over again. The results demonstrate one's capabilities and how much more they might be if one were to find oneself greater in number. If nothing is obtained, one waits for another occasion. The problem of why, once the water, electricity, or other has been obtained, the movement calms down, or why it quietens down all the same even if nothing has been obtained, is not questioned. The prioritizing of doing and the quantitative illusion prevent many comrades from thinking about such things and elaborating a different strategy of intervention. It seems to us that the contact should not be made on the basis of one's own perspectives and interests, using the occasional demands of the movement of the exploited as detonator of a process of development and growth, but, on the contrary, the starting point must be the transformation of reality itself, i.e. the transformation of the relationship that exists between self-organization and the delegation of struggles. The field one involves oneself in cannot therefore be that of stimuli from reality, as we know that these stimuli are torn between self-management and delegating. That is, not all the stimuli that come from the reality of the struggle can be taken in absolute. It is necessary to insert oneself within them in order to transform the situation that led to them, and so transform the relationship between self-organization and delegating the struggle. If an area shows stimuli of discontent due to certain defects in power that lead to lack of services, that does not necessarily mean that those involved are prepared to organize the struggle to solve this problem themselves, reduce the exploitation that is striking them and move on to developing the struggle with other more general and specifically revolutionary aims. Often all they are interested in is waiting to see which road is more effective for getting what they need. For this simple reason, unions and parties can at any time force power to solve the contradictions and, in so doing, extinguish the struggle. So our task cannot simply be that of turning up, but is also that of placing the struggle in a wider framework, within a more complex revolutionary project that can move the relationship between self-organization delegating in the direction of self-organization. And that is impossible if one becomes immersed in the event itself, where action is an end in itself, or even worse, by using it to increase the numbers of the minority. The need to fully understand this relation has become pressing in recent times. We could say that dissent has become institutionalist. Contestation, unorthodox demands, a certain animosity of the base, everything that until recently caused a certain panic in the unions and parties, can be drawn back into the institutions today. By democratizing these institutions, power has laid the foundations for absorbing dissent. It has blunted the more dangerous edges by throwing divergences into the quicksands of assemblies. In fact, if by institution we mean repeatable forms of activity, social behavior, and structures that acquire a capacity for social control, we can deduce that no political instrument controls better than democratic centralism, the one that uses debate, assembly, dialogue, to impose what the center wants in a clean form without any residue. Power has programmed a modification of society. To do that it will support the cost, make concessions, determine the genocide of one part of society, but it will succeed in convincing the other part that it is choosing its own destiny. In other words, power has also realized that the struggle takes place at the demarcation line between self-organization and delegation of the struggle, and wants the delegate to predominate, even when this is camouflaged as self-organization. Power would even allow us to grow quantitatively, as long as this takes place within the institutional framework. In the same way, it allows us to work politically so long as we remain one of the forces of democratic opposition. On the other hand, if we intend to enter the social fabric as an external force in order to push the base to make the contradictions more acute, we must grow in number. And that is precisely what power fears least. So, the objective of the intervention cannot be qualified in advance but needs to work itself out during the course of the intervention itself on the basis of the modifications that it causes within the struggles themselves. It cannot, that is, qualify itself on the basis of immediate results to be reached, as the unions and parties can do the same. Nor can it qualify itself on the basis of an ideology that ends up becoming a maximalist and often contradictory stand in the face of a reality that is structuring itself on a contradiction, that between self-organization and delegate of the struggle. It is during the course of the intervention itself that its aims are developed, the separation between the minority and the movement of the workers is overcome and an awareness of new problems and stimuli is gained. Contact with reality and the consequences. The real objective of the intervention is something that can only emerge during the course of the intervention itself. This is not clear at first, but grows and gradually becomes identifiable as the intervention develops and relations between the minority and the reality of the struggle pushes, with greater emphasis, between self-organization and delegation of the struggles. First, one tends to overestimate the specific conditions of the reality we are facing. If it is the question of prison, we tend to exaggerate prison as a physical place of ghettoization. We concentrate on conditions of detention, possible improvements, torture, the mechanism of trials and sentences. Then, the unraveling of the intervention puts us in a different relationship with the reality of the struggle, we change and, in doing so, change our relationship with reality. It is precisely at this point that the work that we are doing becomes productive. If we were to limit ourselves to shouting to improve prisoners' conditions, against torture, or trials in special tribunals, we would still undoubtedly be useful to the comrades who are suffering repression at that moment, and this is work that needs to be done because it carries out its basic task of preparation and defense at the same time. But, if we stop there, we will be condemning our intervention to remain such, i.e. the intervention of a minority that approaches reality and evaluates it, struggles for it, even does something to change it for the better. But this changing for the better is also useful to power in that, sooner or later, it must somehow decide to adopt more refined and social democratic systems of repression, systems that are just as effective, if not more. And we should also follow it in these modifications, keep on its heels and force it to unmask itself, but always as work of defense and preparation. Another task exists alongside this work, and this is what signs the demarcation between waiting, the vision, the interpretation of the struggles, and action within struggles themselves. it is this other that breaks the barriers and allows one to enhance the experiences of the minority. The action of the minority within actual struggles is therefore to develop the tendency to strengthen self-organization, breaking the conspiracy of the delegate and the leader, also when camouflaged by the Leninist type of revolutionary project. To bring this about, it is necessary to see the situation that one is acting in all its details, including the intervention of the minority itself. In fact, the more this presence is a source of contrast, the more it raises doubts and contradictions, the more fruitful the modification of the situation in all its parts and the deeper the insertion within the struggles will be. It is only at this point that what we mean by it is necessary to insert ourselves within struggles becomes clear. What emerges is the absence of a stable, clearly defined schema. Everything is problematic, the intervention in the first place. This appears more as a tension than as being comfortably inside something. That explains why we cannot accept the idea that the initial situation, where we accentuated the importance of certain conditions, can transform itself into an optimal situation. The consequences of such interventions should be borne in mind because they always create problems and transformation, they always put the objective conditions of the situation one started off from in question. The fragmentary nature of the reality of the struggles. The surest sign of the fragmentary nature of the struggle is the existence of power and exploitation. If the struggle were to succeed in fusing uniform action, i.e. were to succeed in making the tendency to self-organization predominate, power would be swept away. The latter, being perfectly aware of this danger, organizes accordingly, its most effective allies being the parties and the unions. This fragmentariness cannot be catalogued in horizontal lines, that is, it cannot be seen as a distinction at different levels, according to the reformist, technocratic, authoritarian revolutionary, or other presence. It descends vertically, in depth. A place of struggle, let's say a factory, a living area, a ghetto, a school, an asylum, etc., can never be qualified in absolute as reformist, technocratic, revolutionary, etc. It is always characterized by a complexity of problems and stimuli, a complexity of tendencies and prejudices, distancing and involvement, compromise and awakening of consciousness. All that must be approached with cognoscitive instruments, that is, one must document oneself on this reality, dismantling the mechanisms as far as possible. All these technical aspects, however, cannot fail to be seen as something separate from the constitution of the minority, its conditions as an element of insertion within a reality which up until then was foreign to it. And this constitution often presents problems and tendencies that are not unlike those of the reality we are going towards. It is an illusion to say that the minority is by definition immovable because it has gained consciousness, whereas reality is fragmentary because it must still do so. In truth, things are very different. The process for both elements of this relation is still a tendency and constant modification. To clearly see the relations that reality has with the basic coordinates of the system, with exploitation and social control, produces an immediate questioning of the relations that the minority also has with these coordinates, i.e. with exploitation and social control. The distinction proposed earlier between fictitious movement and real movement of the exploited, should not be seen in the sense that the bad are all on one side and the good on the other. The forces that push the movement of the exploited towards the self-organization of struggles constitute a tendency that is acting within the same fragmentary reality, proposing a need to go beyond it. In this way, even in the most advanced and self-organized struggles, it is only possible to see a tendency and never reality in every detail. The most intimate point of contact is precisely this fragmentary aspect. The minority is also fragmentary and problematic, does not hold the truth, does not intend to impose an illuminated dogma, guide, or leader. The revolutionary anarchist project. Having spoken of the tendency of struggles to self-organization, of tensions that come about at the point of contact between the minority and actual struggles, and of the series of contradictions that emerge as a result of that contact, we gain a more detailed idea of the revolutionary project. Above all, this cannot be the product of the minority. It is not elaborated by the latter inside their theoretical edifice, then exported to the movement in one block or in pieces. Neither is the revolutionary project a complete realization in all its parts. It comes from all the problematics that emerge from the tensions that have become more acute following the relation anarchist minority/movement of the exploited. It is therefore itself tension and development, the negation of everything defined and immutable. It starts from the specific context of actual struggles, underlines their self-organizational component and develops consequences and relations with the adversary forces, with power, within the general context of the movement. It uses the specific elements of struggles that make them significant. When seen in the light of the strategy of self-organization, these elements place themselves within a wider perspective, connecting to other elements that are just as important, though normally less visible. The anarchist revolutionary project is the bridge that is thrown in the direction of specific reality, uniting experiences of self-organization that are often singularly isolated. It is also, however, the indication of overcoming the distinction between anarchist minority and movement of the exploited where, from the moment that the project is in course, all barriers start to fall and one finds oneself struggling for a common goal. Alfredo and Bonnano. Destruction and Language. 1996. Personal communication with the translator. Under the title of Distruzione Linguaggio, this was taken from a series of 4 self-managed talks that occurred at the Sociology faculty of the University La Sapienza in Roma between February 23 and March 25, 1996. The series of talks was entitled Domination and Revolt in Post-Industrial Society, Included and Exclude. The transcription first appeared in print in Italian in the book Dominio e Rivolta put out by Edizioni Anarchismo, Catania, Italy, December 2000. It first appeared in print in English in the first issue of Outsiders, published by Vagabond Publications in January of 2009. This piece was translated by Wolfie Landstreicher. The structure of domination, the conditions of conflict and the composition of the exploited class have changed to such an extent that an operation like the taking of the Winter Palace in the Marxist sense or a liberation from the bottom in the anarchist sense have become utterly inconceivable. These two endeavors are antithetical, but they share the idea of taking over the means of production and placing them in the hands of the representatives of the exploited class who will organize liberated society. So what remains? What remains is destructive attack, and this is a most ambiguous point. What does destruction mean? What does it mean to knock down a trellis, when 100,000, perhaps 1,000,000 of them are still standing? What is its significance? I think we will have to reflect a bit, take a step back. Every one of us has built a positive and a negative conception of reality inside of ourselves. We live in a context that we assume to be real, and positive, i.e., corresponding to a constructive dimension provided with characteristics that evolve over time, and we define this evolution as history. From the mists of a hypothetical negative dark, Middle Age, we have reached modern civilization. Now there is penicillin, and people no longer die of the plague or even malaria, at least within certain limits, since there are still parts of the globe where people do die of these things. Thus, within ourselves, we give a positive value to the constructive, since we are an organization and are afraid of death as the extreme concept of destruction. We think that our life is an accumulation of the positive. We are babies, we grow, we get stronger, become adults, then old people, and then we die. The last is always relegated to the future, but in the course of our lives we only want to acquire recognition. But this isn't all we want to do. From the moment that we think of growth and acquisition as positive, we consider quantity positive. In other words, if we know 3 languages, we consider ourselves better than someone who only knows 1 or 2. We don't realize that there is a functionalist hypothesis, a utilitarian hypothesis, in all this. There are residues of that old 18th century process which thought that by pursuing what is useful in the single individual one gets an increase in what is useful overall in humanity. This is a most nefarious concept that has had many negative consequences. What happens when we consider quantity, everyday quantity, as the quality of our life? In the agonizing desire to have something to possess, we have lost something for being someone, we have lost the quality of being someone, and we are no longer able to distinguish this reality of ours, this thing for which it is worth the trouble to live. Here is why we fear destruction: first, because it reminds us of death. Second, because it reminds us of the refusal of functionality. One who destroys is not functional to anything. It is not, in fact, true, at least not completely, that knocking down a trellis does real damage to the interests of Enel. There is no equation by which one less trellis equals one more injury to Enel. An absolute relationship of this sort does not exist, and anyone who tries to prove such an equation is talking rubbish. So why do we fear destruction? We fear something within ourselves, not something outside ourselves. We can understand quantity, growth, and acquisition through reason. We can understand the critique of all this through reason, leading to the weak thought I mentioned earlier, the uncertainty, the doubt, etc. We cannot understand destruction through reason, because to understand the concept of destruction in its most radical sense, every one of us would have to feel a sense of revulsion for our offended dignity. In order to understand the meaning of destruction, each of us would have to be personally involved. We cannot destroy something if we are not willing to destroy ourselves in the moment that we destroy that thing. In my opinion, this is the concept of involvement in the destructive act. We can separate the acquisitive, constructive act from ourselves and say, look, I possess a house and a library of 10,000 volumes, but we cannot separate the idea of destruction from ourselves. In other words, we can use language to illustrate the acquisitive concept, the house, the books, the culture, the growth, the three tongues we have mastered, but we cannot use language to illustrate the problem of destruction. My words make no sense. This is why they rain down on your heads as if deprived of meaning, because speaking of destruction makes no sense except through another type of language. This other type of language is not merely formed of words, but of that extraordinarily complex combination that is realized between theory and practice. The totality of each one of us, of our being human, the deep being of our body and our thought, is the symbiosis of theory and practice, not only the risk, but also the desire, the pleasure, the lust for living our life fully. This is a different language. And it is not a language that can be classified in words. Destruction is not a metaphysical idea. Destruction consists of going into a place and wrecking something, but the process that can allow us to carry out this action is a process that must involve us in our totality, as complete human beings, as men and women capable of expressing ourselves in completeness, not in the separation that wants to distinguish us from what we have acquired, from what we know, from what we possess, not in this separation, because the language of words dominates in this separation. And this is a language dictated by the rationality of centuries of oppression, in short, Cartesian language of those who built prisons, torture chambers, inquisitions, the language of priests, Franciscans, Dominicans who sent Giordano Bruno to the stake in Campo di Fiore. But in destruction another language prevails, in destruction another language is necessary. In destruction, the language of gratuitousness, of dismantling, the language of myth, of Dionysus, blossoms. Dionysus is the god of strangeness, the god who comes like a thief in the night, who penetrates into us. Dionysus is the god of women, not of men. This is because this concept of destruction is more comprehensible to women than to men who are much more fearful than women. Why is the concept of destruction linked to Dionysus, the god who came in the night like a thief, the god who had no place of worship but was a stranger everywhere and everywhere penetrated into the cults of other gods? Because the cult of Dionysus is essentially based on destruction, indeed, on the tearing to pieces of the enemy. The victim is dismembered, shattered, smashed, and this is the effective meaning of destruction, in which we see the Dionysian involvement in the primordial act of radically destroying the enemy at its deepest root. This has nothing to do with quantitative attack. For the first time, we are entering into an order of problems that are different, that have nothing to do with the traditional critique of the party, the union, etc. Of course, when we speak of destruction, since it is a dangerous minefield in which there are many objections, the discussion could go on endlessly. This is why I want to conclude by saying that the concept of destruction is expressible through the totality of the person who carries it out in deeds, and at the moment that she carries it out in action, it is theory, the possibility of being understood by the other. Unlike the constructive concept, which can be separated from the one who carries it out, who can then be very good at talking about the problems related to construction, and so on. I want it to be well understood that there isn't just the language of words that we all experience, but other possibilities for communicating as well. It could be said that each one of us has his own language. This is why, when we understand what destruction is, when we understand that it is not just about smashing computers, when we become aware that this is just the playful aspect of the problem, but that there is something else that we need to consider, something that involves us personally at our deepest roots, and that this has its initial impulse in that part of ourselves that relates to the wounded dignity of which we are surely aware, because otherwise we wouldn't be here, we wouldn't even be one of the comrades, then we are already in possession of destructive language, we can begin to be destructive. Have you ever asked yourself why you are disgusted when you see a fascist? He is a human being, like you, like me. Or rather, since fascists are sometimes even beautiful young men and women, why do they disgust you? Why do the police disgust you? Because they are dangerous? Because of what they say? No. This is something that is not well understood. When I am in prison, the worst thing that comes before my eyes is the man in uniform. This is why I shut my door to avoid seeing them, to avoid hearing them speak. They may even say intelligent things, but there is something that cannot be comprehended, something that disgusts. When speaking of the problem of destruction, there is also the objection that it isn't possible to make a distinction between the vandal who smashes everything and the revolutionary who attacks after a precise reasoning process. The problem remains and is not easily identified. An objective difference between the destructive revolutionary act and the act of vandalism cannot be nailed down, without running into some very great difficulties. We cannot seek an objective difference that reassures us once and for all. We cannot say that smashing the police van and knocking down the trellis are revolutionary acts in themselves, whereas fighting in the sports stadium is hooliganism. Gratuitousness is not a decisive factor in how one determines the distinction between hooliganism and the revolutionary act. If it were, once again the functionalist hypothesis would be there, the goal to be reached would entirely occupy the space of reasoning. If we think that by cutting down an anal trellis, we knock out the heart of the state, then we are truly off in outer space, even if it were hundreds of trellises. It isn't mathematical logic that counts. It is important to understand that the difference that exists is to be sought in the individual maturity of the people who carry out these acts, in what they sense, what they desire, and even in what they are able to project practically, transforming the dream into concrete activity. There is no doubt that in the hooligan one finds, and opposes, a strange accumulation of feelings. There is the gratuitousness of the act, the ignorance, the inability of the vandal to grasp the elements that determine the reality that surrounds him. But there is also a sense of rebellion. This is not to suggest that this rebellion takes precedence, since often in the hooligan, the herd instinct prevails. It is not, in fact, true that those who fight in sports stadiums run riot individually. They are almost always regimented through mustering processes, financed by various clubs, brought together through team structures, symbols, slogans, bits of old ideologies, etc. The comrade who acts by attacking a structure of the enemy, while not wanting to have recourse to the identification of a purely objective plan, starts from different motivations, from a more articulate social maturation. If, in the individual sphere, the hooligan doesn't know how to spend Sunday pleasantly, the comrade, instead, involves his entire being in attacking an objective. Entering into the destructive dimension makes a break with the persistent tradition of the quantitative growth and the institutionalization of life regimented by others. This is the difference. In my opinion, the key of the explanation is sought in behaviors that have a subjective importance, without such behaviors having to abandon themselves, for this reason, to atomization, to the elementary condition of single components without cohesion between them. And it is obvious that we are afraid to acknowledge that it is possible for an individual motivation to be a turning point. And we are afraid because for 150 years they have pointed out to us that it is necessary not to start from the individual, but from the class, from objective analysis, from history, from the intrinsic mechanisms in history, from that thing called dialectical materialism. We have still not freed ourselves from this heritage. The Italian Electric Company. Translator.